Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Stream. And I'm your host, Stream Tom. I hope everyone's doing really good today. It is a beautiful, dark and cold day outside. And, it's finally hit fall here, up here in Canada. It's cooler outside. It's darker. There's like more rain. I guess it doesn't have to necessarily be raining, but it's definitely cooler outside. For many, that is a very good thing. Because some people don't really like the hot weather of summer and much prefer the cool temperatures of fall. I myself, enjoy fall a little bit. I'm more of a summer guy because summer's when I want to go outside the most. But contrary to popular belief, I actually kind of like wearing pants, and you can't really wear pants during the summertime. Some people do because they live in places where their skin is going to melt if they expose themselves to the sun. But here it's just humid, so wearing pants just keeps your heat in, and I can't handle that. So I'm going to wear shorts during the summertime, but soon it'll be pants time, which I'm very excited about. Which is, again, just a weird sentence to say, but it's not too bad. When it's something you're not forced to do every day, it's a fun luxury. What's up, Oberon? How you doing? Anywho, I got a couple different things we're going to be going over today. First, we're probably going to be getting the patch notes for tomorrow. There should most likely be a patch for DDO tomorrow, which I'm very much looking forward to. I think it'll be a lot of fun to go over, what's in the notes with the new raid and everything else, new changes coming to the game. But most importantly, at 6 p.m. tonight, I've been given an exclusive preview by SSG to check out one of the new classes, which I'll give me a sec.
On the second character last night. A light jacket is much preferable to big hot.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. But no, I've been given the opportunity to do an exclusive preview of the new class, Mariner, that's coming up for Lord of the Rings Online tonight. So I'll be showcasing that in about 6 hours from now. I'll change the title and everything else. So it'll be pretty obvious for people who want to tune in and jump in. And hopefully it looks pretty cool. But again, I'm not 100% sure. We don't have a lot of information about it as of yet. So it will be mostly just fun to explore and check around, and hopefully things will be good and interesting and kind of, they'll be fun. But anyways, that's about it. So I'm probably just gonna get to the game here and hanging out. Yeah, should be pretty good. Also, congrats on almost getting 69 Reaper points. 68 is still pretty good. I mean, this character only has 73, so I feel you on that. Still working my way up the ladder, getting more points. Which is I'm going to get back playing DDO. Any huge changes outside of just the X-Pack release? Yeah, they had a major balance patch like 2 weeks ago that changed a bunch of classes. They have another major balance patch for next week, and the new raid is coming out. So those are the bigger changes. I posted a video about the new Bard changes, where they basically made it so that War Chanter works with multiple different stat types. So now instead of it just being charisma, you can use strength or whatever other stat, which is quite good. So there's some cool stuff coming out. And we'll go over probably when the patch notes come out today. That we'll probably look into that as well. Also, there's daily gold rolls are back for the next month. So if you happen to be a VIP subscriber, you're gonna be able to pick up daily gold rolls. If you want to get some of that, you're perfectly capable of doing that. Vault of Night. We're gonna sort this out. I'm gonna get level cap on this character today. I only have 5 hours, so we're gonna zoom. Are the new expansion quests fun? They are some of the best quests we've ever gotten in DDO ever, in my opinion. I love the quests; they're awesome. I've done them multiple times in heroics and epics. The R10 is very, very challenging, and it's a lot of fun. They're great. Huge fan. I don't really have a lot of complaints. They did a fantastic job with the quests. The only real complaint that I have is that just the level of the heroic quests. I think it's something that a lot of people were upset about, was the fact that they made the quests level 18. And so since the quests are level 18, if you run them in like epics at level 21, you really don't get a lot of, like if you run them at 20 or 21, you don't really get a lot of XP. Because you do get a lot of XP in the sense that the quests give a fair amount of experience points, but not compared to epic levels. They give a lot of experience points for heroic levels, so it's not quite as good. So obviously not as ideal. And then in heroics, they are pretty good XP, but they're also more challenging than some of the Sharn quests. Like having a plus 60 on a saving throw is not enough. The monsters are still going to make their saves anyway. you're not going to be able to hit anybody with anything. So I'm hopeful that they make a change on something like that and adjust the monster saving throws down. Because, yeah, the monsters, this character, I was plus like 60 something when I did it in heroics, and monsters made their saves more than half the time. So, yeah. Also, Subsixel, how you doing? How are you? So that's something they definitely need to fix. Will they fix it? I don't know. But that's something that they need to fix. Oh yeah, also tumbling is the new movement meta. Get more number? I mean, that's the plan, man. Oh, tired. I feel you on tired, man. Am I tired? I'm a little tired. I gave blood yesterday, so whenever they take the blood from the body, it always makes me a little bit more tired because I don't have as much blood in the body and you need the blood to not be tired. Oh, but it's a work in progress, you know. Just take things minute by minute, you know, take it as they go. There's something just amazing about the fact that the best way to get around is to just tumble. I love it. It's like, whee! I'm going as fast as humanly possible. Wait, how do I was like, how does the Reaper still affect me? It shouldn't be. But you can cast Lesser Resto to get it back. Works with the Astarion needing to snack. Is that how that works? You just cast Lesser Restoration and then it's all good? Yeah, I should probably do that. Do you think she can remove it easy peasy? Main thing is old cat heart murmur kidney disease. Maybe do it in October? Yeah. That's gonna be a wait and see, I guess. Well, hopefully, you know, if they think they can remove it really easily, that ends up holding out true, and it's a quick fix for the feline as opposed to something that is more, you know, drawn out and difficult.
Time to fight. Gladiators in red.
I just flat out killed you. Yeah, but you can like respec and undo it.
We have a last-minute team for today's bloodbath.
And respec, reload. You remember, you're the main character. You have the magic power of reload the save. That's why no one else can succeed, but you can, because you can always just reload your save and try again. It works incredibly well. It's funny. I actually, I was telling how we doing this, but I was playing a little bit of Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous because I want to. I've got that RPG itch, but I don't really want to keep playing, you know, Baldur's Gate off stream or anything. So I was like, I got to do something else. So I ended up going with Wrath of the Righteous. And I gotta say, that game, I downloaded a mod so that way I didn't have to deal with like any of the overworld stuff, none of the Heroes of Might and Magic nonsense. And the game is like 1,000 billion zillion times better when you don't have to deal with any of that. I much prefer not doing any of that to doing it. I don't know if that's not going to be the way that everybody feels, but yeah, it's good for me. Yeah, like turning it on, I realized that was what was causing me the most anxiety about playing it, is like dealing with all these extra fights and all this other stuff, and then having to wait around and recruit more recruits and get bigger armies and dealing with the infirmary and crafting all the buildings. And like, this is just something I don't want to do. I just want to go on like this fun adventure. And turns out you can just make it so you go on the fun adventure and the game is way better. So I did, and I am enjoying it much more, which is good. Again, this is why modding is fantastic, because you can just mod away something that you don't really like. You know, somebody's already come up with it, and boom, game is fixed. In a future playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, I think what I'm going to do is get the mod so you can have like your whole party come with you, which will make the game easier, obviously, but I can just turn up the difficulty on the harder difficulty mode. But more importantly than that, it means that I don't have to ever miss out on a character interaction, so I can always have the right character there for the right moment. I find that's always a difficult moment with those types of RPGs, is you don't know what's coming next, so then all of a sudden you end up meeting somebody. So like, for example, when I needed Astarion at the inn to have talk with like these like minor vampires, I didn't know I was going to need him there, so I didn't have him. So I finished the conversation, and then someone in chat goes, oh, I had a totally different interaction because I had Astarion there. But I didn't know because I walked into talking to people I didn't know were vampires until it happened afterwards. And so I think I'm going to do something like that to go through it.
It's time for an all-out showdown.
People can build their own campaigns or like the engine? Maybe. I will say, going from Baldur's Gate 3 to Wrath of the Righteous is so smooth. It's so much smoother. Oh my god. It's so much smoother. Like, everything about the game is cleaner and faster and more efficient. Like, when I want to cast a spell, so like, it's like, oh, I want to cast the Bless spell? Cool. I just press the button and my character casts it. I don't have to, like, press it, and then it brings up a thing where I have to, like, confirm that I actually do want to cast it or anything like that. It's just snappier, more responsive, faster. The game engine is just faster. It's great. How much longer optimization? No, like, just, like, it's, like, faster. It's not about optimization. There's just less bloat. There's less waiting. There's less loading of... Or not loading, like, you know, the game asking you to confirm things. Like, when you want to sell an item or pick up an item from a chest, instead of having to double-click the item to, like, grab it, it's just one click. It might not seem like a lot, because obviously double-click versus one-click is not a big deal, but it's just... It's very small, but it's very noticeable as well, where, like, it's just like, oh, click, 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 click. Like, you just... Everything is faster in that game. That, and also being able to just access all your characters' inventories all the time. Like when you go to town, where when you open the inventory menu, you can see there all the faces are at the bottom, all the people in the camp, and you can scroll through it. Oh, so nice. So nice.
I give you the king of killers, the merciless murderer, the terror of the night, the unbeaten.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I just didn't want to be playing Heroes of Might and Magic. That's all it is. It's not that Heroes of Might and Magic is bad, or that it's a bad game series, or that it's uninteresting. I just didn't want to play it. If I wanted to play it, I would have put Heroes of Might and Magic on my computer.
Your enemies lie scattered in
I just didn't want that. Yeah, so it's not about, like, optimization in terms of, like, the game is lagging less. I don't care too much about that. Realistically, I don't have to deal with either problem of optimization because I have a fast computer. So, to me, it's not a big deal. But it's the, again, it's just the general speed. That's all. Yo, just finished Vaughn 1. Yeah, and, like, all the movement is, like, way faster. Like, when you click a character to go somewhere, the character's like, go, right away. Whereas in Baldur's Gate 3, they have, like, the DDO momentum style system where the characters will speed up and slow down as they're walking around. It just has a very different feel to it. Not saying one is better than the other, they're just different. All right, let's move on. All right, Vaughn 2. Remember we're lagging a fair bit? Yeah, I can see that.
A beautiful elf maiden sits by the fountain, lost in thought.
Yeah, so as I said, to me, like they're both good games. So I'm not here being like, oh, one game is better than the other. I just was playing it, and it was very fun.
A beholder roars, hungry for slaughter and ready for a fight.
Hungry for slaughter. Ship invite, please. Sure. I don't know if anyone is on mine. So yeah, so that was pretty good. Anyways, it's just a constant reminder that there's an infinite number of fantastic video games out there. So if you ever need something to play, there's always something good. Because I was like, oh man, I don't know what to do. And then it turns out Wrath of the Righteous was there to save the day. Spend like a couple hours. Also, it's still hard, but it's not as hard as I remember it being. Again, not that the game isn't hard, but just I remember like losing to everything. And, you know, all of it, like I still remember the first time I fought a retriever. It was like I found it in like some cavern. I just snuck my way through like a little walled off area. And had to cross a chasm in a cave. And then on the other side, boom, there was the retriever, all spooky and scary. And then follow up, go into the next, you know, the area that I was just in, and it was some area with like a hag that I had to find for Urushaleh. And I go in there, and I enter a room with a retriever, two of these like beholder-looking monsters. Yeah, two of these like beholder-looking monsters. A Glabrazu, and some other type of demon I can't remember the name of. And like it was no problem. it was all of a sudden, it was like, oh man, all these like crazy high-level dangerous demons. And it was like, okay, you do this, you do this. And they're all like CR like 15 to 18, and my party level's 10, and I'm like, okay, you... There's no problem. So it was a good time. It felt really good. I had some fun. Last week, since I have the Xbox Game Pass, it's fun, even though it's at least it's still a Bethesda game. Well, what I've heard from a lot of people is that they're enjoying the game, but a lot of people are waiting for like the modders to come out and basically fix a lot of the problems that the game has. Sort of like with like Skyrim and stuff, where it's like Skyrim's pretty good, but you know what's better than Skyrim? Modded Skyrim. Modded Skyrim's a lot better than regular Skyrim. Because there's a lot of things that are just like annoying or tedious or stuff you don't want to deal with. And then it's like, oh, look, somebody took the time to like make a better version of this. You can just play that instead. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it definitely is because my character leveled up. Or like all my characters had leveled up and my power was higher. But again, it was just interesting to see the kind of contrast where like one retriever almost killed my entire party when I was level 6, and now that I'm level 10 with some better gear, it wasn't a big deal. Plus also armor class. Dude, the game gives you so many avenues to increase your armor class. It's really, really nice to see like that sense of like progression where your characters get like noticeably more powerful. I think it's probably my biggest issue with 5th edition is that because your character power almost exclusively comes in baseline 5th edition from like your character class more than anything else, you end up with the problem of like levels being impactful, but not much else. So there's a lot of stagnation with your character power where your character will feel the same for a long time. Whereas, again, in like games like 3.5 and Pathfinder, where there's more opportunities for your characters to grow stronger because there's like so many wacky, crazy items in there that you can find that have like a huge impact on how your character performs. Oh, this guy spawned the boulder. This guy almost died. And actually supposed to make every point feel important. Makes every point feel kind of unimportant. Like, for example, my characters all have like armor class of like 20, 25, or not 25, like 22 or whatever. And I have a feeling my armor class is not going to change before the game finishes. From level like 7 all the way through level 12.
The illusory ladder fades from view. Your hands grasp at nothing.
So yeah, every number feels important because my number changes once in 40 hours. Again, that's kind of like the thing. It's like your character, you know, it's obviously stronger. Like I know that it's stronger. It doesn't feel it, if that makes sense, because the numbers are so similar. I'm gonna mod Skyrim into some random ice planet eventually. Oh, probably. But yeah, like I said, I haven't heard everything about Starfield just because I haven't really played it that much, and none of my friends are playing it as far as I know. But I'm sure the game's going to end up being fine. By jumping around the right? Yeah, but this guy can't. So I'm just trying to make sure this guy can get through the quest here.
The last of the arcane oozes dissolves.
I think this guy's like new, or like, you know, new to the game or something. So I'm helping him out. Because he was asking me for like ship buffs and other things and didn't really know where to go, so.
Winds threaten to send you off into the ether.
I could skip this section, but then if I skip this section, then the guy gets lost, and then, you know, what do you do then? What do you do then? Yep. I know. It was nice. But yeah, so like... Yeah, again, this is not me saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is bad, just that it's definitely a difference in style, where my characters in Baldur's Gate 3 have not changed in at least 15 hours of gameplay, and last night, in like an hour and a half of playing some Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, I found enough items and enough things to make my characters feel like vastly different from where they were in a very short period of time. Because it's just the degree of change. Now you could argue that the degree of change isn't as relevant because the monsters also change similarly with you. But again, it's just I'm a sucker for progression. Anything that feels like my character is progressing feels good to me. Von 3. Jungle Kyber. So yeah, it's just a difference of how the game feels. It's like, yeah, it's just the illusion of increased power, because as you get stronger, so do the monsters. So it's not like you're not getting stronger compared to the monsters, just the numbers are getting bigger. And that's true, but I like that illusion. It's a nice, comforting illusion. It's like when you level up in a traditional MMORPG, like World of Warcraft or something, or like Lord of the Rings, and like you get more health, but, you know, your crit chance is still the same, and the monsters get more health, and the monsters get, even though you get more damage, the monsters get more health equivalent to the damage. So it's, you know, status quo all the way down. It's like, yeah, that is a thing, but also, I don't know, it just still feels good, because you go like, ooh, bigger number. Monkey brain likes it. Monkey brain like bigger number. Trolls. Want a club for the whole game? No, even though I do like the Club of the Holy Flame. It's a good club.
A majestic being of metal and
I hope we hear some news about the club stuff that SSG was talking about, where they're like, yeah, we're going to be adding a great club to the game. And it's like, oh, you are you? And what does it do? What's the great club? Is it great? Is it in fact a great club? Of course. Fortunately for me, I can fix that, and I can fix that. Archmage actually worth playing, or is it still meh? Define meh. What does meh mean? What does that mean? So is it worth playing? I don't know. Is anything worth playing? Is it worth touching the video game? Is it worth it to turn on the computer? Why don't you go outside, get some exercise, physically work the muscles? It's one of those things that's it's very difficult to answer because I don't know the context. Here's what I will say, and here's my answer to this. Archmage is not going to be as good of a crowd control or instant killer as Sorcerer because it doesn't have double cast speed. It just doesn't have double cast speed. Because it has double cast speed, it can never, in any capacity, ever be better than a Sorcerer. Never. It will never be better, and it can never be better unless they do something really crazy, like give it like 10 times the DCs. It is physically impossible, and it will never happen. Never. Wizard is always worse than Sorcerer in 100% of cases until the end of time. That being said, there are some niche advantages that you can get on a Wizard. So, for example, having access to Undead Form is very useful. And being able to turn yourself undead means you can avoid many different mechanics in different raids. Horde wilting, as an example, a lot of different immunities. These are very, very impactful things. Archmage has a unique advantage, with the new Archmage granting incredible mana cost reduction for a First Life character. They're actually more sustainable for leveling through the game than a Sorcerer. A First Life Archmage is going to do much better than a First Life Sorcerer, if any Savant would, because your character is able to sustain your spell point costs in a much better capacity. So you're going to be way stronger in terms of that. I don't know if this guy can disable the trap. Maybe he can. Additionally, they have very high burst damage thanks to Arcane Supremacy. There is a trap here. Can you disable traps? Oh, there you go. You can see it. Nice. But yeah, so to answer the question, is it worth it? I mean, Wizard's fun, and it has some things that keep it unique from Sorcerer. Like a lot of versatility, being able to specialize in multiple different spell specializations at the same time as well is quite good. It also has a little bit more flexibility, and as I said, as a low-life character, you're going to get a lot more mileage of Wizard than Sorcerer because you have some of those early bonuses. Additionally, the immunities from being undead. And as I said, the burst damage, it's hard to qualify, but the burst damage from Arcane Supremacy is actually quite good, and with the changes, you can use Arcane Bolt and Arcane Blast as not only good sources of damage, but with the feat Master of Magic, or whatever it's called, Master of something,
You stand against a scene of terrible
you're able to
slaughter.
pick up an extra 90 critical multiplier, which is more than pretty much anyone else in the game, and maintain it relatively easily. Is that going to be better or worse? It's kind of hard to say, but yeah. Anyway, I apologize for like the mildly antagonistic answer. It's just, is it worth it? It's such a weird question to answer, because like I don't know the answer to that question. It's definitely my least favorite question to answer. Is anything that starts with "is it worth it?" Yeah, it is worth it. You should play Wizard. It's a good class, and Archmage is really fun. As long as you're okay with the fact that Sorcerer is objectively better in most cases, in any type of min-max scenario, then yeah, play Wizard. Is wearing pants worth it? Yeah. I like wearing pants. I like wearing pants. I like wearing shorts. They're both quite good. Never catch you in a pair of shorts? Oh, I'm wearing shorts literally right now. Literally wearing shorts currently. It's like too humid here to wear pants because all of the moisture from the outside gets trapped inside your pants, and then you boil. You're literally just boiling. You know, you ever steam some vegetables? What's happening? You're steaming yourself. So it's not good. But yeah, is it lagging behind Pale Master? No, they're just different. They just do different things now. They're both quite good, and you want both of them. So any Archmage or Pale Master is going to use the other one, but I think they serve a particular role, and I think that especially if you're a crowd control character, the capstone of Archmage is definitely just better than the capstone of Pale Master. But the flexibility is quite good. You stream when? No plans as of right now. How far are you in Baldur's Gate 3? So I'm still enjoying it. I'm in the town of Baldur's Gate. Okay. So I'm in the town of Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is interesting because the city itself is really, really dense. So in like 2 hours, I cleared 2 buildings just by talking to all the characters and investigating everything and looking through all the doors and going through, like I said, every active chunk of dialogue that the game allowed me to. So, like I said, it's cool, but it's also like really huge and definitely very reminiscent of the first Baldur's Gate game with how big each of the different town sections are. That being said, I am still comparing it to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and the most noticeable comparison is that the story is literally the Baldur's Gate 1 story, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if that is an intentional homage to Baldur's Gate 1 or something else is going on, or maybe things are going to change, but like right now, it is literally word for word the Baldur's Gate 1 story. So, and I'm in Act 3. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Well, that's just it. The Pale Master Capstone gives you like extra utility and flexibility, which is cool, but it gives you utility and flexibility in a different way than, let's say, the Archmage Capstone does. When you find Dammon again? Yeah, I'll find Dammon eventually. I have more steel. So we'll get him. But yeah, it's just very interesting. So for contrast, the story in Baldur's Gate 1 is that there's this group called the Iron Throne who's fabricating a problem called the Iron Shortage, in which they are basically using some type of like poison, I don't know, like some type of compound, and they basically are pouring it in the iron mines, which forces all of the iron in all the mines to become brittle and useless, and then they can supply their own iron and secure trade routes to gain power within the city of Baldur's Gate. And that's basically the idea, but it turns out all of that is just a ruse so that Saravok can weaken Baldur's Gate enough that he can go kill everyone and make enough sacrifices for the Lord of Murder. That's the story of Baldur's Gate 1 in a nutshell. Baldur's Gate 3 is about this group creating an entity known as the Absolute, who use it to raise an army to attack Baldur's Gate. However, they themselves are already in Baldur's Gate and have been posing for years as nobles with the goal of creating a fake crisis, so then that way they can use the fake crisis for political and monetary gain by being able to rebuke the army, even though it's their army, so it's entirely fake for political gain. But then they also have a fully ulterior motive on top of that, which is to control the entire world using the Absolute. Which is, again, it's not exactly the same story as Baldur's Gate 1. But, like, it's almost identical. And so it's just, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's an homage or if it is, like, supposed to be directly referencing that, but it's, like, literally the same story. Oh, we got patch notes? Patch notes? Beautiful. Also, I left out a lot of detail, so I hope if you're like, did you just spoil the whole story? No, I don't know how it ends. This is just where I'm at so far and how it parallels Baldur's Gate 1. Very, very, very heavily. Do we get to fight Saravok again? Oh, I bet. If Saravok's not in this game, I'm going to be very upset.
This great hall is flanked by
What other already made story do you want? Well, hopefully not the one that's from the game Baldur's Gate. If they're going to give another story that's the same story that's already been told, I don't know. Tell me a story from like another video game that's already been told. I'm running out of hit points. Ooh, this guy really hurts. I forgot how dangerous the Marut is on Reaper mode. I'm not facing the Marut, eh? No, I guess not. There we go. He's dead. Also, Tenzate, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very well. Alright, we're going to take a look at the patch notes here in just a sec. Alright. 1-4. New ball spawn fits the role a bit more as a sneaky assassin, but I really like Saravok as a villain. Yeah, again, they are... I don't hate the villains or the characters or the characterization of anybody. It's, for me, it's a... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It's just interesting that they're retreading old ground. Now, who knows? Maybe they'll subvert my expectations, and I think it's going to go one way because I have experience with the other game, and it's actually going another way. And that would be very cool because they're like setting it up so that way you're like, oh, I already know it. The gears are turning, and it's kind of like a reference for people to pick up on that already have experience with it. That'd be kind of interesting. Or, as it turns out, the people of Baldur's Gate are just like the biggest rubes in the universe. And they just get duped 8 ways to Sunday and have no idea how to figure out the fact that there's somebody manufacturing another crisis again. And they just get hit with a manufacture crisis beam. Because they just have... It's like their ultimate weakness. They're like, wait a minute. Someone manufactured a crisis? It's genius. Yeah, literally. Here we go. Hello, Shrimpom, big fan. I would like to ask you a favor. My friend will have a birthday. He's a big fan of DDO and a leader of the guild. Of the guild? I assume that means your guild. I'm not sure. Video with wishes from streamers. Can you please look at the camera and say, happy birthday, Marg, leader of Auxilia? I would appreciate that very much. I'm recording right now in case you would agree. Well, I already said it. Does that count? just take that. Just take that as your cut. The very dispassionate happy birthday, Marg, leader of Auxilia, as I'm doing this thing. Here we go. It fits me very well. It's very, very me. Yeah, I can do that.
sweltering heat.
Okay, here you go. Are you recording? Because if you're not recording, you're gonna miss it forever. You can also take it from the VOD, which is very convenient because that's like it's all stored there in perpetuity. So you're all set, so you don't have to worry about that. Here you go. You gave this. All it takes for a birthday well wish is apparently $1. Or you could have just asked, but yeah, that's also fine. Anyway, who am I talking about? Our leader of Auxilia. Is it Auxilia or Axilia? I'm not sure. This is too hard. Happy birthday, Marg, leader of Auxilia. I hope you have a great day. I don't know who you are, but I hope it's good. Smile. Saying it correctly would be off-brand. True.
Wound in RC2's side, almost as if something burrowed its way in.
It was better than Baldur's Gate 1? Oh, again, I'm not saying it isn't good or interesting.
You hear someone clearing his throat.
It's more so that it's just like it's the same story. Again, not saying it's bad. Not saying it's bad. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. I want to see where it goes. I'm curious to see how it ends. But yeah. Do you enjoy the immersiveness? I will say this. I think that one thing that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 did a lot better than Baldur's Gate 3 is like breadcrumb storytelling. So like for me, something I find interesting about Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 is the number of items you get that's like a +1 sword, but the +1 sword has 2 paragraphs worth of story on the sword telling about who owned it and where it came from and the legend behind the weapon. And that just adds all these little mysteries all over the world that are just interesting to kind of look into yourself, if that makes sense. Where you the player, are interested in being like, oh, this person said this and this person said this, then you see like a person from a faction that you haven't seen before and you put your own a little bit about it. And I like that. It makes it, to me, that's the immersion point where I get immersed when I can learn little bits and pieces and tidbits about things that I haven't seen yet. So when I see it, I'm already like just a little bit versed, if that makes sense. And I feel like, again, it's the nature of the Baldur's Gate 3 storytelling is that it has to have this specific utility.
Auxilia. Brian has spoken.
Auxilia? There you go. But it needs to have more utility in terms of the dialogue because they paid for all of it and it has to be localized. Hey, welcome. We're on Vaughn 4. I forgot to update the thing. You're not just gonna have some character rattle off about some like some pirate that doesn't show up in the game, because if they're gonna have a character tell you about something, it's gonna show up in the game because that's they paid for the text. Does that make sense? I don't have enough jump. Really? Jump? Weird. All right. Yeah, so that's pretty much my only issue with Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of the storytelling. But that's like a very minor issue. It just keeps you invested into like very specifically what is going on within the story at all times, which to me is not a problem. I like being invested in the story. I like finding out about all the characters. I think they've done a good job so far.
You spy a slimy...
Even through your clothing and armor, you can feel the floor grow warmer.
Oh, what? That's weird. Oopsie. Okay, I have to reply to a message I just received. Ooh. Apparently it never showed up. Somebody messaged me 2 weeks ago, and I never got a notification for it. Or at least, maybe I did, but I clicked off of it? I don't know. The one downside with instant messaging is that if you click something and then you don't go back to it, it's just basically gone forever. It's hidden. Falls beneath the world. Oh, that's spell resistance. Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. Spell resistance is a huge problem in Baldur's Gate 3, or not Baldur's Gate 3, in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, until eventually you just get enough spell pen, and then it's not a problem anymore, which is very cool. Like at the beginning of the game, you can't light spells on anything because all the monsters have spell resistance, and you can't use melee attacks on anything because every monster has cold iron damage reduction. But then when you get further into the game and you have spell penetration and cold iron damage reduction and good damage reduction, turns out it's a lot easier. Like, it's way easier. Equipment. Yep. And he's dead. Let's go.
You spy the master control
What was I listening to?
just where Haywire said it would be. A turn of the key.
Yeah, so as I said, I'm having a lot of fun with it though. I'm excited to see how the game ends, see how the story ends, you know, where they, you know, what the payoff is from all these different characters and everything I've done so far. Again, I have total and complete faith that it is going to be like the totality of the story is going to be very good, because many people have mentioned that I know have mentioned that it is incredibly good from their experience with finishing the game. I'm just not there yet. Again, I'm still entering Baldur's Gate. I have a feeling that I have another 60 hours ahead of me of game time, which I'm excited about, because that means there's so much more fun game to experience. And also, I don't feel like I have to rush through it like I did with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, where I was like, I'm going to finish this on this time limit, and oh man, did I have to rush. So yeah, this should be good. Finish Shadowheart storyline. I mean, I don't even know where each character's storyline is going to finish. I think it's also like, I'm assuming you probably can't do all of your companions' side stories and stuff before you finish the game, because there's just not, like, there's going to be probably conflicting decisions or whatever, where it's like, oh, if you side with this person, you do this and something happens. So it leaves it up for the opportunity for extra alternative endings and finishing conditions. It's kind of funny because the game, I was reading, you know, that there's like 1,000 endings or something that are based on the exact, like, minor decisions you made throughout the game. One of the stuff that Baldur's Gate 3 did really well was including, like, all of your decisions all the time, for the number of times you see a character that just turns up because you talk to them at some point. They're like, oh yeah, hey, what's up? How you doing? Nice to see you again. You're like, oh, good, you remember me. And then also, funnily enough, the number of times where they just didn't do that, and so the characters don't get a reference to anything. And so you talk to a character and they're like referencing something that either already happened or didn't happen because you stopped it or something like that, because the text is out of sync. And so that's another one of the tough parts of making it so that everything is supposed to appropriately sync, is when the flowchart desyncs, it really fucks with your game experience. Yeah.
Haywire gestures to the glowing quarter
Devler doesn't remember you because he's dead.
Powerful elemental
He's not dead.
force through your hands.
I rescued him. I saved him from the prison.
Be able to channel this
Oh, Roland. Yeah.
3 minutes until.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he died specifically because he remembered me. I'm pretty sure he died specifically because he remembers me. How many people you can kill because you took a long rest at the wrong time? Yep. Hopefully there will be a mod out there for Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, whoopsie, that's the wrong way. A mod for Baldur's Gate 3 that makes it so that all of those timed quests don't exist. Where it's like, oh, you can't, like, resting doesn't kill people or something like that. Where you can, like, maybe it's like the save everybody mod. Something like that would be nice. Because trust me, I killed a lot of people from resting. And I didn't purify the Shadow Curse. Whoops. Game's gonna remind me till the end of friggin' universe that I didn't do that. Yo, what's up? Need more chai? How are you doing today? What's going on? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Ooh. The time quests are beyond Act 1. They're in Act 1 and 2 and 3. Throughout the whole, literally the whole game.
Icy tendrils of biting cold swirl around you in stagnant sea air.
Most quests are not timed quests, but there's a fair amount of timed quests. Like, there's a fair amount of them. I ran into quite a few in my playtime. Like I said, there's a few bodies. You know, some people that won't be going back to their family no more.
You hear churning water rumbling somewhere.
Yeah, there are time quests in Act 1 as well. There's no news on the next hardcore. That is correct. I don't have any of my buffs. I mean, I just fell and didn't type in or put in any of my buffs, which is interesting. Yeah, it should be like end of the year. Right now, they have a lot of stuff going on. Hardcore is usually a filler for dead time when they don't have a lot of stuff coming out. New expansion, new raid, probably some other content coming out relatively soon. So I don't think we're going to be seeing any reason for like a hardcore league anytime soon. Didn't they say that hardcore was going to be a one-time thing? I mean, yeah. That's the winning play. You say hardcore is going to be a one-time thing, so then that way, if it doesn't work, people go, oh, good thing it was a one-time thing because it wasn't good. And if people end up wanting more, they go, you know what? We said it was going to be a one-time thing, but due to popular demand, we're going to be bringing it back. People go, wow, that's awesome. Great job, SSG. There's no losing if you say that. The only time you lose is if you make the claim like you're going to be doing, you know, multiple hardcores, and then it turns out the first one is bad.
Plorax runs off across the bridge and disappears in the pit.
McRib is great. I've actually never had a McRib, not even once. I have no idea what it tastes like. I honestly don't even know if they sell it in Canada. Do they? I have no clue. Trust me, I eat a lot of McDonald's. I would know if I had a McRib. Shamrock Shake? I forget to get a Shamrock Shake every year. I also forget to get a Shamrock Shake every year. I find out that the Shamrock Shakes are there, like at McDonald's, and I just don't have time to go, so I never get one.
Quest.
It's been like 3 years since I've had a shake. Oh, man. And then you're like, wait, so it's because the Shamrock Shake is really good, right? That's why you're sad? No, it's not really good. In fact, good is just definitely not the word I would use to describe the Shamrock Shake. It's not really fair to use that word, because it's not.
Runs down the tunnel, back to the ladder.
Good times.
For the Brisk Blade build review on Discord.
Oh!
No time limit, thank you.
Oh my god! Lightsaber with the $135.54 Canadian. That's a shitload of money. Man, now we gotta get a McRib. Thank you so much. That's very, very, very kind of you. I'm very excited to work on this. Again, I apologize. I missed the message initially. I don't know what happened. Like, I literally didn't have anything on Discord. I mean, I could see the initial message beforehand, but I just missed it somehow. Which makes sense. I'm a inconsistent and bad person. So, thank you so much for the support. I'm gonna do my absolute best. Best foot forward, front foot to the top, to the future. It's gonna be a good time, and I'm excited for both of us to explore this opportunity and this partnership in terms of builds and characters and ideas and pieces and puzzles. Especially because you picked the best time to try to do new ideas. This is balance patch time, where SSG is like, hey, we've been designing this game for 17 years.
Excited for Fist Cleric.
No. I mean, it's like, we've been designing this game for 17 years. You know what would be a good idea? Balancing it. Whoa. So we've got like some cool dance patches with a bunch of like sick buffs to many different classes. So I'm excited. I'm very excited, and you should be too. How long are you playing this game? I have been playing Dungeons & Dragons Online since the beta in 2005. And today I will be playing Dungeons & Dragons Online until 6 p.m. Because at 6 p.m. I'm going to be showcasing the brand new class releasing for the video game The Lord of the Rings Online, the Mariner. And so if you're interested in seeing that, it's an exclusive preview. Only the cool kids get to preview the class, so I'll be showing that off at 6 p.m. Eastern, which is in 5 hours.
Up above.
Kalan deftly
Accolade
finds
skin
her
build?
way out
Yes.
of the sewer,
Yes, I did.
pausing once to look back and wave her thanks.
It's in the build repository. Semi-exclusive? It's exclusive. That's what exclusive means. Exclusive means I have the exclusive. If you come to my channel, you'll be able to see the Mariner here exclusively. If others have access? Yeah, but they're not going to be showing the Strim Tom preview. Right? They'll be showing their own preview, which is completely different. Like, you go there thinking it's going to be the preview that I'm going to be showing, you're going to be very confused. You'll be getting different perspectives, different thought processes. It's not going to be the same. You think it's possible to play the game without expansion? Yeah, because the game is free. You can just install it on your computer. It costs $0. Also, you can buy the expansions by playing the game. So when you put it on the computer, you can, or by playing it, you earn the points. So every time you complete an adventure, you're going to earn some points. And you can buy the content you don't have in the store with the points you earn from playing the game without spending a single dollar. Not even $1. Which is very cool. So you definitely can. Is it a fast process? No. Is it a fun process? I don't know. I just pay for the VIP sub. And I have since the game came out. So I don't know. Oh, that's a lot of money. That's not that much money. Do we know what the role of Mariner is supposed to be? I do. I can't tell you, though. I'm not allowed to tell you, but I'll be able to tell you in 5 hours. Let me say this. I'm very excited because it is one of my... It encompasses my favorite playstyles, and I'm very excited. They're a fishing cooking class? Yep, exactly. I'm excited. And play. Got a rogue to level 4. Nice. Rogue's a fun class. It's not my favorite, but some people like are diehard rogue players, and it's very, very cool character. I didn't do Evening Star Chain. Evening Star Chain. Time for ES1. Impossible demands. Next. Hello and welcome. We're heading to Evening Star to do the Evening Star Chain. Evening Star. Nope. Forest? I can share this. Yeah, Rogue's pretty good. I actually have a Rogue at endgame right now. It's fun. It's fast. It's area of effect. It's single target. Actually, it's not area of effect, but they got the assassinate ability, which is pretty cool. You just like stab a dude and they instantly die, which is kind of cool. So I have this quest chain to do. And then after this, once I'm done with the Evening Star chain, then I have probably Giant Hold and then Stormhorns, and then that's it. I have the expansion. Yeah, Alchemist doesn't come with an expansion. It's just like an individual purchase. So I think it's like $9.95 or $12.95 or something like that in the store in terms of the number of points. So yeah. Titan Tuesday. First of all, it's Titan Thursday. Get your facts straight. But yeah, Alchemist is pretty fun. It's very entertaining. I like the throwing of potions and the kind of the aesthetics of it. Plus the reaction stuff is kind of cool. Oh god. I will say that I guess we'll wait for people to get here. We'll wait for everyone to be in. Waiting for all to be in before
The
we go.
farmhouse has seen better
Which gives me an
days.
opportunity to
In
read
the
the
middle of
patch
room,
notes.
A drow priestess stands menacingly over an injured.
Oh, all right. Let's read the patch notes. So we have the new patch coming out tomorrow. So it's right here, update 61.1. We have the raid coming out, which is cool. There's also going to be a bug fix for some projectiles. So it's like a range patch. I don't know how it's going to feel. I didn't get a chance to test it. Undead fix, mounted fix, stuff like that. Some quest fixes and like evil we know. So a bunch of like Vecna quest fixes basically, and some monster manual fixes. Unequipping a glamour or cosmetic bow, no longer break your animation or combat style. Electrocution Stormsinger now has its correct tooltip. Freedom movement, mass and true seeing mass now have the correct maximum targets. They were not hitting the right people. Again, a lot of just like standard bug fixes. The last big change is the Magus of the Eclipse ability time stop no longer causes bosses or raid bosses to stop attacking and no longer sets the helpless condition on bosses. Basically, by setting helpless, it was causing them to be unable to move, and now that is not the case, so they just take 60% more damage. It's still good, but it is worse than before. Then we have the balance adjustments. This is the part that I'm very excited about. Swashbuckler, the action point cost of double strike action boost is reduced to 1 point per rank, like every other action boost in DDO. Good change. Archmage is now going to be way more powerful, with the SLAs actually working. Now, hopefully this does function. On the preview, it didn't work, so we're going to be testing it out. That's the first thing. I bug reported it when it didn't work, so we'll find out. Harper Agent got a little bit of a buff. It still sucks, but it got a little bit of a buff. The Tier 5 spell-like abilities and Sorcerer now scale with Evocation and Conjuration DCs. These abilities are all pretty much exclusively still bad, but they are now better. A lot better than before. Because this is basically almost an extra 60 onto the, or 40 onto the DC, 40 to 50 onto the DC of these abilities, which is huge. And Phantom Knives breaks breakables. Power Rage costs 1 per rank. Major Barbarian buff. This is basically 3 free strength now into every Barbarian build. So, huge fan. Like, you were already taking this, but now it's just even easier. Then Ninja Spy, huge buffs across Ninja Spy. Basically, there's like a little bit of a reduced cost. Adding Assassinate DCs, so there's an extra 13 Assassinate DCs in the tree. The crit multi is now not in the capstone, so you can multi-class your Assassin. Or your Ninja Spy. This is most impactful for Shuriken users, because now it means you can multi-class Shuriken characters. You now have Assassinate DCs and more abilities, and Poison Exploit now functions. Divine Vessel from War Soul is now a cleave. Huge. The Falconry just gets an extra point you can spend. Nature Protector also gets more points you can spend in it. So these are the like Rage tree line. It used to be 2-2-2, and now it's 3-3-3. So you can spend more points in it if you want. Battle Engineer crit multi went from Capstone to level 12. Huge. Dark Apostate. It's a D8. Yeah! I'm so excited. And Arcano Technician now gives you way more spell power. Electric, fire, and force spell power. So per core in the tree. This is basically 30 extra electric, fire, and force spell power than before. Very cool changes. Very exciting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go.
Where is it? The priestess
Very cool changes. So I'm happy to see that SSG is doing some of these balance stuff. Did Arcanotech need that? I mean, it's not that they didn't. Arcano Technician has always been in a weird place because it's just, you know, not the best tree. And it previously was only given electric spell power. Now Arcanotech is going to give, holy shit, almost like 150 electric spell power, which is really crazy. Like, that's just a crazy number. So we'll see how this goes. Monster around here. I just don't know where. Oh, this person's still here. I was like, what the heck?
Not stop until you are defeated or fled.
Feels good. I'm so excited for the patch. Yeah, it's going to just feel better. That's the nice thing I like about it. A lot of these changes are not like game-changing. None of the classes that are being adjusted are going to become meta all of a sudden because of these changes. But it just makes so many things feel smoother and better and more consistent. So I'm excited. Need some DC help though. If you're evocation, it's not that bad. I mean, yeah. Would I be happy if they added more? Sure. But I believe, don't they get like 6 evocation DCs right now? I believe they get 6. So yeah, something around there. So yeah. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm excited. So tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be TRing this character. I'm probably not gonna do Alchemist endgame, so I can play one new build. I think I'll probably get you guys to vote on the new build. I should put up like a poll or something, but which one seems the most interesting? Because I like the idea of doing a Dark Apostate with the new imbue. I want to do the Warpriest with the imbue as well. Both of those are really exciting. New Archmage also seems exciting. So I'm not 100% sure. Abjuration? I'm not going to do an Abjuration Archmage ever. I hope that is clear. Literally never. I'm never doing that. If they add spells to the Archmage or to Abjuration, maybe. But there's 3 or 4 offensive Abjuration spells, and the rest of them are buffs? Yeah, I think Warpriest Dark Apostate's the way to go. Make Abjuration Archmage a 1 million Sunflask redeem. No, because some maniac's going to do it. I guarantee you there's at least one person sitting here with 1 million Sunflask right now. No one will fess up. Whoever has it's not going to fess up. They'll just sit on it and wait for their time to strike. Where all of a sudden, like, you know what? I'll do something stupid for 1 million flasks. You know? Like, yeah, eat a raw egg on stream. I make it and then boom! Instantly pressed. Instantly. Like, no hesitation. Slam that button. No deal, Howie. Boom!
A lone drow seems uninterested by your presence. He makes no move to attack you as you approach.
Of 1 million? Some people do.
The drow have
Oh god, I put so much ice down my pants. That was a good time. Trickery Domain Cleric?
Trees have been uprooted in this area. The drow necromancer is raising the dead. Not even
That's literally a first for me.
Cantor has been eliminated.
Can't you check? No, I have no way to see how many flasks people have.
Rest in peace.
There might be a program that can scrape that data from people, but as content creator, I don't have it. Like, I don't have a tool for that. Because remember, the amount of channel points that exist isn't important because they can't be used for any type of like actual monetary currency. So, like Twitch has explicit rules about what you can and can't set up as things for channel points, and anything that has any monetary value can't be added for channel points. So, which means the actual quantity of channel points is irrelevant.
Drow necromancers have been repelled. The dead can rest once more. Evening Star will want word of these ill tidings.
Range of Chant of Power? What's Chant of Power? Is that one of the bardic abilities? It just uses your aura. Win the big bucks on stream? Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright. The Lost Thread. New guild, Sanctuary for the Transcendent, blue hair and pronouns required. Sounds good. I don't know what these people are doing. People find fun ways to entertain themselves on the internet. I will say, when it comes to guild name, I always wonder how people come up with guild names, because especially when it comes to like just generic theme. Like, I've been in a lot of different guilds. So, for example, right now, my guild is Reaper Casual, so it's a good time. And that's a reference to we would call Reaper Casual, which is doing Reaper 7, where everyone's there, but no one's really paying attention because you're just kind of like slamming through the quest like it's nothing. Once you have a full group. Then there's, what was I in? You know, I used to be in a guild when I played World of Warcraft. My guild was the Pretty Pink Ponies. It was a great time. A lot of good people. So, you know, fun experience. Why were they called the Pretty Pink Ponies? You know, I don't think I ever asked that question. So that was an interesting one. Yeah, where do people get their guild names from, and you know, where's the inspiration come from? Because naming stuff is really hard. I'm working on some campaigns right now. I have a beautiful map I could probably share later. It's kind of cool. But I'm working on some pen and paper campaigns, and I have to name everything in both of them. And naming everything, all the characters, the places, the people, and the things, it just gets mentally exhausting because coming up with more and more names, it's complicated because you want things to feel unique, but you don't want things to feel so unique that they are like unintelligible, like the average person trying to read it won't remember. And that's one of the problems with coming up with like new names. Like when you think about, some of you might remember when you used to play like Pokemon back in the 90s, okay? And you might be like, oh, what were some of the names of the towns? Well, there was Viridian City. Oh yeah, and Saffron, and Fuchsia. And it's because they're all references to colors, so it's easy to remember. Each city is a reference to a color. So, you know, it's not difficult for you to remember all of the different towns because they're all colors, they're existing words. But when you want to make like a new town or a new city that's not a reference to something, but just has like a name, you come up with like Standberg as the name of your town, but like it's not a reference to anything, it's just a name, and there's no cohesive theme, so it becomes like difficult to remember the names of all of the different characters or places or things that you have to do. So I actually followed the Pokemon route in my campaign that I'm currently writing, where each province of the world has a theme to it, and then all of the areas have names based off of that theme. So, like, as an example, one of the provinces is Fey with trees and grass and all sorts of beautiful, like, you know, grasslands and forests and stuff. And so every city and town is named after some type of plant or flower or tree to make it easier on me. So it, like, fits in the theme.
So this isn't just a slaver camp. The Drow are plundering this temple for Mistress secrets. They're looking for.
Yo, what's up, Gwen? How you doing? Strimville? Yeah, I didn't do that. I should. That's a good idea. Strimville? I call them randomly picking a paint swatch of that color, using the paint color to inspire the name. Red for these hills, randomly picked and got Burnt Hills. That's not a bad idea. Oh, dude, paint colors. Yeah, because you'll, like, pick up, like, a... You know, there's, like, 70,000 different beige colors. So you gotta pick the right beige color, of course. Oh, nice. This guy's got it. Let's go. There's this guy going down. Oops. I'm gonna get him out of the trap, and then I'm gonna resurrect him. He's still the guy's still standing in the trap, so that's why I'm not resurrecting yet. Oh, they resurrected him. Okay. Well, they'll sort it out then. Little color swatches, just shuffle and pull. So smart. So smart.
Girl, what is the nature of your magic? What is Elminster's plan?
I could probably show off my map maybe in a little bit. I already drew it. I'm very happy with how it looks. For the most part. It's not perfect, but I'm pretty happy with it. It took me a very long time to actually get everything in the right place. The hardest part for me is drawing like the shape of the world, if that makes sense. The world shape is really, really hard. It's just difficult to draw continents. Because I'm not basing off anything. It's all coming from upstairs. But I heard the sage piece of advice is to just take a bunch of rice and drop it onto like some paper, and then outline where the rice falls. And there's your continent or your island or whatever, because the rice will just naturally fall into like different shapes. And I'm like, that's smart, but I don't have any rice, so I had to come up with another method. But yeah, pick up sticks, making dots to connect. Yeah, that could work.
With almost effortless ease. But the remaining Drow in the temple aren't going to just let her leave.
As I said, I
Anna
It
will
took me some
leave
time
your
to sort
hand
out
to
and
get
figure out, but I got it.
You've seen Turin?
This was once the Grand Cathedral of Mistress Temple, where throngs of worshippers sang praises of the goddess of... Though the goddess of magic vanished...
I love
long
how
ago,
Elminster's just, or like the voice actors just like going, because we're just sprinting through everything so quick.
It looks like there's something strange...
Guy doesn't have
about the
time to
wall
catch a
behind
breath.
the altar.
Poor man.
Brave of you to stay so close. This magic could misfire.
Actually, for some reason, I also feel like I feel like short of breath today. It's very weird.
Do you think Elminster might help me control it?
I think it's just because I'm tired, like side effect of giving blood yesterday.
Out of here.
I'm like still kind of tired. My body is exhausted. It's like, hey bud, you know what we need? We need that blood. But don't you worry. I'm gonna be helping a friend of mine move
Turin thought
this
we might
weekend,
find the thread of the weave here.
and that'll solve all my energy problems.
More drow. If it
The thing I'm
works,
most
they'll
worried about
find it
is that
alive.
she has a pet
I'm
dog,
afraid they'll never leave.
and dog I'm very allergic to, and so all the objects are gonna be covered with dog fur. So we'll see how that goes. New tabletop called Pretty Pig Ponies, and they focus on using illusions and sonic and thunder damage, preferring to be paid in alcohol.
If I hurt my
I mean,
friend,
maybe.
what if I killed Turin?
Another drow magical barrier.
Dog?
Anna
Yeah.
should be able to make quick work of it. At the back of the ruined banquet hall,
So that's how my brain thinks about it.
Creature,
Yeah, I should show you guys the map. It's cool. Love this trickery domain cleric. That's so neato.
To my slave operation here.
I don't think I've ever played with somebody who has trickery domain before.
Plenty of slaves.
I don't even know what trickery domain does.
Of a few more.
The furious Drider comes after
No
you
clue.
himself.
Puny grub. Your very existence is an insult to Low.
Your existence is an insult to Lowell. Well, I'm sorry.
Anna thanks you once again.
I
A
can make it
trick or
back to
re?
Eveningstar now that you've taken care of the drow. I'll tell
Oh yeah,
Elminster
Halloween
about
is
my
coming
babies.
up because
I'm
it's
sure he can help me.
it's September, and soon it's gonna be October. That's exciting. I've never been as big into Halloween as like some of my friends, but yeah. The range? Sorry, what ability are you talking about? You mentioned this, but I don't know what you were talking about. Chant of Power. I don't know what Chant of Power is. Chant of Power DDO. Chant of Power. Okay, so that's based on your Bardic Aura, which is based on how many points you spend in the tree. Okay? So your Bardic Aura has a range, which then gets doubled if you take the 18th core, or like the 5th core, to get even further. So what you want to do is just stand. You can do it in town. You can test it. You don't have to go anywhere. Just find somebody who's AFK at like just go to the bank, like any bank, and then find somebody who's standing there AFK at the bank teller, and then trade. Or like, you know, click on them and see how far away you have to stand before you get the updates. That'd be the way that I would solve that problem. Was carrying Salt Marsh on her 4 being level 28? Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm not saying that the build is bad, or that it's bad to take Trickery Domain. I've just literally never seen it. I'm interested. I'm intrigued.
Anxiously wait for the attack. They know the fence collapses with a crash as a horde with the barricade breached. The only way to protect Eveningstar is to destroy the Drow. This once prosperous neighborhood at the foot of the Temple of Amonator has turned to charred rubble by the Drow's attack.
Very spirited.
Amonator.
You'll make a fine.
The bright glow of the bonfire.
Where is the boss? He's doing something. There he is. I couldn't find him. Like, he's killing me instantly. Boop.
The temple neighborhood is now secure.
30 in-game meters, however far that is. Yeah, that's why I have no idea. All I know is that it's really good to have more. Throwing bottles of rum? We'll have to find out, maybe. They might throw bottles of rum. I don't know. We know very, very little about it, other than the fact that it's seafaring. That's all we got. That's why it's exclusive preview. It's like first scene ever. If you want to see any information about it, I know where to go. Yeah, I chose electric because I like the visuals. That's it. And somebody in chat typed in Thundercats when I was writing the rolling the character, and I was like, oh yeah, Thundercat. Some people question the decisions that I make. They're like, how do you, where'd the idea for this build come from? And it's never good. It's always like, oh yeah, you can do this. You can do this. You can do this. No. It's just somebody typed in chat Thundercat, and I was like, yeah, sounds good, man. I'm going to play a Thundercat. No more brain power needed. In fact, the word more is incorrect there. No brain power needed. It is unfair to say no more brain power needed.
Lo has decreed that we take this sunlighted place. And
Yeah, it's if you're gonna raid, it is basically essential that you use the core 18 that doubles the range on it. Because if you don't have that, it's difficult to keep it on everybody.
Catching up with some old acquaintances? You know, I asked the soldiers not to damage my specimens too much.
The granary area
Gotcha,
is now secure.
bitch. You know, I asked. As he dies. Poor man. Whoopsie.
Tamarlin's farmstead is
Hello,
now
Reaper.
secure. You've secured
Does the
most
elemental
of the
bypass
fleets
and alchemist
of
strip
Alpha
resistances? No.
Now it's
It strips
time to
immunities.
find
Resistances
the
stay.
field headquarters and destroy
Nothing strips resistances. It is impossible to strip resistance. You can penetrate resistances with stuff like... hold on. With stuff like Draconic Incarnation or Coalescence. That allows you to penetrate resistances, but you can't reduce resistances for other players. That's not possible.
down from atop it.
Resistance bypass is based on your ability to bypass entirely. Again, immunity stripping, if I hit something with an Alchemist attack, then it is no longer immune to electricity. That's just how it works, because I took the tier 5 ability, but resistances you have to bypass yourself. And it's not that big of a deal. It's only... not that much resist electricity. A lot of it is absorptions, and absorptions are bypassable. So, for example, like ochre jellies, they just take half damage. So they have 50% absorb. Well, absorb is a percentage, and therefore it's bypassed by the immunity. Basically, weakening mixture or anything that lets you bypasses percentage-based absorptions, but it will not do anything to flat absorptions. And there's no really more things that absorb or like resist electricity than anything else. Anything that resists electricity probably also resists fire. Kind of a weird way to think about it. Dark a pause state. Ha! Ha! Inventory slots are full. Inventory slot's still full. Need comms. Alright, don't drink the water next. Taking 26. I gotta take level 26. Hello, Fate Spinner.
Within the shadows of the prison township.
So now, with the Fate Spinner, I can take Elemental Blood here, which gives me more spell cost reduction and temp HP. Gives me double damage with my breath. It gives me Pull from the Wellspring. And then I can reduce the cost of Maximize even further. And I have even lower spell costs then. Which is very nice. Having lower spell costs is great. Huge fan. I forgot we did Legendary Sharn on like Reaper 2. That was dumb. Spaling Blade. I have so much garbage in my inventory, I just don't feel like cleaning it right now. So I'm just trying to sort out to sell some stuff. Cool at Dragon Build when? What? What Dragon Build? Or is there somebody in chat named Dragon Build? I'm not familiar. Huh? Oh, I don't need spell components anymore, so I can get rid of all of these. Goodbye. Percent absorbs. Never consider that. Yeah, that's how it works.
After a surprisingly long climb down the well,
Don't feel bad that you might not have never ever noticed that. Most people didn't notice that.
See that the well water is fed by a
Not like I'm some type of genius. I mean, maybe. But the game is very unclear because it doesn't actually give you that information up front. So there's no real way for you to know unless you do a bunch of testing with it. Which is kind of like very, very, very DDO. And how'd you know that? I don't know. I spent a bunch of hours in the dojo testing shit.
This cabin appears to be Yuan Ti territory.
No, so slow. So slow. There we go. Anyway, that's how it works. There's your little tidbit of the day.
The poisoned water lies above and beyond this waterfall.
Oh, yeah, that's the next character I'm gonna play. I'm waiting for the patch for tomorrow.
The cavern ahead looks different. You must be
So I was waiting to play the build for the patch because the build is dependent on the patch. Because it's gonna be a Warpriest build, but I don't want to play the Warpriest before they buff Warpriest tomorrow. Because that would be silly. Because then I'd just play the thing and it would feel bad, and then I'd finish playing it, and then it would feel really good, but I wouldn't be playing it anymore. So, yeah. I'm waiting for the patch, and then once the patch is out, oh baby, we're gonna be Warpriesting all over the place, man. It's gonna be so good. Dragon Priest? That's a good title. The Dragon Priest. Can I have freezer? Yeah, I can. Nice.
As the Yuan Ti priestess dies, the magical barrier. Something seems wrong with the dryad in this cave. The water must be poisoned. Another barrier can be seen up ahead. The Yuan
A champion weekend? You only have 30k?
Intruders out.
I guess I bank all of mine, which maybe not everybody does. Like, in terms of, like, I'd never spend my remnants. I think on one character, I bought all the tomes, but man, that took a long time. Holy shit. That was a lot of remnants. It was 2 weeks ago? Was it? January 13th of this year. Okay. Yeah, but you play like a shitload. You play way more than I do. Which is a weird thing to think about, but yeah. Not that I don't play a lot, but, you know, just different types of content. I mean, also, I think of it is a lot of it's like, I don't know, general excitement, I guess. Like, I get excited for DDO because I like toying around with new mechanics that they add to the game and slightly new changes. But, you know, I will admit, after 17 years, you get to the point where you're like, yeah, I've seen all of this. I've seen all of these things. I've done all of these things. And so it definitely, it doesn't have that same new game feel where you just want to like, I just want to sit down and play the game for like 100 hours. You know what I mean? Like I said, when my interest starts to wane in DDO a little bit, my plan is to play some Guild Wars 2, play around with like the new expansion and have a good time with that. Game is 3 years younger than you? Isn't that crazy? What a thought process, eh? Just what a thing to think. The game is 3 years younger than you are. Woo! Yeah, I don't know where the ranger died. Someone's rescuing him. Not sure where they died, though.
The source of the poisoned water must be close.
Yep.
A large green dragon has made.
Again, that's something I've mentioned before, but like if you're out there thinking, man, I don't know what games to play or I don't have any games to play. Dude, there's so many video games to play. Just go download some shit from like 2012 and have a blast. Which you can buy on Steam for like less than $10. Imagine tracking playing time? I don't. Stay a cap for long? No, I'm gonna reincarnate tomorrow. This character was just a filler while I waited for the patch that's coming tomorrow. I wanted the raid patch to come out. I already have characters that are prepped for the raid and are ready to do the raid. So I'm going to be doing a bunch of the raid tomorrow and also reincarnating.
This cannot be. To lose to mere snacks.
Snacks. Is there one chest or two? There's only one, I think. Where are we going? Shindilrin. Next. Classic Shindilrin. Hopefully nobody gets lost. Just tomorrow. Not just patch. Wait. Next patch, but tomorrow? I mean, it's the same thing, yeah. Is that impactful? Yes. You missed the mention. You're an idiot. It's the big paragraph at the start. So like at the beginning, there's a bunch of bolded text that's bigger than the rest of the text that talks about the raid, and then it's the first big paragraph. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So yeah. The reason why the Warpriest changes are impactful is because there was an ability in Warpriest called Divine Vessel. And it was impossible to evaluate because you couldn't use it. So the way it worked is every time you attacked a monster, you got 1 stack of Divine Vessel. And when you got 25 stacks, you could unleash the attack Divine Vessel, which is an AoE cleave that brings down meteors that deal fire and light damage and knock down targets. Now, the thing is that you can only gain 1 stack per second, and the stacks only last 3 seconds. So every 3 seconds, you're losing a stack. So if you're playing the game in a group, you need to be attacking stuff nearly constantly to get this up. The problem is, let's say you're playing with, like, an Alchemist, as an example. If you're in my group, you don't even have the time to hit a monster. You can't even use this attack. So then let's just say, okay, obviously, when you're playing in a group, maybe you don't always have the chance to use this attack. What about when you're playing solo? And even still, there's so much downtime outside of fights that it's basically impossible to actually get this attack off in the first place. And it's one of the worst abilities in the game. So now, it's just going to have a 12-second cooldown. No more stacking mechanic, which is pretty cool. But the problem is it's difficult to evaluate because if I'm being honest, I think I've maybe used that attack twice, ever. And I've played multiple Warpriests. It's just impossible to use. So I want to play it and see how it's going to feel by comparison. My plan is to stack fire spell power and light spell power as well as melee power and not worry about like saves. You don't really need saves for anything, but instead go strength based to max out my strength so I hit as hard as possible. And then the plan is to use a combination of Draconic Incarnation for the Dragon Breath, which scales off of strength. So I can use Fire Dragon Breath for strength. And then also Exalted Angel for Holy Fireball. So it'll be a hybrid, which has no saving throw on it. So it can be a hybrid fire, strength, light sort of build, if that makes sense. The problem is you can't be strength domain, because if you're strength domain, then your character doesn't have critical threat range in multi, which means your character's useless. Yeah, can't do strength domain. Cool idea, but then you have a useless character, so that doesn't work. You need crit threat range in multi. So you need war domain. If you're a melee, you need war domain. It's unfortunate, but that's cleric in a nutshell. All right. I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom. Yeah, or you use Vistani, but I don't want to use Vistani for reasons that I will explain later. I gotta use the bathroom.
The portcullis blocking this gateway is locked and barred. No amount of roguish ingenuity will open it, but perhaps a mechanism on the other side can unblock this path.
I'm back. Oh, dude, 100%. Me too. Is everyone here? Missing one person. Yeah, because I got the, I'm using Tonkin's right here. And the fact that it has no save on it is very nice. Very convenient. And then the person that's online. I don't know if this guy knows where to go. If he doesn't know where to go, then he should say that, but I don't think he knows where to go. This is one of the reasons why I usually solo this quest chain, because walking people out here is very tedious. Oh, it's really complex. Let me come to town and show you. Yeah, this is not an easy process. He's not. He's in Evening Star. Sure. Good. Yeah. No. He's like looking up how to get there. If you're ever unsure, as a reminder, if you're new to the game and you're unsure about where to go, just ask someone in a quest with you. I promise you that the people in the game will help you out. I would much rather help somebody find their way through an adventure than just get stuck and, like, you know, be left in town for all of eternity. And then just, like, be left there to die. And people in the game? Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Where am I at? That reminds me. There's a new challenge in the Pokemon Go, and you have to do 60 raids, and I don't know where I'm at. Oh, good. I hatched an egg in my house. Oh, it's a Salandit! No! It's another male Salandit! Why do you do this to me, game? Look at my shitty, garbage Pokemon as I check my phone for like 1 second. Look at it. Look at it. Stupid piece of crap. The reason why this Pokemon sucks is because it's male, and the males don't evolve. Only the females evolve. Losing my mind. I will eventually get the Salandit. Anyway. I'm at 12 raids, so I have 48 more raids to do in 70 days. Pretty sexist. It's not sexist. Sexual dimorphism is a thing in nature. It's like how, you know, honeybees have the queen bee. They don't have a king bee. Or like anglerfish, as another example. So anglerfish, for those of you that don't know, the ones that you see, the big scary fish, with like they're like underwater with it's pretty much just all mouth. I mean, if I get an anglerfish. Yeah. These bad boys. So these are the female anglerfish. The male anglerfish are very, very, very small. They're very, very, very small. And so, imagine this fish is like, this big or whatever. The male anglerfish are tiny. And after they're born, what they do is they seek out a female anglerfish and they implant themselves in the anglerfish, in the female, and just become a sperm sac, and that's it. So all the anglerfish you can find are female anglerfish. That's just how it works. So yes, there's a lot of weird stuff like that in nature. But yeah, Salandit, there's evolves into Salazzle. So you have Salandit here, who evolves into Salazzle. Salazzle's not an amazing Pokemon, but it's pretty cool. It's a poison fire type. I don't know if the typing's on here, but yeah, it's poison fire type, which is very, very rare. And it's just unique. It's just a cool Pokemon. The problem is only the female Salazzles evolve, and also it has a ratio of 87.5 male to 12.5 female, and it's very rare. God damn it. So it takes quite a little while to actually get one. I'll get one eventually. Someday. On the upside, by the time I actually get the correct Salandit, I'll be able to evolve it right away because I'll have all the stuff for it. Thanks. Yeah, I've been working at it for a while. I have 121 Salandit candy. Oh, yeah. So what are the odds? Odds are to get the Salandit. It's like it only hatches from the 12-kilometer eggs. So you have to walk 12 kilometers to hatch the egg. And you only get them from beating bosses. So you have to beat a boss, get the egg, walk 12 kilometers, and that has an 8% chance to come out of the egg. And then in that 8% chance, there's an 87% chance to be male. I don't like thinking about it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. It's the probability is not good. So yeah. Anyway, that's just a part of it. Yep. But I'll get that damn Salazzle someday. Somehow. I think also the fun part about any game with probability that isn't like inaccessible is that there's going to be people out there that probably get like a female Salandit and don't understand what they hatch. They just don't know because they don't know Pokemon that well. So they just like get it and they're like, oh wow, look, this is cool. And they have this like ultra rare thing. It reminds me of like Path of Exile in a way, where because the currency items that drop in the game can drop anywhere at all. You can get any of the currency items anywhere. And some of them are so rare that like, they've like a 1 in several million drop chance. There are probably people who just started playing the game and dropped the rarest items that people with thousands of hours have never even seen before. And they don't even know. They just have this thing. They don't realize how important it is. So I don't know. I think that's like kind of it's something I really like about games that are accessible but have that kind of like fun, nature to it. It's one of the reasons why in a previous hardcore league or like in a hardcore league, what I've wanted them to do is to do extra lives, but instead of extra lives being like a thing that you just unlock as you level up, like Hardcore 3, where everybody gets an extra life at 8 and everybody gets an extra life at level 16, so you can die once and it's okay. Instead, I wanted them to do like a token where it can be dropped out of any chest and has an extremely like abysmal drop rate, but if you find one, you can then trade it. It's fully tradable, and if you can, it's just exclusives. You can only hold on to one, and you can use the token to when you're dead, you can give it to, like, it still takes you to the Land of Lost Souls, but then you give it to what's his name, Mortality, and Mortality is like, okay, you can leave in exchange for the token. So then you could have, you know, people who are get level 2 or 3 who are like on Korthos Island who just started hardcore who are like, oh, I got this token at like, wow, this is kind of neat. They don't realize how crazy rare they just got, and it's just there. Anybody can hit rich. Anybody can hit the jackpot. Oh man, there's so many spoilers in chat. And I can't tell if you guys are like joking, but I'm not going to read any of the spoilers in the Discord. I want to finish the game Baldur's Gate 3 without getting spoiled. I'm almost there.
This grand courtyard serves as the entry
I'm so close to the end. Actually, I don't even think I'm close to the end.
Compound.
But we'll see.
According to your sources, the laboratory.
Thinking they're so good at fishing? Yeah, probably.
The flash stones should be through the open doorway to
fishing. Also, I don't know what's up with DDO, but it's been like laggy today. Like way worse than usual.
From one corner of this arcane laboratory. This must be where the flash stones are stored.
We were just... It's all good.
You have found a box of flash stones. Use them to destroy necromantic cauldrons.
But yeah, so we'll see. You know, hopefully when I do the Lotro preview, the servers aren't that laggy. But again, it's going to be a bit of a wait and see on that one.
Glare of torches lights the room.
Like I said, here there's a bit more of a lag going on, a bit more of a performance issue. It's been like the whole day too. For those of you that have played this, like maybe over the weekend, was it also laggy for you as well? I didn't play any DDO this weekend, so I'm not sure. But it's like pretty bad today. It was laggy as well, yeah. This is one of the things I think for me as like a long-term player is the most influential thing in terms of my brain being like, maybe I should like take a break and play another video game. It's like sometimes the game lags a lot and my brain is like, I could just play another video game. R10 Strahd? Damn, dude. Do I have? He's got a bell? Nice. I have my bells. I just didn't have my action bar. I had to find them.
The guards watching the ritual chamber make no attempt to stop your arrival.
Yesterday on Atlantis, but today so far is good. That's good. But yeah, so we'll see. Again, that's one of the reasons why sometimes I get the motivation to play like another video game. Like I've been leveling a Guardian slowly in the Lord of the Rings Online, and it's been pretty fun, but also I haven't really experienced that much lag, so it's been good. But honestly, both DDO and Lotro have like lag problems. I think it's because of just probably the commonality between the engine between the two video games, and they're showing their age as time moves forward. If I had to guess, something to do with like within the, you know, it's in the computer somewhere in there. Also, for those of you that are part of my Path of Exile League in Path of Exile, I haven't been playing as much. And the reason I haven't been playing as much is because it's been hurting my hands more to play Path of Exile. I find it just hurts more and more. And so this league especially, it's gotten me worse than usual. So it's been hard to log in and play Path of Exile as much. So that's why I haven't really been on as much as I've wanted to. Because every time I log in, I play for like 20 minutes. And then I'm like, ooh. It just does bad things to my hands. But other video games on my computer don't do that. So even when I play stuff like Diablo 2, I don't have that issue, so I don't know what it is. There's something about Path of Exile that causes me tremendous hand pain that other video games don't cause. And the other issue is I'd like to play, like I would play it on controller if I could, but the problem with playing on controller is that, one, Path of Exile has a lot of buttons in it, and especially if you die, resetting your auras on controller is an absolute nightmare. And then two, was it? So that's problem A. And then problem B is that the you can't swap between controller and mouse quickly. You have to restart the entire game with either controller or mouse input, unfortunately. Whereas like Diablo 2 Resurrected is perfect for that because you can play with controller, and then when you get to town for inventory management, you just touch the mouse and keyboard and it flips back to mouse and keyboard. It's really nice. Is all the button presses of the auras? No.
Masters and healing students alike dine elbow to elbow in the halls of this popular
Maybe RF is a good idea, honestly, for a future league.
The personal quarters of Dunrobar's martial leaders boast vaulted ceilings and imposing pillars. Battlemaster Teblin's prized blades are
Sadly for me, I don't have
make the fact known in as public a way as possible.
I was gonna say I don't have what do you call it? Dimension door, but that's okay. Because these guys die anyway. Oop. Yeah, that's definitely something I would want to look into. Would be solving that issue. Also, again, I don't know what it is. I have like a weird shortness of breath today. It's hard to breathe, man. It's hard to breathe.
The bell reverberates.
Hopefully that will clear itself up by the time everything comes around in 4 hours.
Compound. Suddenly, an angry voice booms from up above.
Who are you?
Cries the High Battlemaster of Dunrobar.
Why have you rung the bell? What? Nothing to say.
Pointing at you, he roars.
Here we go.
Warriors of Dunrobar,
Attack!
My weapons! What have you done?
Also, how did he get his weapons? I put the poison way far away. Or like the corrosive substance that destroyed his weapons.
The weapons master of Dunrobar lies dead.
Hey, he's dead.
This was the work of a mere servant.
I don't think I have any other 22s I want to do. I still have to do Two-Toed Tobias. I have to do Stormhorns and Demon Web. Pick up Sagas. And then after that... I don't think I have anything else after that. I think that's pretty much all I have to do. Maybe Giant Hold? Giant Hold, eh? Or like Ravenloft on Elite. I don't know. Sometimes deciding on the exact quest path is a complicated notion. Especially because, like, I kind of went a different quest path this time. Usually what I would do is kind of like, you know, just do the same order over and over. But but there was an XP bonus last week, so I was just joining whatever groups I could. And, yeah, I kind of went out of order and stuff. I'm ahead on XP, so I'm fine. But yeah, it's just weird figuring out where you want to go. Also, Horse, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 31 months. That's almost 3 years, man. Damn. Gosh dang. Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. I hope you're having a good day and that everything is stable for you.
House of a Fool resides away from the central ziggurat and close to its merchandise.
I can is my standard strategy in epics. Yep. Yep, just join whatever group you can. Oh, there's a group? You got it. I'm in it.
You find yourself in the Avafool slave pens.
Camera ice. I'm not familiar with this slang. Oh, you young people and your slang.
Forced into service.
Update your camera drivers? Yes, I did. So it shouldn't freeze anymore. If it still freezes, I don't know. I'm going to burn the house down. Oh, because my camera's frozen. I gotcha. I gotcha. Camera freeze. Like, oh, hey, Stream Tom, your camera frozen. Gotta do the thing. Yeah, no, I did the drivers. Drivers are all sorted. I appreciate the continued reminders, though. It's been very helpful.
The last of the captives have been freed.
Because I'm stupid and forgetful.
A guard captain investigates the racket.
What's going on here? Who let these captives out? Get back in your cages now!
Get back in your cages. Never, dude. Never. Some people take pictures of ice. I will say there's a lot of cool ice flows out there. You know, glaciers are pretty sick. Mountains, snowy mountains covered with ice, also very cool. We're doing the D&D movie watch party. Well, we recently learned that Lava Lantula, or sorry, 2 Lava, 2 Lantula is not available in all countries, which is a problem. So that'll be another thing to investigate. If you can actually do that on Prime, because there might be an issue with the connection. Speaking of issue with the connection, Wolf Kobold with the life advice. Strim, today my company have put up a job advertisement for the same job I'm currently doing, and they're advertising 4,000. I don't know what that symbol that is, but yeah, a year. I've just passed my 1-year anniversary at company, but it has gone unnoticed. I'm the highest performing employee on my team. Please tell me your approach to this situation. Well, presumably you can see it. If it is literally for your role, I would absolutely take that to your whoever your manager is and be like, hey boss, I was looking at, other opportunities within the company because I'm always looking to grow, my skill set and provide more for the business. I want to provide more for the business. I want to provide more for the enterprise. So I see myself as a part of the business. And when I was looking through some of the job postings for other things within the company that maybe I could grow into, I saw my own job posting, but, at a very different pay grade, more than I'm making. But it's already my job. Oh, this guy's dead. Okay, cool. And kind of approach it from the subject of, like, you want to grow with the business, and you want the business to grow with you. You want to be a part of it, but, you're like, well, like, what the hell? What's happening?
Clean that up, slaves.
Yeah. I would not just apply for your own job. I would have a conversation with whoever your manager is and frame it from that perspective.
Very well. What are you waiting for? Slaves, get them!
Yeah, exactly. Don't be confrontational. Yeah, just be like, hey, but I noticed that there was, this is my position, but it's more than I'm currently making. So, I was already browsing. I was looking for more positions. So, is there a particular reason, or like, would I be able to see that same pay since that's already what I do, or something else? Again, you got to ask for stuff, and there's nothing wrong with asking and advocating for yourself, but if you come at it from the perspective of like, you bastards, you should pay me this, and you owe me this, and I'm working so hard, and you're going to do this for somebody else, even though you're probably in the right, they're not going to be happy about that. You could do that. Like I said, I'm also I like to talk to people, like, over voice. Okay, so recall, and then we hand in, and then we come back here. But there is a faster way through the cave now. But yeah, I like face-to-face for that type of confrontation, or conversation, because they have to answer you, and you put them on the spot to be like, hey, whatever. And then afterwards, you just confirm in writing. You say, hey, we just had a meeting to talk about this, like in an email. And so I just wanted to, just double check in, I'll follow up with you at whatever time about what we just talked about. Oh, no, I just hit him with the, hey, I want to talk to you about some of the job opportunities within the business. And they're like, oh, sick, you want to talk about job opportunities? Awesome. You're like, yeah, bitch. Like this opportunity to make more money that I'm not getting, but you bring it up later. Sure. Like I said, I just wouldn't want you to come off as like argumentative or to not get what you want. You always be replaced instead of instead because life is pain. That's also true, yeah. Yeah, because if you give them, the problem with writing an email is you give somebody a time to craft a response that you might not have a good response to. But if you instead just say, hey, I want to have a chat about something, and then you show up with everything behind you, it puts you on a more advantageous foot, and it gives you like more leverage in that type of discussion. You want to have leverage. But as I said, you also don't want to be antagonistic. You want to be like, yeah, I think I provide a lot of value. So, oh, this guy's a slow horse. Ooh. Placement, I'm consistently the highest performer on the team. You'd be surprised. I've worked for a lot of stupid companies before. I said, I've worked for a lot of companies, stupid companies before. You'd be surprised at the depths of how stupid some people are. Anyway, like I said, I just want you to advocate for your own best interests and to do well. Replaced by Cruiser? No, he's on paternity leave. Actually, I don't think he is. I think he's just working from home with a baby on his lap. But yeah, those types of conversations are always difficult. But to be fair, if you don't have that conversation, you're just not going to get a pay increase. They're just going to pay somebody else more to do the job that you're currently doing. Which happens all the time. This person's doing a great job. We need to entice more people to also do this job so we can have more people doing it. Quick, make a big offer to other people that you're not giving the person that's already doing it. Why don't you give the offer to the person who's already doing it? Well, because they're already doing it. They don't need more money. Being a chump. I mean, probably. He's like busy working and raising a family. I mean, I'm sitting at my computer playing video games, so I'm not about to talk smack about anything that Cruiser does. Yeah, also, it's kind of like a game of chicken as well, where it's like, you know, are you willing to blow up your career over like a pay increase? And it's like, yeah, but are you willing to lose an employee over a pay increase? It's a big game of chicken, and the people with all the money usually have the leverage because they can be like, well, we can just hire somebody to replace you. So yeah, we'll play that game of chicken.
At one end of the chamber stands an inert large portal gateway. This is where the drow enter the temple.
The lowest amount required to keep you? That is correct, yeah.
It
is in the best interest of every business to pay their employees as little as possible without upsetting them. You have no incentive to ever pay your staff more than the minimum.
A portal lies ahead. The interior.
I can't open the door. I'm burning to death.
That the drow use magic.
Red pill? What does that mean?
Different sections of the structure.
Oh, yeah. I think you go to the right here. I'm not sure. Red pill and blue pill are from the Matrix. Sure, I just don't get the. Maybe I've said wrong. I don't understand the use of that word in this, or like that term in the sentence.
Throughout this area, you'll need to take care of them before you'll be able to reach.
I'm still bleeding. Whatever. I just want to go through doors. Why do I have to be bleeding? Means you're aware of the true reality? Yeah, but a true reality of what?
The spider brooch is now yours for the taking.
Yeah, I get the... I'm saying... Okay, so, yes, I understand. But in this sentence, I just don't understand. Worship a true statement about companies paying the lowest. Okay, I gotcha, okay.
Now that you've found magical components,
that is how these things do work. That's okay, though. Just remember, life is pain. Blue pill means Viagra? See, that's the one I needed to make sure I'm keeping on top of, you know?
Internet speak hard Kona.
Yeah, if we could just dumb it down a shade for fellers like me, that'd be good. Oh, sorry. Here we go. You guys could just dumb it down a shade. That'd be good. Yep. There we go. Oh, shit. A spider. I probably shouldn't wear this hat because it's going to mess up my hair. Who am I kidding? I already messed up my hair.
The Timber Guardian
What's my crit chance?
spasmodically, then noisily
38.
slides into death. The portal
I need more crit
entrance is
items.
now clear.
Good old Strim. That's me. Hell
The
yeah.
Temple of Loth lies before you, preeminent in its
Is that base
position
really that much
high
higher?
above the
Feet
dead.
and enchanted. An extra 14 from feet and enchanted bonus.
Now I will
No, it's not a
find the
Pokemon
thread
catching
of the
hat.
weave
I will get a
and deliver
Pokemon
it
catching hat, but
below.
nah, this is just a regular cap. It's good for, you know, keeping the sun out of your eyes.
Wait, can it be?
I usually just wear it here. The last time I wore this hat was when my hair was too long and it was bothering me and getting in my face, so I just wore the hat to get it out of my
Delivered the
face.
thread of the weave right into my hand.
Also was like a joke.
Loth, the thread of the weave
Great in
is
the
my
traveler's
gift
hat.
to you.
Yeah, probably.
Now enter the
It wouldn't do
portal.
great with the headset. I'd have to have like a headset that goes just over the ears or goes behind the head or something.
Kill the surface dwellers. I command
Well, of course you wear a cowboy hat. You live in a desert. Isn't it mandatory for all people who live in deserts to own cowboy hats?
your servant as I slay these unworthies in your glorious name. Mother of spiders.
I assume that's
send
how that
your
works.
children to
I
cleanse
don't
your
own a
temple.
cowboy hat. I used to own a big foam cowboy hat. But I don't have like a real cowboy hat. In fact, I really don't own a lot of hats.
Why do you persist?
In the wintertime, I have a couple toques. I have a headband that I usually wear. I like the headband because it allows me to make sure my hair looks nice and then also wear something on my head.
Dark Mother,
And then I have 2 pairs of earmuffs. Again, same thing for the hair. One pair of earmuffs that has speakers in them and one that doesn't. The one with speakers is much less comfortable, so I can't wear it for long times, but it's good for like short trips to the shop and what have you, which is nice.
I not bring you the thread of
Toque.
the weave.
T-O-Q-U-E. Toque. It's an item you put on your head. Keep your head warm. In the wintertime. Because it gets cold in the wintertime. So you gotta put an item on your head to keep your head warm.
Begs you.
You just don't look at the sun? Yeah, but that's quitter talk. You just gotta stare it down. You gotta win that staring contest with the sun. You gotta be like, no sun.
Priestess may never beg.
I can't die like this. Please.
No, 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 no.
Please, not like this.
Toque. Oh god. Oh god. Is it toque? I like how there's 2. When I type in toque, there's 2 with Canada. 3 with Canada. 4 with Canada. 5, 6, and Toronto. Oh my god. And that has a Maple Leaf 7. They all have Canada on them. Oh, so good. Fantastic. No, it's a toque. Different thing. Totally different object. Is there a google.ca? Yes. What these differences are? I don't know. But they're different products. It's got a different name, so it's a different product. That's how it works. Mars bar all over again? No, I think the hats are different. I mean, I could probably Google it and then look at the hat differences. Oh, thank you. And do this. I'm just gonna set the bridge and then I'll Google it. But I'm pretty sure beanie. I mean, they're very similar for the most part. It's just a different name for the same thing, I guess. I'm sure the origin of the term toque is probably either French Canadian. Well, it would definitely be like a French Canadian. Yeah, probably just French Canadian, just what they called it, and then it just stuck as opposed to saying calling things a beanie. The English language. I'm still gonna say toque, and you're gonna deal with it. Yeah. Don't come in. Yeah, don't come in. I'm just gonna set the bridge. Bridge. Let's go. Yeah, it's just a different name for the same thing, you know? That happens. Okay. Whoever is inside, please come out. Instance. Here we go. Perfect. Alright. Somebody was inside. I didn't know who. The thing about this one is that yeah, somebody else is explaining it. There's like these webs that go across. There's different bridges. And there's basically one path that's really easy and makes it easy and fast. And it's you reset it for this one path because it just makes the entire area go so much faster. All right. Let's reset this. Hopefully we'll get here, but we'll see. Dude, it's literally a 50-50. Come on, 50-50, please. I mean, this is probably just me paying for those times I got a first try. Come on, video game. Come on. Come on. Let me through. Let me go to the rest of the game. Once the demon web is done, then it's off to the Stormhorns. Dude, what the heck? I am resetting it, right? I just gotta double check to make sure I am, in fact, resetting it. Oh, I'm lagging. I can't get out either. Alright. Come on, Demon Web. Alright, got it.
Back into my webs.
It turns out all you need is complaining, and the universe will oblige.
Interesting.
Just complain a bunch, and the universe goes, hey, you know what? Let's go.
I wouldn't allow you here unless I gained some advantage from your presence. When you killed my
It's this bridge here that now spawns in.
Did that not serve my ends? I'll let you think about that. The Lords of Dust in that pitiful realm of
That's it.
thought they could share power.
Hey Strim,
How
Throwbarb
foolish
is
they
in
were to
epics.
think that the
Carrion
strength of
Swarm
shadows
is really
could work
strong,
alongside
but
them.
I don't like it cause it looks gross. I shall use it begrudgingly.
You can't use it. You have to throw. What, are you throwing bugs at people? I don't think so. You're doing both. You have both spells. Ah, the perfect throw character. A spellcaster. You throw spells. It's genius.
In the distance, a booming voice shakes you to your bones.
Mortals here.
That's why it was a difficult review, because it's like, this is one of the worst characters you could make ever.
As you pull the lever next to the blue city,
So, like,
a peculiar-looking console lights up nearby.
as long as somebody gets the jewels, we're good. But yeah, throw. I don't know if I'll ever make a thrower. Maybe someday, but I hope to not. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll be forced to by you guys to be like, hey, you should, Shrimtom, you should make a thrower. Have you tried Shuriken Thrower? Throwcaster? No. Because this is an AoE spellcaster. Thrower is single target and terrible for the leveling process. Yeah, the Primal Avatar Mantle, good. Okay, I could have solved this one. This one I could have solved without using the computer. Whoopsie. Nope, this did. Yeah, for the leveling process, Alchemist Spellcaster is way better than Alchemist Thrower. That being said, Alchemist Thrower is a build you can play, and some people do deeply enjoy it. As I said, I'm more of a spellcaster than a ranged player for a bunch of reasons. The main reason is that ranged combat has too much like desync issue. If all of your spells actually hit monsters when you used ranged attacks, I would actually be okay with that. If your attacks hit monsters, I'd play ranged way more often. The problem is they just don't. That's not how the game is programmed. Ranged attacks desync so often, it just makes it so unfun. When a good chunk of your attacks just do nothing at all, oh, it's too much for my brain to handle. Why do these guys get ahead of me if I open the door? Whatever. I don't know. There's all the strategies to get through this place. Back in the day, I used to know how to get through this really easily without doing any of this. Without doing any of the puzzles. I would just jump past everything. I have since completely forgotten that knowledge. If I had to get through this quest without doing the puzzles, I'd have to, like, start from scratch. I don't know. Yeah, there's somebody doing it. I just absolutely don't know how to do that. Blue? What did I cast that was blue? Oh, I'm gonna cast Displacement again, probably. Yeah, that's what it is. Displacement draft for spiking.
I'm glad you're here,
Go, tumble, tumble, tumble.
will make nice meals for my spiders, or playthings for the dretches.
Okay. I also do all the puzzles because the amount of XP you get's like pretty good, and especially if you have people who are rushing towards the end, if you collect all the little gems, you get a fair amount of extra XP. It's an extra 3, 4. It's not bad. It's like 10,000 extra XP, which you get to add in to your total. 10,000 experience points. And especially if you already have somebody going through the quest, that's usually where like optionals come in, optionals and also breakables and stuff. If you have a group of people who are like hard zerging to the end of an adventure and you don't want to catch up, you're like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not gonna like sprint through the end of this. You know, you're just gonna take your time. That's where breakables come in. Very often I will do that. I'll late join a quest and just start smashing breakables for some extra XP for everybody. And then it feels like I can do something, and it also doesn't affect really the rate at which the quest gets completed. Especially because on Reaper mode, if somebody is playing on Reaper, there's no dungeon scaling anymore. So it's not like you have to worry about making the dungeon harder by just like being in the group and not contributing. Because it is as hard as it can get. Can't get any harder than that.
Request received.
You're all set.
Wisdom, Nillifax. The south path is
Where are
clear.
you, Maljoof? Maljoof, come here. Hello.
You have
Wait, join just do
I shall
optionals? Yeah,
attend to it
exactly.
in a trice.
Maljoof.
Also,
The north
Maudib, welcome back to the, or welcome to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in and for the sub.
button is
Hope your day is
recessed
going
into
very good.
this apparently blank wall.
I apologize also if I butchered your name. I tried my best. That's not true. I could have tried harder. Hmm. I'm gonna need to go get some rogue energy in a bit. My brain is feeling a little bit sleepy.
Those feeble weaklings. Now to end our trial. This is the part where I rip you.
Where I rip you limb from limb.
Condemned by his
Too bad he
own
died.
trial. As he falls, metal and stone
I think he's
reverberate
good.
from down below. You can now make your
Been
way
watching
to
YouTube
the
videos
wall
for weeks now. Just
through
got back to playing
the
DDO,
vault.
learning a tons from your videos. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, that's why they're there, you know? A lot of people come back to the game, they don't know what's changed or what's new. And it's really difficult to sometimes put together like a list of what's changed because especially in the past few years, SSG has been kind of like going back and doing several overhauls of existing systems and stuff. But that's why the character builds kind of fill in that kind of niche role where I go, hey, here's your character build. I may have done this in the past, and here's a slight difference between the past one and the new one, and kind of break it down from there, which I think works for a lot of people. Not everybody. But hope you do well. If you ever have any questions, you need a quick answer to something, the best part about me live streaming is that you just get a live answer right away, or if you can't find something yourself, because it can be hard to find all the information you need sometimes. The wiki is really detailed, the compendium is detailed, there's a lot of good answers out there, but if you don't know where to look, it can be tough. Send list every change since then. Very handy. Oh, that's very cool. So yeah. Playing with your wife, first life builds, and having an interesting time trying to find where to go next. Yeah, I will say it's really fun to like Dungeons and Dragons Online for your first playthrough is like this awesome experience where you're going on not first playthrough, but obviously if you haven't played in a while, you know, which is kind of similar. You're like exploring around, looking for all the secrets, looking for quests, you know, exploring the town. It's cool. There's a lot of different little things you can find, and I wish I could recapture that magic from 100,000 years ago in the age of the dinosaurs when I played DDO when it first came out. Through all of the many years of my life I've poured into this video game.
With that, the Yugoloth vanishes.
Can't recapture that magic. It's why sometimes you gotta play new games every once in a while, you know? And why I've been enjoying myself more recently playing a couple new games. Shrimp can always do worse, correct, yeah.
The shattered remnants of some fallen kingdom rest.
Yeah, you just gotta set your standards low enough so that people never really expect greatness from you, and then boom, that's where the money is right there. Just take it. Oh, spoon to the brain? Yeah. I was thinking an ice pick might work. Oh yeah, the old brain spoon. Maybe I should do like Homer Simpson. You know, just shove a crayon in my brain.
With the faintest flicker,
That would probably work.
sign deactivates.
Chosen of Lowell.
The sign of binding lies at the edge of the room.
I will say that scene is way too funny. That was unbelievable if that was in the game. I'm very excited to find out how many scenes I missed that I didn't experience like that on my second way through. Yeah. I wonder, I guess that's an achievement. You can see how many people have that achievement.
There must be a way
What percentage of people actually, you know, had that happen in their playthrough? I guess you compare like the number of people who have finished like Act 2 as well as the number of people who have or like completed the game and cross-reference that with the number of people who have that achievement. Strength.
The sign trembles and then is still.
Again, one of the reasons why I want to do a follow-up playthrough where I use a mod so I can bring all the characters along so I never have to miss any of those like character-specific dialogue things.
Ruins Keep can be seen. a dark tribute to chaos.
But yeah, there's a special bonus if you go atop the crash.
A solemn
I didn't think to do that.
guard before the third sign, the keep's barrier.
After the Volo Eye, and she called me cheeky and refused. Oh, that's funny. Amazing. Offered her the Volo Eye. Well, I can give you an eye. It's not what you want, but it's pretty good. Think about how much I had to pay for this eye. What I had to experience. What I had to endure.
Into the first planar door.
Freeze. Okay, I gotta take this hat off. I do not want to wear this hat all day for a variety of reasons. Oh, my head's itchy. Ugh. I'm not used to wearing hats. Some people are hat people and they wear hats all day, every day. I do not wear hats all day, every day. I sometimes wear a hat. Never. Actually, I used to be a hat guy, but I'm no longer a hat guy. Everything's changed.
Why fight against me?
Have that in mind. Yeah, the problem is, my See Invisible literally never works. It's like, oh yeah, you can see invisible. No, I can't. I promise you, I can't. It doesn't work. I have never seen an invisible character with my eye of See Invisibility.
With the orb disabled, its power.
I'm at a 0% success rate on See Invisible. Every time it just goes, monster made their save against being seen, and then that's it. Yep. 0%. Oh, right. They say, but it's really a stealth check? Is it? I don't know how it works. Bridge? No bridge. Rats. Okay, so for this one, chuck yourself into the abyss. That's the same spot. That's the same spot. I don't know what determines where you go. Dude, it's only bringing me to this spot. Shit. Fuck. There we go. Until you see me. It's a teleport. Yeah, just like literally throw yourself in off the edge and you'll teleport randomly, and you just gotta until you see me. Why not do the run? The bridge was out. Couldn't do the run. I went, then there was no bridge. 22, I'm beating the 27 favorite soul and kills an epic hard charm. Ooh, that's very cool. There we go. One more guy. Level of the game, do you finally unlock mounts? Level 1. You get them from the keep on the Borderlands. It's level 1 zone. So go to the keep on the Borderlands adventure area, and you do the Slayers. Looks like he's not teleporting. You gotta throw yourself off the cliff. I mean, maybe he's just gonna make the run all the way over here. But I doubt it. He's close. But there's no bridge here, so you can't go this way. If he makes it here, that's good. Hey, he made it. Nice. But yeah, so you go into the Keep on the Borderlands Adventure Zone, and you kill the randomly generated rare creatures, and then you collect the feather tokens, and you turn in 15 tokens for a mount. The mount is bound to your server, so what you do is you just, equip the mount, or once you get it, it goes into your mount tab here, and so all your characters will share all of your mounts that you've acquired. So let's say you and your wife are playing, you unlock a mount, and then you decide you want to make new characters. You don't need to go get a new mount. Your characters will already have the mounts right away. Yo, what's up, Brudge? How are you?
Another ambush. It's as if these forces were carefully placed to keep you from the rift between worlds.
Anyway.
Are these scattered masses of
This is more of a commentary on Carrion Storm. Carrion Storm is very, very good.
The
Also, Nisabror, thank you so much for the resub. For 30 months? Are you joking? Man, what an amount of time to waste. Appreciate the support. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the stream team. 30 months. You know, and today's an exciting day. Today's an exciting day. I'm very excited to be able to showcase the new class coming out to the Lord of the Rings Online. I'll be doing that in about 3 hours' time. If that at all sounds interesting to you. It probably doesn't sound interesting to many of you, but that's okay, because it's going to be cool anyway, and I'm going to have a blast. So, I'm excited.
Your world is bleeding into the Spider Queen's domain. You cannot stop it. But since you are here, not bad.
Dragloth growls. As he lowers his head to summon
Mr. Restaurant, too old for this stuff. You have to link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. So somewhere in the settings, there should be an option to link the accounts together, and then it gives you all the special options. On top of that, remember that you also get free video games and stuff too. Like, Amazon Prime gives you a whole bunch of stuff.
The barrier has gone down again. It won't stay down for long.
This guy got rocked. So you have to link it together. The exact process as to how to do that, it's been a little while since I've done that, so I don't really know. But it can't be that hard.
He barks.
They want people to connect these things so that way you're incentivized to stay on the system, so it can't be that hard to figure out. Somewhere in the settings, there'll be something called like connections or something like that, and you should be all set. And it's going to be in either Twitch or Amazon Prime. But yeah, something like connected accounts or something.
The Dragloth concedes.
Time for something bigger.
They do that because you can have a Twitch account that is separate from your Amazon account, so connecting them together, because they weren't always owned by the same company. So you have to like set it up manually. Like Prime to Twitch.
And begins his summoning. The rift now appears to be partway stabilized.
That could work.
A little more effort should do the trick.
I don't think that'll work, but it could.
He roars.
Oh. Used to be your curse account? Yep. Oh yeah. Long time ago. Back in the elder days.
You can just make out the grin. The grin.
Okay, we have one more to do.
As he looks
this quest can be quite annoying. But yeah, and then once you have it connected, as I said, they do like the Prime gaming stuff, so you get like free games and what have you. And sometimes the games suck. Sometimes the games are really good. So it just depends on like which week we're talking about.
The rift has been stabilized.
I actually don't know what's on right now, other than September, which is very cool. So you can subscribe for 30% less dollars. Whoa, that's crazy. But I just haven't checked. Let's see. We got Prime Gaming Loot page. Oh, dude, there's a premium battle pass that ends in 2 days? Yo, please.
Have been weakened. More important, Eberron is safe.
Oh, I have to put the code in the store? Oh, I gotta open up the app. Okay, I didn't even realize I was there. Nice. That's all the E-Star quests. Alright. Oh, wait. Only redeem once. Can I do it in-game, or do I have to do it in the store? Hold on. Shop. Oh, enter my promo code. Uh-huh. Da-da. Uh-huh. Redeem. Nice. I'll take it. Free premium battle pass? That's sick. Battle pass? No, a battle pass in Pokemon Go. You have to understand, it's a Nintendo product, so they don't use the same terminologies that other people would use. The premium battle pass in Pokemon Go is what allows you to do like raids and stuff and do like the high level PvP. It's actually like, it's like a ticket. Think of it like a ticket that lets you onto the ride. Not quite Fortnite battle pass. I mean, you could think of it like that if you really wanted to. You could think of it as a Fortnite battle pass. It's not. It's not what it is, but you could think of it like that. I got Storm Horns up next. Yo, what's up, Gisela? Oh, I didn't do the Lod chain? Shit. Oh, or Wayloon. Oh, Wayloon first. Then Storm Horns. Apparently I didn't do Wayloon either. Yeah, I gotta do Wayloon first. I didn't realize. I also have to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna use the bathroom before I go do either of those things. I'm 27. Do you take Ruin and Greater Ruin on Alchemist? Honestly, I don't even know. I feel like you take Conj, then that way you can take Transmutation as well for +3 Transmutation DCs. That seems better. Okay, so that's good. What else am I doing with this character? I have no idea where to spend my points. All of them, everything I can take seems unimportant. I can take Transmutation spell DCs here. You know what? I could go up Macrotech and grab the spell cost reduction, so I never have to think about my spell costs, like, ever. That seems kind of good. And I get more electric spell powered. Yeah, and then I can get more Transmutation DCs. Alright, quick bio before we get started. Wayloon. Wayloon's 26, so 30 is fine. Alright, I'll be right back. But how do you subscribe? Reload the page, and then underneath the message, so let me show you here. So then you go and you should see yourself, and you should have the option to subscribe, like right here. It's going to keep going down, by the way. Just going to do that. But yeah, it's somewhere right there, so you can manage your sub and what have you. If you want to do that. But you should you have to refresh probably the page. Hmm. Ah, sorry. Had to go to use the bathroom and grab a snack. There you go. So now you have the Prime Gaming thing. So that lets you subscribe to any one person at no additional cost. Hmm. It's okay. Now you've got ad-free viewing on the channel, and you get access to other stuff from Prime Gaming. In the part, no clue where to go. Oh, yeah. So one of the hardest parts about Dungeons & Dragons Online is quest vectoring, which is like knowing where to go to get to the next quest. Like where you should be going, because it's not entirely clear. The game encourages you to like wander around, basically until you get to level 8. You start in the harbor, then you move on to the marketplace, then you move on to the 4 dragon marked houses on the edge of the marketplace. And if you start working on the quests in those areas, you should do pretty well. Also, make sure to check taverns. Taverns have a lot of quests in them usually. So there's like, oh, of course, check taverns. 42,000 damage? Hmm.
Guttural snores echo in the
yeah, don't go to House Kenneth. House Kenneth is a is for level 18. It was added later. They play one game? Yeah, but it's just they're free. Yeah, I'm still gonna look and see what else is there. Alright, what do we got? So games. Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 is free right now? Quake 4? I've never played a single Quake game, so I couldn't tell you anything about that.
Criminals drop down from the ceiling grates. The natives below scramble to respond.
Some game called Super Spy? That does not sound like a real game, or a good game for that matter. Oh yeah, there's nothing we use. Oh, and Farming Simulator 2019 is free right now. You ever want to play Farming Simulator 2019? Guess what? 0 cost. As long as you're a Prime Gaming subscriber. Isn't that amazing? Farming Simulator 2019, man, at your fingertips.
The Elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will
Was
be
big
safe
meh?
now.
Well, The Force Unleashed was pretty meh.
It will help
But it was
you
free.
gain entrance to Harvest Hall.
Yeah, I probably could turn on Empower.
Suggests that there's something unusual about the corridor ahead.
Free me. It's a good idea. My mana costs are still pretty low. I'm at 64. Yep.
The bat crest on the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall.
There you go. There's some fun stuff.
Shouts come from both ends.
So as I said, it's a when it comes to like the free games you can get, sometimes they're like quite good. Like they had a thing where they gave away all the Elder Scrolls games. So they gave away like Skyrim, or no, they did Oblivion and Morrowind at different times, which is pretty cool. Which are like, you know, very good games. Again, sometimes, you know, they're gonna give away garbage, but in a lot of cases they actually give away like really, really good games.
As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
Fortunately for me, I have one or a couple of hits that don't actually have saving throws on them, so monsters with improved evasion don't take less damage, which is kind of funny.
And pour into the camp.
Spell any good? Yeah, it's fantastic. Look at the damage on it. Oh. The reason why it's good is because it has no saving throw, which is convenient. It does as much damage as Chain Lightning. So, like, think about the spells that you would cast, right? Would you cast Voltaic Burst? It's more damage than Voltaic Burst. So if you would cast Voltaic Burst, you're going to do more damage with the hammer spell. Because the thing about the hammer is that the hammer has no maximum caster level, so it goes up to caster level 38, and it's a d6 plus 6. Around 2019. Only 2023. Yeah, you gotta play the current season, man. If you're not farming the current season, you're wasting your time.
The grateful natives take down the barricade, so you can.
That is correct. It's not an epic strike. You can do it at the same time. What's the PvP like? Oh man, competitive farming. I have to imagine the PvP in farming is pretty cutthroat.
Thank you for protecting us, says the camp's elder. Take this credit. A slight breeze suggests that you are nearing an exit. Yet, with the breeze also comes.
Yeah, so it's not an epic strike, so you can do both at the same time. So I can go hammer into Dragon Breath. As I get more levels and more spell power, I'll be able to scale this even harder. But as of right now, I don't have as many levels and as much spell power as I would like. But, you know, it is what it is. I didn't really update my gear, so... We got everybody in here. We're good. Who's gone the wrong way? He's good.
The leader of these thugs calls out.
Okay, hello. Come to me, Althea.
Where's my brother and
sister? Did you crash him? Yes, I did.
Echo from down the
How did you know?
Loud splashes and guttural growls echo in the tunnels ahead.
Can't tell if my spells are actually doing anything because she's like so close to me. I feel like my character's throwing attacks inside the character model. But I also have to deal with problem 2, which is that the there's a lot of lag and desync going on right now, so it's hard to tell.
More of Athea's lackeys join her fight as she cries out, "I'll have my vengeance!"
Okay, I think they're all dead. Because you can't just like knock her down now. You have to like actually kill each individual wave of ads separately. Very annoying.
My family wiped
Just a
out
farming
my
sim.
pumpkins.
That's a good way to think about it.
You've routed the criminals and ended their scheme to destroy the Wayloon natives. The leader of Harvest Hall motions
they're good.
you
I was going to ask if they need a rescue.
speak with you. You are welcome to use Harvest Hall.
Oh, and apparently we have an extra chest here. I don't know where this extra chest comes from. Combining their crop before they get there. Mm-hmm. Gotta sneak in, steal crops. Probably shouldn't do that, though. Yeah, I could also run Thunder Snow on this character as well, because it reduces reflex saves, which would be quite good. Saving the sick? Interesting. Okay, and he came to the door. And I just realized this guy doesn't know these quests, so I'm going to go lead him. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I definitely did not do that. I didn't save any sick or injured people. I only injured people myself. Like, I injured people firsthand. That's what I did. I saved nobody. No one was saved.
Your allies.
But yeah, I thought about using Thunderstone on this character as well, because it would be quite good. But
with their help,
it's like an extra button, and do I need extra buttons?
Gangs inside the prison.
I haven't decided.
Their leader signals that he needs to speak with you.
I can afford it, so it's not like it's a problem to get.
Section of the building. Then a mysterious voice calls out.
What kind of fools do you take us for? Still alive?
God, I love that. The freeze is so good, dude.
Good.
Thundercat needs Thunder Snow. I mean, I could do that.
This isn't over. In fact, it's only begun. Don't delay,
says the voice.
If you waste my time, your friends will die. One.
Where did I miss?
Their lives are in
I missed a monster somewhere.
hands. So get moving.
Where did I miss a monster? Oh, the hounds? Oh, there's a guy.
And when the strongest survives, then I get my pick of the litter.
Taunts the mysterious voice from a nearby roof.
Also, for whatever reason, you can ground target this spell as well, which is very confusing. Usually spell-like abilities, you absolutely can't do that. But on this one you can, which is weird.
Shouts the voice.
We have something else in mind for you.
I also like the fact that sometimes the monsters will just move so fast. They'll just like,
a distant voice.
because you get the potions will track the targets extremely well. So if one of the monsters moves really fast and like dodges out of the way, oh yeah, I guess I can just wait and open the door. They'll dodge out of the way and then they'll drag the spell along with them. Here we go. Let's go. Dragon Breath is so good. Such a satisfying ability. You're from Canada, you need to know this is like patriotic. Maybe.
As the lever unlocks the
I am from Canada. We do have snow here. So maybe on some level you could make the argument that it's like snow good. But I don't know, the snow's coming soon. Like it's already September, which means it's gonna have snow in like a little over a month showing up here. I don't know if I necessarily need that like sooner in my life, you know what I mean? I'll avoid that while I can. How do you build the igloo? Oh, it's eternal. It just doesn't melt. I mean, maybe it gets hot here, but it doesn't get that hot here.
The voice
Could you imagine if you had to rebuild every year because you built your house out of snow in a place where it gets to like 100 degrees? That'd be a little silly. Fortunately, wood got invented, so makes that way easier.
We decide what happens here. Waylon belongs.
Oh, I am stunned. Failed action. I didn't think I was stunned, but I was stunned.
The voice continues as you climb onto the roof.
110s? Nice, that's good to hear. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like I said, it's cool outside. I was outside a little bit earlier. It was nice. Nice and fresh feeling.
These narrow back alleyways are full of dead ends. Hidden somewhere in this maze is the mysterious person who took your allies. The mysterious voice is much closer now.
You've passed the test with flying colors.
Nice, cool 100 degrees.
As you reach the rooftop, the voice calls out once again.
We meet.
Yeah, it's not quite 100. It's not that bad. But yeah, it is. It's cooler than usual, which is nice. Yeah, definitely not 100 degrees. When I went for my walk this morning, it was 15 degrees, which is like probably like just about 60.
A woman screams from inside a burning
Nice,
building.
you know, nice and cool, refreshing.
May compromise the life of an ally.
I'm really out of shape though, so I was sweating bullets anyway, but it's fine.
Now that the priest is dead, you should rescue any of your allies that still live.
Okay, we're good. Ugh.
You are greeted by all of your allies, alive and well. Now, to help
All right, next
yourself to the
is
bad priest's
Thrill
hoard
of
treasure.
the Hunt. Next, 54th day of 110 or higher this year. We're gonna stretch to 32 days of it. Dang, that's crazy, dude. That's so many days of heat. Ugh. I'd say I don't know how you guys handled it, but it sounds like a lot of people just probably didn't handle it very well. I have to imagine that was a struggle for many, many people in the community. In the winter, you stay inside? Yeah. Well, I guess maybe because again, the last time I heard about like too much heat, there was like infrastructure problems. Makes me think of like that big heat wave that hit Texas. I take it your guys' infrastructure must have been good enough that you're still able to maintain like air conditioning and stuff inside the house. Door is open. Only one person needs to do that. So the power is hard because if it goes out, people die. Okay, that makes sense then, yeah. Yeah, because that's what I was wondering. Because like you know the
all of them Wayloon.
Yeah, well, that's when you said people die. That was the thing. It was like there was that big power outage. I remember hearing about it in Texas where there was like it was like really cold. It was like this flash freeze that lasted for way too long, and then people lost power, and some people died unfortunately. And they were like, you know, the government was like, hey, we're not accustomed to this type of thing. We're a hot state. We're used to the heat. And then there was a major heat wave, which caused the power to go out, which caused more people to die. And they were like, well, you know, it's shit happens, you know. Sometimes how are we supposed to know it's gonna get hot in Texas? I don't know.
Did you hear that?
So I wasn't sure if that was just a whole USA thing or a Texas thing. I know every state is obviously very different, so it's not entirely fair to lump every different state as to being the same thing.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest.
But I don't know the difference. I'm a dumb Canadian. Oh. The national one? National power grid.
Down below, the Shadar Kai commander addresses a terrified prisoner.
I really did like you.
Well, you know what? Those things happen, you know? That happens.
How you'll
it is what it is. I'm glad to hear that, you know, everybody out there in Arizona were able to stay inside. Well, not everybody, but people obviously that have air conditioning were able to stay inside and stay cool, which is good.
By the Howler.
Yeah. Like when it gets really hot here, I try not to turn the I said Ashron's Call because I think of AC. I try not to turn the air conditioning too high, just because you know, sometimes if there's too many people using electricity, there will be like brownouts and other things that'll happen. So and they'll put out like warnings and basically be like, hey, by the way, you know, don't use too much electricity. It needs to be enough to go around. So when it's like a really big heat wave, we won't make it too cold in the house. At least I try not to. My roommate likes it to be minus 1,000 degrees. That's not fair, but she likes it cooler than I do. These guys with insane reflex saves, doesn't matter. Hit them anyway. And when I was doing stuff under leveled, like when we were doing Legendary Sharn in Reaper mode when I was level 20 something, this character worked really well because I could just use Tonkin's hammer to deal damage to monsters because it has no save on it, which is sweet. Any hand over fist because they do not have to follow regulatory standards. Sounds about right, yeah. Welcome. We're on Thrill of the Hunt, and the door should be open. Forgot to update this. Oh! Carnage Reaper. Alchemist? Yeah, exactly. It's the Alchemist over here. Also, it's like, hey, this monster has improved evasion. Doesn't matter. Hit him with the Tonkins, and it's not a save, so therefore they don't take half.
The door is locked. One of the
I just get sweaty.
Guard this area must have the key.
Yep. You just press one button, and then all of a sudden damage just scrolls up the screen. Numbers into numbers into numbers into numbers.
Stands before another prisoner trapped in a cage.
You were my favorite,
says the Shadar Kai.
I can't bear to think of what will happen to you. My despair will be
terrifying that this guy has a favorite prisoner.
Karleth moves to attack, his face a twisted mixture of rage and joy.
There we go.
Karleth lashes out with his spiked chain, tripping a lever. He's killing the prisoner.
He's killing the prisoner? Not on my watch.
The Shadar Kai commander will no longer
Here we
inflict
go.
his cruel whims on Wayloon's...
I gotta say, AoE spellcasters make this quest a joke. Very satisfying. Very satisfying.
You've saved the captive from Karleth's deadly devices.
Fun experience of it being 115 outside. Oh, 100%, yeah. That's the thing that always gets me, I find, is the contrast during the summertime when it's like really hot and you step into a shop where, like a grocery store, where the temperature is much, much lower, and then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, that's shock. I wish it was like that on the bus, but, you know, it is what it is. Instead, you get onto the bus, and it's still hot. But now you're on a bus. Yo, what's up, Narasith? How are ya? Let's go.
A strange mist envelops you, and vertigo clutches your stomach. What is happening?
Phoenix, really like being reborn in fire. I will say, aptly named. There is a lot of heat in Phoenix.
The world around you.
It is properly named.
It's become a shadow of
The
waiting,
Age of Fire.
where the streets are hollow and the darkness almost
yeah. Outside of, like, the Valley of Death, I assume that Arizona is probably the hottest place in the States on average.
The Netherese snap to attention as a dark form emerges from the shadows. This must be the Shade who commands the Netherese recruitment campaign.
The Age of Dark, yeah. Really soon, aren't I? No, it's okay. You'll be fine. I'll keep you safe. Being reborn? Is that how the story goes? The city is a literal phoenix? Oh, Stone's Hugh! This guy's a tier 5 Dark Hunter. Sick.
The Shade vanishes back into his tower retreat. You might learn how to reach the general by questioning.
No coastline, no cold wind streams, desert, highlands. Yep. Yeah, like I said, outside of Death Valley, because the problem with Death Valley is it's a bit of an isolated place. Like, it's not all of California, it's just Death Valley. So if you, like, separate out for that one, I assume that the hottest place would probably, or like the hottest state would probably be Arizona. But, I mean, again, this is all speculation. I've done no research. I just listen to Bobby bitch about how hot it is every day.
You now have the key to the Shade's tower.
I can't disable traps. I'm not gonna.
A large
No, somebody's doing it. Nice.
the way.
Normally I would help disable those traps, but the problem is I can't. Does any rain because the soil can't absorb the water? Oh, what a problem. I definitely never would have thought of that.
Wood groans against metal in the distance as the gate to the
Stuck out in
Shade's
Burning Man?
tower
Yo, does Burning Man take place near Death Valley? I knew it was somewhere in the southwestern United States. Interesting. Yeah, because I heard about what happened at Burning Man, where like there was like the huge rain, where it basically rained a month's worth of rain in like a couple hours, and then everyone's cars just sunk into the ground because the ground couldn't handle it. Which makes the sun interesting. Patch to come out Friday at 9 a.m. Patch for what? What patch are you telling me about that I don't know about? What patch? What's patch coming out at 9 a.m.? DDO? Don't you mean tomorrow? Did I really misread the patch notes? I thought it was tomorrow. It's tomorrow, dude. It's not Friday. Or rather, let me say this. Today is Tuesday. Yeah, the patch is tomorrow, which is Wednesday, not Friday. That's why I was confused. You're like, patch Friday. I'm like, what's patching on Friday? Oh, did they move the patch?
Alas, you are just as directed. Don't you understand? You do
Oh,
not
there's
face
another patch?
end of virtue. You face an entire empire, hundreds of leagues away. Plans are in motion.
Oh, there's they already announced another. No, this is August. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Grand strategy.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Yeah, so
Why don't we skip to the part you do understand?
there will be a patch on a Friday in August that already happened. Now we know.
Breaks off his attack.
It's okay, dude.
All things that
We
walk
got
the
this.
Shadowfell serve, as do the things that crawl.
It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. I made mistakes today. You know, everybody makes mistakes. Sometimes you type shit wrong. Sometimes the brain don't brain so good. All good. You're forgiven.
Dying Shade seems untroubled by his defeat.
Lives in the past. He lives in a world where Cotton Candy Blizzard is the best Blizzard. At Dairy Queen. I don't really need to talk more than that. Alright, through a mirror darkly. Got a double recall and hand in the quests. So we're saying goodbye VIP again. I'm gonna second ticket because the first one was closed by yesterday. Didn't read the ticket because he said, I'm sorry you're having problems with the fact that expansion was very clearly did. I already bought. Yeah. SSG does have the worst customer service of any company I've ever had the pleasure of dealing with. Yep. Been asking about the guild rank bug. Oh, did they? Oh yeah, somebody did bump the patch today. Or yesterday? Why are people commenting on a month-old patch note? That's why they lock these threads. Where they'll be like, the thread is up for a couple days, and then it gets locked, so that way you can't comment on it. Because you just confuse people. And now we go here. Put all these things in a way. Give me that inventory space back. Nice. I'm just gonna wait for this guy. I'm leading him around. So my Baldur's Gate brain goes, it's not that good. It's not that good! Okay, look. I don't care about your Skull Trap, dude. I never cast Skull Trap, and I beat that whole game. So every single person that's like, oh, dude, you should use Skull Trap. You should use Skull Trap. Fireball. I cast Fireball so often. What a good spell. Yeah. Hydrate. I'm actually out of water. I need to go get water. Go Force Caster. Oh, yeah. I should probably do that build review, huh? So you can have your build. I should probably do that today. Alright. I'm going to drink some rogue energy in a little bit. And that should give me the energy I need. Held hostage by streamer? Yeah. Of course you are. That's how this works.
Within the glass of the small mirror, you see a
So in this quest, you're gonna get an item in your inventory. It's like a mirror, and you click it to travel between the light world and the dark world.
Magical shadows blocks this doorway. There has to be
Team, go get water. When I finish this quest. Hey, welcome. We just entered through a mirror darkly. I'm very much like I don't want to make other people wait. It's one of the consequences of like streaming a video game that's very collaborative. If I played by myself all day, it would be fine. But because I oftentimes play with other players, I don't want to like be like, hey guys, I'm gonna go AFK while I go get some water. When I could just go AFK after the quest is over, and then no one has to wait for me. That makes sense.
This door has been blocked off. You will have to find another way around.
Yeah.
An aura of magic.
Yeah, I'll go get water. Just give me a minute.
You should gather any more you find.
Playing off to the TR, so you have a friend. Yeah. So we can be TR buddies. Yay. I'm very excited for the 20 strength, 20 charisma Dragonborn build I'm doing next. So the reason why I do this strategy where I like drag and drop the mirror is because without dragging and dropping the mirror, this game is an absolute nightmare. Oh, we're gonna purple alert this quest, aren't we? I've killed everything I've aggroed, so I don't know what's going on. Oh, God. Fortunately, I can handle red alert, so it's not a big deal. Not everybody's build can, because red alert makes monsters much more powerful. It gives them fortification, it gives them saving throw bonuses, makes them slow you. Becomes complicated.
The assassin was too proud to accept defeat by one such as you.
Yeah, Waylon is still red alert central. Build you just reincarnate? That's what I do every time. The reason why I like Dungeons & Dragons Online, not the reason, but probably one of the main reasons, is not only is there an infinite amount of character customizability, but I really struggle playing one character because I'm just, I don't know, I got no patience, man. I get to level cap, and then I just really don't want to play the character that I was playing before. And so the benefit of the reincarnation system is it allows me to play multiple different characters in one character, so I don't have to deal with like, oh, you know, I'm missing, or like I have to make a new character. I get bored with one build. I can just try it again on the same character, and then my character just gets better and better over time. It's perfect for a person like myself.
A cluster of glowing eyes darts in the darkness, betraying a shadow beholder's hiding spot.
I have no idea who or where the rest of my team is.
The shadow beholder bellows in agony as he dissipates back into the darkness.
Nice. Spiff, come upstairs.
You take a quick glimpse into your mirror. A bridge of solid darkness has formed inside the Shadowfell, spanning the gap to the tower entrance.
Now he's going to use the mirror. Come on, use the mirror. You can do it. Yeah. Nice. There, we got him. Let's go, dude.
The barrier of light disappears.
So that's usually what I do. Because I find that it's really hard for me to just sit at level cap with one character. And the reincarnation system allows me to go to level cap, play it, have some fun, and then boil my character down and do it again. So that's like, it's perfect for that constant like re-roll issue that I have. I'm a major altaholic. I love making alt characters. New build, new build, new build. Back in the day before they added reincarnation, I used to like make a new character every weekend.
As he draws a protective spell around himself.
Literally, I would just like start playing the game and be like, I want to play this weekend, and then make a new character. I've done the harbor quest probably over 1,000 times. They'd be like, I want to do it again and again and again.
Cerberus falls, breaking his hold over Orifon. Orifon quickly mutters a mystic phrase over the scroll.
Does he? What does he got?
Destroying the connection between the old stone
Ooh,
hall
look at that.
and the Shadowfell.
Two-handed sword. A keep on the Borderlands greatsword. Very pretty. I need to get some water now. Nice. Right, storm horns next. We need storm horns. I'm gonna go get some water. Get some delicious water. Alright. I'll be right back. Purple alert! Oh shit. Well, I'm out of here. No purple alert for me. Yeah, Wayloon is purple alert city. You always purple alert when you're in Wayloon. I'm back. Oh man, I'm gonna stand up. How do I make chat rules pop up? Don't I have a rules thing just below the stream? Pretty sure I do. I might not. Probably should have like official rules, but yeah, general rule is just don't be an asshole, and that's pretty much it. I mean, if I have to get more specific with it, which I probably should. I'm pretty sure I have a rule. Oh, not really. I guess I don't. I probably should have a set of rules. Something simple. You abandoned DDO and you weren't given a reason why? Okay, what'd you do? Probably broke. If you broke the rules, you probably got banned. You don't get banned for doing nothing in DDO. Some people get banned for doing nothing in DDO, and then I end up inquiring with those people after hours, where I message those people and I go, "Hey, because they'll be like, yeah, I don't know why I got banned." I'm like, "Well, what did you do?" And they'll be like, "Well, I didn't talk about it in stream or whatever, but I actually did this." And it's like, "Oh, so you definitely got banned." 100%. The number of people that I know that got perma'd for like different types of cheating exploits is like huge. I gotta level up. Taking 28 and then doing the tracker's trap next. You were advertising your guild in LFG, never got a warning for it. And someone messaged me saying they'd report me. It's like, no, that's because my advertiser mentioned your guild was queer. Oh, were you the person who had your guild thing up here? On Arganesson? So, number one, that's not the point of the tool. So, just you're not supposed to use it's supposed to be like a grouping tool, not a guild tool. Standing Stone Games should have a better tool for something like that. They don't, unfortunately. It's not really what it's for, though. I would just appeal, submit a ticket. But other than that, that's the only thing I could imagine is that, the point of the grouping tool is to group with other players. But yeah, it's entirely possible that somebody just didn't like, the fact that you were saying you were a queer-friendly guild, and then somebody was like, "I don't like that," and then they reported you. And then if it's against the rules to have guild advertisements, and then you get in trouble, and then, it is what it is. But yeah, I would just send a message to customer service. I said, there's also no guarantee that's what it is. So I would just send a message to customer service. If you feel like you were improperly banned. Did you know the nature of the ban? Did you get permanently banned from the game? You shouldn't have been permanently banned from the game. Was it like a chat ban? Was it like a day ban? Like, what happened? I don't know what feat to take. So I take deific warding because I can't think of anything else. No, it's an epic feat. What's an example of a cheating exploit? Let's say you figured out a way to make one item 2 items. So imagine you had like an XP potion and you managed to find a way to make it so it was 2 XP potions. That would be bad. Or let's say you found a quest and for whatever reason, when you completed the quest and earned experience points, you could force the quest to complete again and earn experience point again without having to complete it. And you could do that hundreds of times a minute. And then you use that to reincarnate multiple times a day. Yeah, if like I said, if that's something, if you got banned or if you can't log into the game and that's the reason why, customer service will be able to clear that up for you, no problem, and they can fix that. So yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, I would just ask Sandstone Games and see what they have to say. Send them a ticket. And then you'll get your answer.
Now, where did I put that?
It's not ideal.
Ah, you're here.
And also SSG has terrible customer service, but
my journal's wandered off.
Sire Calypso, the Sea Elf.
I've lost too many
Nice.
as it is.
Yeah, as far as that, I don't really know much about like those types of things. As I said, I am not customer service, so I unfortunately can't assist with any of those things. Because yeah, that ain't me.
I fear that any moment those sneaky
Be waiting for the email. Just submit the ticket ahead of time.
appear at the end of the glade.
Don't wait. Just submit the ticket. Just say, hey, I got banned. I don't know what I did, and I don't have any information, and I don't think I should have been banned.
Now let this game end.
Yeah, just submit a ticket. Don't wait.
Now you can't go scout. Now Hunt Silver comes with me. and the rest of you.
You haven't received
may
the email
die
yet, so just submit a
as
ticket.
My comrade here sees fit. So
The wizard teleports with Orophon, leaving the others behind to
Like I
fight.
said, just to temper expectations. I don't know what the rules about what you can and can't put in an LFM are, and so if you're not allowed to advertise guilds in an LFM,
Before you have any hope of learning
you know,
what became of Orophon,
the case may be that, you know, the intentions of the person were bad, but the rules are not as are clearer. So again, I would investigate with customer service. They'll probably be able to help you. Yeah, exactly. If somebody did something, customer service will step in and take care of it. That's why I said submit a ticket. First and foremost. Yeah, assuming that you also weren't doing any other type of other behavior that would get you in trouble. So one of the reasons why I like in video games like this, you have to be really careful about what you type in chat.
over a magic barrier.
Because you can get into a disagreement with somebody and type a couple things that are bad, and then all of a sudden, whoops, you're in trouble.
More magic barriers. These caves must be where the Netherese staged their
You know, somebody might be antagonizing you, but then you're the one who gets in trouble.
sinewy hill giant guards yet another magic.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Like, you know. Somebody was asking in my Discord the other day. They were like, yeah, like, would it be against the rules to put up a posting on the DDO forums about, like, you know, opening up an LGBT guild or plus guild, you know, in game, so that way, or for people to join. And that's definitely not against the terms of service of the DDO forums, and you can on the forums or the game, and you can definitely do that and post on the forum about it. And also, like, you know, that's good. Give people a safe space. Also, my channel and my Discord are safe spaces, you know, for all those people to hang out. But also, you know, if you got in trouble because you were misappropriating the use of the grouping tool, even if it was the cause of it was not good. I mean, like I said, that's why you want to investigate with customer service, and they can definitely sort it for you.
Hypothetically, sell those auto boxes for thousands of astral shards. Then, hypothetically, some guy bought those and used them. Well, hypothetically you wouldn't be cheating, but the guy who bought and used them did. And they would get banned Cheer 100.
Also very true, yeah. Yep, 100%. People will do that.
Stands in the clearing, barring your way.
It's just, it'd be unfair if you were the only one who got banned. Oh, 100%. I think of it something like this, where it's like, problem A of, you know, it's against the rules. You're not allowed to have those types of posts up about your guild. But most people just ignore them because they don't care. And then somebody sees, oh, post about LGBT-friendly guild, and then they get mad, and then they report it. Because people aren't reporting the other ones, because it doesn't bother anyone enough to do it, but somebody gets really bothered about it, and then you have a problem. Again, this is all speculation. I don't know. I'm not customer service, and I don't work for Sandstorm Games. Also, I have to imagine that a lot of it's just, like, automatic, too. Like, imagine if you just get reported enough in chat, they probably, like, automatically ban you. That way they can take the time to, like, investigate what's going on. Which I've done that before in my chat. Like, if chat's going too fast, and I've had a couple people that, like, get upset or rowdy, or they can't handle themselves, like, if I don't have time to investigate, I just ban them now, and then we sort it out later. Like, I had somebody, what was it? It was like, I was streaming Guild Wars 2, and I had somebody I had like some of the Guild Wars 2 devs in my chat, and it was really cool because it was like my first time playing the game, and it was just a neat experience to be able to try out this game I'd never really played before. And then there was somebody who was basically like trauma dumping in chat about like stuff that had happened to them and like their history and their experience. And I tried to tell them like this is not the right place, and they weren't like having it. Which is why I was like, okay, well, here you go. And I banned them. And I was like, we'll talk about it later. Like, I'm going to unpack this later. And then they unleashed a fiery load of messages in me in DMs. But it was like, because they're like, you silence, and I'm like, dude, this is just not the time and place. Like, I don't have time to deal with this. I'll deal with it later. I asked you to stop, you didn't stop, so therefore you get banned. Not permanently, but like until I can sort this out, until I have time. I've done that, so you know it happens. Yeah. Yeah. Also, sometimes it's not like you get permanently banned. It's like a day or something where you get chat banned. I know people that have been chat banned. Or Town Sieges somehow got them banned. Yep. Yeah. A lot of systems will have an automatic banning system where if they get too many reports about a person, they just auto ban you and then they sort out the rest later. So yeah. Look around like you were earlier. So the trick is, under options, if you go into gameplay, there's experimental tumble control. And if you turn this on, your character doesn't pause when you tumble. So then you can just keep going indefinitely. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how long the ban is for. I don't know. I've never been banned from DDO. How do you tumble? Oh, the shift key is to block. Hold down block and push forward. And your character will tumble.
You finally reach. The harbor gestures to the edge of the camp. One of the rocks is an illusion.
Yep, there is.
Here. It is gone now. You have a few minutes to prepare before the convoys arrive.
Yeah, you also need to have at least one point in tumble. Yeah, because if you don't have a point in tumble, your character's going to do this little hop. Raid and Lantro, and you're spamming TDS to trigger him, and then hits you, you're banned. It's you, not an is me. Totally. To be fair, though, he won. Everybody in chat was trying to break me. He was not the only one who was spamming text-to-speech. He was just the person where it got through. He made it. He pierced the armor. He pierced the veil.
The Harpies have been persuaded by your art.
Pretty shaken up. Yeah, like I said, submit to customer service, get a ticket, get it sorted out. Like I said, it's not crazy for people to like report and stuff. That's one of the times I got banned from League of Legends. I just got mass reported and I got banned. It was like a chat ban for like a week. And then I submitted a ticket, and then my ban got overturned. It was like, hey, I didn't do anything to get banned.
Received.
And then they were like, it's like, okay, well, we can review the chat logs. And my chat logs were empty because I don't talk to people when I didn't talk to people when I played League of Legends, other than like callouts. I need tumble to still block in direction. Yep, it's still the same thing. Whoop. Ugh. Tumble spells, potions, and buffs the NPC. Yep, yeah, you can do that too. That works. Yeah. Like I said, and also this, obviously me saying like, it'll get overturned is not going to help you feel better in the moment. Like, that's just going to feel bad no matter what, because it just sucks, you know? If what you said is true, and, you know, you didn't do anything, and then you got in trouble for it, that just feels bad, especially given the context. So that's one of the reasons why, like, you know, in the meantime, submit the ticket and then try to just, I have no idea how you take your mind off of that sort of thing. I don't. I'm bad at that. I'm so good at dwelling on things. I'm like I'm an expert at dwelling on things. Just keep it eternally. Just hold it up here forever. Not like grudges. I don't hold grudges against people, but like when sometimes bad things happen, I can be really bad at like, not even bad things, but like inconveniences. I can be really bad at like holding on to it for like the rest of the day. And letting it poison everything. So yeah. Saturday or matter, and I got full resolution on Monday, so most things take a few days. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Sometimes tickets will take less than an hour, sometimes they'll take a day. Depends. D&D online for the first time. Do you have any tips? I have a lot of really good tips. So when you start out on Korthos Island, that's the little island you start at, there's character in town who is the hireling vendor. Hirelings are like little AI companions that you can buy, and they have different roles. You can buy like a fighter. Say you pick like a cleric or a priest, and you need some frontline. You can buy like a fighter or a barbarian, or maybe you picked a fighter and you really like it. If there was somebody standing behind you and healing you, you could buy a cleric. So you've got like different flexible options. I would always recommend buying one of those hirelings. They just cost a little bit of gold, so like you'll probably get some gold from like your first adventure that you go on, and like sell some gear, pick up some items, and then vendor and what have you, and then you'll have enough gold to buy a hireling. Hirelings are a great thing you can do to help yourself started. Another thing I recommend you do, this is for everyone in chat, in fact many of you can do this, go into the option settings, okay? Go under advanced graphics and find bloom. Turn that shit off, because the game starts like this. And it's like, oh, look how blurry everything is. No, turn that off. Do you want your game to look like this? No. Look at this, night and day. Turn the bloom off. It's gonna, because it might be like, man, this game looks really weird. I don't like the blurry nature of it. It's the bloom. I tell you, the bloom, it gets you every time. Outside of that, what other pro tips? Hirelings, turn off the bloom. If you're ever strapped for adventures and you're not sure where to go to find new adventures, check taverns. Taverns almost always will have a quest for you. So, because that's the standard Dungeons and Dragons adventure. You walk into the bar and then you hear some guy complaining about something, or there's a job board or something's going on, and you find out the local rumors, and that's how you get your way on an adventure. Don't try Reaper 1 solo first playthrough. Yeah, Reaper mode is not called Reaper mode because it's very easy and everyone can do it. Reaper mode was added in 2017, many years after the release of DDO, with the goal of appeasing the very aged player base for the veteran players to make the game more challenging, and not for new players. It is a video game mode that was specifically designed for veteran players. So yeah, remember to lift before DDO. Honestly, good idea too. Get some physical exercise. It's good for you. It's healthy.
You've deprived the Netherese army of
Powerful and reap the enemies. Yeah, you don't reap your rewards. That still reminds me, I still haven't used reap in Path of Exile. I've still always wanted to make the reap build, because it's high physical and then it has a physical dot, and you can't convert the physical dot. So there's a lot of elementalist builds that go elemental cold reap, where they use reap and then they do physical to cold conversion, which is interesting. But then what do you do with it? Do you just leave the dot portion because it's a lot of physical damage? Like, I'm not sure how exactly those builds work. And then even using the physical dot build, you pretty much just have to be a Scion, because there's nothing that does like physical dot outside of bleeds, but it's not a bleed, it's a physical dot. Ugh. It's still good. Path of Exile, good. Good game. Like a range character, what companions should you buy then? So they're really cheap. Like, they're really, really cheap. Especially the first ones you buy. So for point of reference, if you sell a magical item, you'll get like 50 platinum, which is like 500 gold. And for like a magical item that you sell, and the companions, to buy an hour's worth of time with one of the hirelings, it costs like 1/4 of a gold. So you'll be able to try out all of them and see which ones you like. You'll be able to see, okay, do I want to have a melee hireling? Do I want to have a cleric hireling, like a healer? Do I want to have like maybe you buy a wizard? You can try them all out and see which ones you like. Yeah, Byron Scout Sword is the default because he is a legend. He is so good. He can solo every quest at the beginning of the game for you. He's very powerful. Because he's a Warforged, which are already pretty strong. And then he's a big two-handed barbarian who just smashes people. Cryptid pile of ash that is... Oh god. When you get so old that people just call you Ashen One, but not because you're from Dark Souls 3. Anytime. I'm trying to think of anything else. Other tips. Oh, another tip that's probably pretty helpful. Your first character is probably going to turn out bad. Because if you're not familiar with 3.5 Dungeons and Dragons, so Dungeons and Dragons rule set 3.5, a lot of the way the mechanics work and how the game works is not going to be intuitive right away. And so your first character is probably going to have like the wrong feats. Maybe you didn't put your stats together properly or something else, but that's okay because as you level up, you'll learn more about the game, and then your next character is going to be way better. Also, everybody is given one free respec, so you'll be able to respec your character once you learn a little bit more about it and you figure out exactly what's going on. It's just the nature of it because of the customizability, because you can customize pretty much everything. You choose your stats, you choose your skills, you choose your feats, you can multi-class with different classes, and you can spend your points in different places. You choose your weapon style, all these different things. No two people who turn on the game are going to make the same character at all. Even if you said, okay, well, me and my buddy are both going to play Dwarven Fighters, one of you might go Dwarven Fighter, sword and shield, big-ass shield and a giant axe. One of your buddies might go, oh, no, you know what would be cool? Like a Dwarven hammer thrower that throws throwing hammers as a dwarf. That'd be awesome. So you're both playing fighters, but you're playing totally different kinds of fighters with totally different stat requirements. So, the fact that you can do all of that is awesome, and it's one of the best parts about this game. The downside is because there are so many ways to customize, it's also really easy to make a character that sucks. Or just has the wrong stats because you didn't know any better at the time. So I wouldn't, don't stress about it too much. Just be like, okay, this is my first character, and it's all right if I have to make a new one later. 19 cleric, 1 fighter, battle cleric, tank. Hell yeah. Strength-based bastard sword, battle cleric. I gotta say, a lot of people's first build usually is some type of bastard sword build. Because you learn it's like, oh, bastard sword's like an exotic weapon. That's cool. Oh, it needs a 13 strength, so I gotta have a lot of strength to be able to use the bastard sword. Okay, that's cool. And so you build in the strength into your build. And then, yeah, just goes from there. So, my first character, point of reference, the first character I can remember doing, because this was many years ago. I played in the beta back in 2005. And the game was very different than the way it is now, but it wasn't that different. I decided, because I was playing a lot of Morrowind was really cool, and I was having a lot of fun with that. I had this Argonian spell sword, so I had like destruction magic, mysticism, restoration magic, but then also I had heavy blades and heavy armor. But the thing about it is that I had the heavy armor on, but you could wear robes in Morrowind, and the robes would go over your armor. So my guy would have like a cool shield, a sick helmet, cool sword, and the robe would be on top of it. And then you could enchant the robe so it'd be like all shimmering, because that's how equipment in Morrowind looked. It was all shimmering when you enchanted it. Oh, dude. I love that. That was awesome. So then, started playing DDO, and I wanted to make that. So my first character was, because there's no Argonian option, obviously, was a human fighter wizard, 2 fighter, 2 wizard. And so I could cast spells. So I had like Shocking Grasp and Burning Hands. And I had a sword and shield, bastard sword, heavy shield, and then I wore a robe because I wanted to be in a robe. But then the problem was, and also you had to deal with arcane spell failure, so the robe was good. But then I had the secondary problem of you still have arcane spell failure from your shield, and so if I cast spells, I had my shield on, so they would disappear. Now, of course, the solution to this problem, what most of you would figure out, is that you just take the shield off to cast the spells. So you have like a separate weapon set where you have like no shield casting spells, and you put the shield back on when you enter into combat. That just makes sense. No, I did not think about that. Had to have the shield all the time, so I just, oh, spell failed, oh, spell failed, oh, spell failed, until I got it right. Good times. Yeah, that was my first character. 2 fighter, 2 wizard. You go specialist. If it's your first ranged character, ranger. it has range in the title, so it's going to be a good one. And it's the easiest ranged character to get started with. Rangers can become arcane archers, and arcane archers have a lot of conveniences. Number one, that just sounds cool as shit, you know? Like, already it just sounds cool. So we're like starting at a good place. Number two, they get the ability to conjure their own arrows. So you don't have to like go to town to refill on arrows all the time. Instead, you can just conjure them. Very convenient. Very, very, very convenient. Number two, they also get basically all the ranged like feats for free. So what that means is that if you want to play as a ranged character on a ranger, you get all of the feats. So it makes it really hard to make a bad ranged ranger because you already have all of the ranged abilities automatically. So you can take other stuff that sounds cool. So you can be like, oh, I think dodge sounds important, or, you know, you want to, or something else. You can take some other ability that sounds more interesting. So you don't have to worry about accidentally missing something or taking one of the wrong abilities. You'll just have them all. And then third, arcane archers are really cool because they allow you to enchant your arrows to deal additional damage. So for example, you can set your arrows on fire and have fire arrows, or you can cover them in lightning and shoot lightning arrows at people. So you can, let's say you fight a monster like a golem or something, that's like very resistant to physical damage because it's made out of steel. Well, don't worry about it. You can just slap on acid arrows onto there and melt the golem with your acid arrows. The big difference between Ranger and Dark Hunter is that Dark Hunters can't become Arcane Archers. So I would not really recommend it as your first ranged character. But they do get a pet instead, and they also get the ability to set and disable traps, which regular Ranger cannot do. So if you're going to be a bow character, I would not generally recommend the Dark Hunter over regular Ranger. That being said, it's also not necessarily bad because you can do it. It's just slightly less effective. Elemental damage in the game. Yeah, the Arcane Archer enchants their weapons with elemental damage. Like, I'm playing an Alchemist. You're going to notice me, like, whipping potions at people. You'll see these, like, potions flying out of my hands. And I'm breathing. I have this, like, dragon breath comes out of my mouth. I am a elemental user. And there's a lot of damage types. Yeah, everyone's favorite damage type is the untyped damage type. Yeah. So my claim to fame, and the way that I actually got started doing character builds, and the reason why I'm the DDO guy, is because in 2015, I wrote my first build guide, Strim Tom's Acid Arrow, which was a character build guide that was designed for new players, and for people to get started, using the Arcane Archer Ranger. And I stand both by that build, and also that, you know, it's a great way to get started. Yeah, I would definitely recommend going straight Ranger. For your first time through, just go straight Ranger. Disabling traps is cool for helping your teammates if you have other people. But the main issue is that if you're playing especially by yourself, Rangers get evasion, which means that if they make a reflex save, so basically like if fire comes at you, you get to make a saving throw. And if you succeed, usually you take half damage when you succeed on a saving throw, because it reduces it. Rangers take 0. So you don't have to worry about it. Oh, here. I can actually get you the... Let me get you the Strim Tom's Acid Arrow, because it's still good. Well, it's good enough. The Epic... I don't think the Epic Destinies are up to date.
We fight.
I don't know how old... this should still be good. Here we go. So this will give you a bit of a basic covering over, like, what stats to pick, what skills to pick, what feats to pick, based on stuff that's, like, pretty good to have. I think everything in here is good. Yeah, and I have, like, a gameplay section and all sorts of stuff. Oh, is the link not working? It's mostly just the charts that you need, and you can just explore around. There'll be, like, a chart that's, like, what stats you should pick, and then, like, what skills you should take. And it's just, like, a basic baseline to get started. And I also do, like, a little bit just to explain what each one does, so then you can start playing. I just wouldn't recommend taking the preset character paths, because the preset character paths are very out of date. They're super out of date. The developers have talked about how they're out of date, and also the colossal amount of work to fix it is a bit of a problem. So they have this issue where the pre-made character paths that you start with basically don't work.
37 months.
And also, they don't have the time to fix it. Which is a problem. Also, holy smokes, Cruiser Zero, welcome back to the stream team with the tier 2 sub for 37 months. Thanks, dude. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. Yeah, welcome to DDO, yeah. Also, you know what you can do as well? You can also ignore all of us and just give it a shot yourself. Just try out Ranger. Here's all you need to know about Ranger if you want to play a bow Ranger. Dexterity is your main stat. That's how you hit people. That's like how you hit and deal damage with a bow. That's also where your armor class comes from. That's your like defense. And also, dexterity is good for like your saves, so you can like run through traps and stuff. That's important. Constitution is what determines how much health you have. So more Constitution is more gooderer. And as a Ranger, Rangers can cast spells, and the spells they cast are based off their wisdom. You need 14 wisdom to cast every Ranger spell. So you don't need that much. Outside of that, you don't really need intelligence, because Rangers already get a lot of skill points and it's not a big deal. Strength is mostly just for like carrying equipment, so like 10 or 12 is fine. And you don't need charisma at all, because you're like a Ranger, you live in the woods, you talk to animals, you don't talk to people. Problem solved. And then you should be fine for the rest of your choices. And just have a blast. Yeah. I would say the only feat I would really recommend you take is a feat called Point Blank Shot. It's the only feat that you don't get auto-granted as a Ranger. And basically it just means when you're closer to targets, you do more damage to them. And it's really good. Because when you're close to a target, you kind of want them to not be close to you anymore, and so killing them faster is always good. Because if you're a Ranger, you want to be at range. The Wolfkin. There's Shifters, which are like half werewolves. There's also Tabaxi, which are cat people. So those are your two options.
The gate at the far end of the wild.
Yeah, Shifter is the closest. They also do have amazing stats for Rangers as well. Because Shifters are like, yeah, they're half lycanthropes, so they're basically people that have been cursed with a form of pseudo-lycanthropy, where they are always bestial in nature, and then they can shift to accentuate their bestial traits and become more into it. So, for example, the Wild Hunt Shifters, when they shift for a short duration, they bump up their dexterity and their wisdom, because they basically get more keen-eyed and faster and more dexterous, because they're all about, like, you know, they're like adept hunters and stuff, and they're climbing trees and rocks and quickly moving through terrain and chasing people down. And so you can shift and get that extra power, and then, you know, equip your bow and do extra damage, which is cool. Shift using Strimtom's Acid Arrow? Really? Wow, look at that. Yeah, that's the closest thing we've got. The most bestial race that we have in the game is the Tabaxi, and they're the most recently released race that came out last year. Tabaxi are kitty cat people.
That was a waste of resources. I suppose you want
That's what my character's playing. I mean, it's hard to see because I'm currently a gold statue, but I swear I'm a kitty cat.
Then I fear you will be.
I like how it keeps the stash. That's kind of cool. The gold is on the stash as well.
Different than the areas above.
It's a fun texture.
There are almost no signs of the Netherese or their monstrous
So, yeah.
horde. A massive orb of some kind can be
Blue
seen
fuse layer
through a
on the top
fissure
end.
in the ice. You have found the frost
That's
giant
amazing.
Rungnir.
That's gonna be the second biggest simp for this channel.
Against the
Yeah.
Netherese.
I don't know if I would say second biggest simp. I think that's a bridge too far, but you're definitely top 5.
Friend,
You're top 5.
the dark stone of the mountain
I think second is
juts
too
out
far.
of the ice where the glacier and mountain meet. You've
But you're top
reached
5
the
for sure.
very roots of the mountains.
Yeah. Look, I'm just going to be honest. There are people who have been tier 3 subs a little bit longer than you. Do it. You won't.
Cruiser got to step up his simp game.
Mm-hmm. I think... Do you still get banned on Twitch for using that word? I remember that was a thing where people were getting in trouble. Do you make the top 5? No. To be in the top 5, if you don't have a tier 3 or a tier 2 sub, you're not in the top of the Sims. It is what it is. It's just the nature of the beast, you know? Because you're like, but I subscribe. Yeah, you subscribe. But you're not giving an unreasonable amount of money. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that this is also a good thing. I'm saying... Oh my god! Cruiser Zero coming out swinging with the tier 3 sub. Damn, dude. Damn. That's crazy. That's definitely putting you in the top 3. My god. This guy makes top 3. Holy guacamole. Cruiser, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Appreciate that. You know what? Once you hit tier 4 sub, when you get a tier 4 sub, then you'll hit that top 2. But you gotta hit that tier 4 sub. Until then, Horse gets out 10! That's very kind. What is happening? I'm just rolling around in this video game and shit posting verbally.
I'm a rogue.
Welcome to the stream team, Giovannato GP, Malty, Overjoyed Snail, Princess Sin, General Black Talon, Mithrandir, Anti-Chat, Terrangon, Hag, Teraves, and Morris. Or Maurice. Morris? I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very, very well. Glad to have you here. That's very, very kind of you. A huge amount of support. Both you, Cruiser, you guys, you shower me with love, and all I give you back is nothing but contempt. Anyway, oh, should you play a Corvair Elf? So, fun fact, when the game first started, the most popular character in the game was Corvair Elves as Rangers named Legolas. That was number 1. You saw him everywhere. You know what was number 2? Corvair Elves named Dritzt that were also Rangers. Oh, because the movies were coming out right around the same time. It's really funny. Maybe soon could probably use that $100. True. But you know what else you could do? Spend the money. Do you though? I'm not a financial advisor. I advise your finances in one direction. But yeah, all races are good. The only races I would avoid are the ones that have a minus to dexterity. Wait, is there a race with a minus to dexterity? Blade Forged? Yeah, all the races are fine. In fact, shorter races are also kind of nice because it makes it a little bit easier for you to target things. Oh, Dragonborn, yeah. I would also avoid playing a Dragonborn.
I'm a rogue.
But Trist is a Drow, Corvair Elf is all wrongs.
Oh, trust me, I know you shouldn't, but Drow Elf only came out like 6 months into DDO's life cycle. So for the first 6 months, because again, this was 2006, you got the Lord of the Rings movies had just come out. You had all the Dritz books were like hot. People were reading those Dritz books. I had a Dritz book, okay? So you had all these people doing that, and so that you had tons of Corvair Elves. And then when they released Drow, the rerolls, so many deleted characters, so you could be Dritz for real. Dritz and Dritz and Dritz and so many more. They just kept going eternally.
And we're off to races. Coming out of the simping gate is Cruiser with the tier 2 sub, but right behind him is Bobby with the quote skill issue unquote counterpoint. Oh, but Cruiser speeds ahead with a tier 3 sub. But wait, what's that in the back?
What's that?
No, it's Horse with the steel chair and 10 gifted subs.
Oh my god! First of all, fantastic play-by-play. That was awesome.
I shall attend to it.
And second, thank you so much for the bits. To answer your question, Zaran Carrion, my recommendation for when you get started is kill a weekend on DDO. Like, because it's free, right? So you shouldn't pay for something if you don't like it. So just, like, put it on your computer. It's free. Have some fun for a weekend. Go run some adventures. Do some quests. Check around. Maybe try a couple different character classes and see if you like it or not. Because you can easily get, like, 20 not even 20. You could easily get like 40 hours out of this video game before you got to spend any money. And even though it says free to play, you have to pay for the content. It's more like, you know, free trial. To be fair though, the VIP sub is like $10, and then you get access to like hundreds of hours of content. And then also you can earn the points in game by playing it. So if you play the game, you can then earn the points and buy the content. You don't have to spend any money. So it is fully free to play, in that technically you can spend literally zero money. But anyways, my advice to you is don't spend any money. Just play the game and have a good time. And if you like it after like 40-ish hours, then be like, yeah, you know what? VIP subs looking pretty smooth. Speaking of which, Horse, thank you so much for gifting up 5 more subs. Welcome to Stream Team 1 for Life, Nietzsche, Edward, Stony Hippo, and Googly Spin. Very, very generous of you. Very, very kind. I appreciate it, and I hope you're enjoying your day. My God, that's crazy.
You have found your way into the heart.
He's gifted over 5,600 subs. I try my very hardest not to think about it.
Bright light plays off the wall.
I am very grateful, and there's nothing I can ever do that will ever be able to measure up in my mind in terms of entertainment value to the amount of subs. So instead, I just try to provide good content and have a good time every time, and hope Horse is doing very well.
A Netherese orb floats beside a barrier.
Let's do wizard and try your ranger build. No, you don't have to delete the wizard. You have more than one character slot.
These 2 golden orbs are clearly
low UMD.
Provide good content. No fist cleric. Slight disconnect here.
True. Do we have a cleric? Cleric's coming in hot with the low UMD. Let's go. My wife? Oh, true. Yeah, true. Yeah. I forgot. You can also play on another server. If you try making it on another server, that can be good because you get a first-time bonus on DDO points on each server that you play on. So for the first like 100 favor, you get extra DDO points. So you could just play on another server. That's one of the nice things about hardcore. Every time hardcore comes up, subbing, just buy them. True. Bookworm, are you going to be here tonight in an hour and 45 minutes when I, Strim Tom, get an exclusive preview of for the new video game Dungeons or Lord of the Rings Online with the new class, the Mariner? I'm sure you must be very excited to find out new information that you don't know yet. The free codes, it is mind-numbingly slow. It is, yeah. But Deathy did it. And one person doing it means it's possible. Mariner, do you get a boat? Everyone gets a boat. So, in the new expansion, is going to be based around the Corsairs of Umbar. And it's going to be going down the coast. And so they're going to have... They already said it's going to be a boat-type game. Which is exciting. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. He's drinking one of his mind 630 Mr. Just already on hands. New horse combat on a boat? I wish. That there's no parrot pet, I'm sure. Oh, I want a cracker. Or something. Oh my god, that guy's hit me for 600. What's my fortification? Wow. Oh, are you? Nice, there we go. As I said, I'm going to pay for my content, but I pay for my content so that other people don't have to pay for their content. A shitty parrot? A shitty parrot, Joel? Yeah, I could do that. Hey, I'm no voice actor, but I could be a bad voice actor. 3 months? That's true. Sometimes these things just take time, okay? Yeah, 10 years of grinding. Yeah, but think about it. Think how valuable that time was, you know? Could you have done anything else in that time? The answer? No. Yeah. That's right. You got your money's worth. Balls in your court streamer, man. I have to do it. The new thing's coming out tomorrow.
We were a bit late to stop the spell, I'm afraid.
Bed the moment I drop them off. That's actually more probability than anything else. Also, I'm sitting down because my feet hurt.
You are greeted
Because I'm
by
standing all day.
cold whipping winds and the
Uh-oh.
brightness of an open
Uh-oh.
sky.
Oh,
The
jeez.
battlements of an entire army cover the glacier.
It's
The
hard to
Netherese
play the
never
game
meant
while
to
standing.
hunt Concordia. They meant
Complicated.
to fly straight to its heart.
Ugh. All right, let me sit down. Ugh. Can you, Cruiser? My eyes are up here. Thank you very much. Understand what to put in the skill tab? Oh, so I put the skills in. I put the skill priority. So spellcraft gives you spell damage, which is like the elemental damage on your bow attacks. Thank you. Perfect. So spellcraft good. Spot is your ability to see invisible enemies or stealth enemies. Also very good. Heal is your ability to
The gate comes down.
heal.
Giants.
Balance is in case you get knocked down, you can prevent yourself from, or you can get back up or on slippery surfaces. And use magic device is for using various magical devices. So that's where I'd recommend you put all your points. Boudin? Alright, you got it. So when you make your character, if you started with an 8 intelligence, oh, you slipped through the bridge. Classic bridge slip. Classic move. Oh, classic. So what happens there is that the bridge loads in one frame. There's one frame where the bridge, between the bridge unloading and loading, and if you walk forward, the bridge will unload so you can step forward, and then it will then load the lowering bridge, and you're gonna walk right off and fall to your death. Just share the 20 points between? Yeah, because you can only put 4 points maximum into each skill. So you just put 4 points into each skill. So 4 spellcraft, 4 spot, 4 heal, 4 balance, 4 use magic device. Actually, I think balance and use magic device, they only take 2 because they're cross-class, so they take half points. And that's it. Generally in this game, because numbers go up, you want to have... generally because numbers go up, you want to have all your points going into just a few skills. Unlike in pen and paper D&D, spreading out your skill points is a very bad idea in DDO. So it makes the building a lot easier, where just you fill up spellcraft, spot, heal, balance, use magic device until they can't go up anymore. And then whenever you level up, you're gonna get more points, you just put them into those skills and don't worry about it. Swim is only if you have extra skills, because you pick like a human or something.
It would have been much prettier if you hadn't wrecked my comrade's spell and lodged the mythical.
Or you're a drow.
Despite the nuisance, my invasion.
Drow are pretty good because they get extra points for free.
You would become its first victims.
Think if you fall through the bridge? Yeah. I'll deal with that. Swim invasion build. The classic move. Oh, this is one of the most epic quests in the game. As I said, the Shadowfell Conspiracy is the worst expansion DDO has ever received, but also, man, the Stormhorns are awesome. It came with not a lot of content, no raids. It was like the smallest expansion. It was the same cost as everything else.
That's what you are. Don't you realize there is an entire army?
Oh, and all the loot is still garbage, yeah. That'd be an interesting revamp. If they revamped Shadowfell stuff, revamp the quest, give them a new coat of paint, and redo the loot. Yeah, the quests are great. Gotcha. Yeah, because we're using them as leveling quests. Now imagine Wayloon is your endgame. Right? The dragon shards for good. That's a good idea. Again, we live in the future where it's like, oh yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, but it was bad. Like, the several years where the only level 10 quests in the whole game was Tempest's Spine and the Restless Isles. Tempest Spine, Hiding in Plain Sight, Bring Me the Head of Golafan, and Slavers of the Shrieking Mines. Oh, yeah, and then they added Ataraxia's Haven. That was it. Before Ravenloft. We're like, don't go play those quest isles? That is what they call it, yeah. Most quests in Dungeons & Dragons Online are pretty good. But there are a couple corners where the quests are pretty bad. Yeah, where doing Vaughn 5 and 6 was basically required for leveling because you needed experience points, so everyone did Vaughn 5 and 6. Doesn't matter, not really.
I'll leave you to my minion. Failure.
He died?
My invasion. Falling out of the sky.
Whoa! I've never seen that happen that fast.
I got Strim the Horror. There's a guy outside ripping the tires off my vehicle.
Did you pay him to do that? Is he replacing your tires? Oh, yeah, it's fine. Sick. But alignment doesn't really matter. I would say be either lawful or chaotic. Because if you're lawful or chaotic, there is a feat you can take in epics that gives you extra damage with your, like, enchantments. Like, because you can, like, enchant your arrows for damage. So, yeah.
Well, that was a narrow scrape.
So, like I said, I usually recommend chaotic neutral because it gets you access to... It lets you resist Chaos Hammer, which is a fairly common spell that demons and stuff cast and can be quite dangerous. And then it also allows you to power up your extra damage later on. God, this quest was so cool when it first came out. Alright, I have a weather report and a poll to do. By you, by me, for honor, and for the crown. God, I love the way he says that. By you, by me, for honor, and for the crown. All right, and then I'll get this sorted. Okay, so you want the weather report for somewhere? Where was it? Moodlin? Moodin? Moodin? I'm assuming this is here, because that's what I got. I got somewhere in Israel, so that's where we're gonna go. That's what came up. Hard to know Shartfield. You're playing Starfield? Take care. Yeah, that's how I know you have tier 3 sub money, just so you know. Yeah. What are you going to do? Are you going to deny it? You bought a new Bethesda game? Instead of waiting like 2 weeks like everybody else. To be fair, though, apparently there's a lot of really cool mods already for the game that make it better, so which is pretty fast, which is impressive. There's nothing wrong with playing Starfield. You can play Starfield. It's good. I've heard from people that it's fun. Is it income based? Yep. Play unmodded? Classic move. Damn, I'm 40k away. We can do this quest. We can do study in Sable. Okay, so
we interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report on the weather with your host, Strimtom.
What are you going to do? Hey everybody, what's up? It's me, your boy Strimtom, and today we're bringing you the weather from Moodin, and I'm not going to pronounce this because I'm going to do it wrong. Today, it's 29 degrees Canadian. That's very warm. That's like really warm. Woo! Hot as heck. A lot of humidity coming up from the west, 13 kilometer per hour winds. A lot of humidity coming up right now. During the middle of the night, it's going to get a little bit cooler overnight, but honestly, while there is some rain, a little bit of showers coming down, hot and sunny tomorrow, back up to 30 degrees Canadian. If you don't use degrees Canadian, that's too bad. It's about 87 degrees freedom out there. Pretty warm during the day. And as we move on to the rest of the week, you know what I see? I see sun. I don't see a single cloud in the sky. We got sun for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's a lot of sun. Nothing else coming down. There might be some wind. There might be a hint of cloud cover on one of those days. But for the most part, it's going to be nothing but sun and warm weather. So get your sunscreen and get your sody pop because it's going to be a warm one out there for the next couple of weeks. This has been your weather broadcast from Modin. Back to you, Strim. Anyway, is he in the hydraulic press? I don't know.
Sable Manor looms ahead. It's hard to believe this grand estate was the scene. The spectral form of a woman suddenly appears. A djinn glides toward you. Welcome to Sable Manor.
Or would there be pressure on Harper?
The sun rises and a new day begins.
I know there are other problems within the Conservative Party. But I don't really want to talk Canadian politics here.
Strange
for hopefully obvious reasons.
Resonate from deep below the manor house. Something is moving down in the wine cellar.
So yeah, some good things. You probably can. Oh, I can save someone's life. Let's go. See, that's the thing I like about DDO is not every quest is just a monster mash. Like this quest, you're solving a mystery. You're trying to figure out who the thralls are, and you can use all the clues that are present. Yeah, vampire mystery time. It's a great adventure. There's a lot of really cool, unique adventures in DDO.
Sir Evermond calls after you. Remember, explore the manor. Find an item to detect whether a guest is one of the vampire's thralls. Then save
Yeah, no.
them.
No Canadian politics stream. Not today. Some people might be interested. I don't know why you'd be interested in Canadian politics. It's very boring. It doesn't have the explosiveness of, like, American politics. Where, like, people just say whatever. But it's, so it's not as exciting, but it's still relevant. And we have similar problems. Where's the rat trap? Come here, rat trap.
This sturdy trap is perfect.
Haberdasher's
for
better
catching
quest than
household
this.
rodents.
I like Haberdasher. It's a better start of a quest. I do Study in Sable all the time, actually. I did it on a previous Weird Quest Wednesday, and now I just do it literally all the time. And then everyone went back to the Mournlands? They did go back to the Mournlands. They 100% went back to the Mournlands. In Vect Unleashed, you go into the Mournlands.
Snare the rat and put the caged animal inside.
So I disagree.
Maze gate is closed and bolted.
Like, we didn't get a Mournlands expansion, true. Something to show you. Look at this rat!
Is not currently under the vampire's control.
I'm not saving all of the people. I could. But I'm not gonna.
Night falls on Sable Manor.
It's faster to not, so I'm gonna let them all die. I'm not gonna let them all die. I can save 2 of them.
The west chambers of Sable Manor have
The
been
hedge
shut
maze.
for many years.
Chaotic is that chaotic neutral? Is that how that works?
The gate leading into the hedge
That's an interesting
maze
definition.
stands open. Animated by magic, the
Look,
topiary
it's all about the
lines
XP permitted, okay? Look, I'm driven by level of greed unmatched by normal mortals. If the XP ain't great, you ain't making it out alive.
Shaped like a colorful.
I love that the chew toy has like a squeaky sound. It goes squeak. Best once. Oh yeah, because you had to save everybody less hardcore. I forgot about that. Yeah, if I had Dimension Door, this would be faster. Fortunately for me, I still know my way around the hedge maze. Wrong way. D-door? Mm-hmm. I did say Dimension Door, yeah. It's a Mikhail. The Dimension Door part's already gone, so. Here's a chew toy.
Is not currently under the vampire's control.
Fuck. No. I mean, you can join if you want free XP. You have 4.5 minutes till the quest is over.
Rises and a new day begins.
So you're more than welcome to get some free XP. This is not a
something.
It's not that long, but it's not that short either. Winter map. Nice. I can save everybody. I literally could have saved everybody. I didn't even have to do anything. Amazing. But I'm still not gonna. Because I can't. I already failed twice. On identifying who was the right person. But yeah, it was very easy. True. I chose to kill them. Hey man. I got XP to get here. Sometimes you can't... is my character good? Chaotic neutral right there. Look at that. Ooh, and as punishment, I get the long run. There it is.
A gem of revelation can be used to detect powerful spells and enchantments.
Why is the chicken a jerk? I actually have never had jerk chicken. I don't know if that actually means anything, but it's true.
This guest is not currently under the vampire.
So fun fact, I only picked the guests that were not under control. 3 out of 4. I had a 3 out of 4 chance of picking the right guy. I just went to the closest one. I was wrong. Her on the stairs would have been fine. If I went over to the guy over there, then the library.
Someone or something has opened the door into the abandoned west.
I'm so good at this game. I swear to God. It's an Asian prayer moment. Yeah, but I mean, I can do it in the future. It's not like it's over. Like there's no more jerk chicken in the world. And I'm out of my opportunity. Times will happen again. Oh, I'm aware I'm missing out. 100%. I'm with you guys. It sounds delicious. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fantastic. Like I know it's a specific chicken preparation method with specific spices that comes from Jamaica or somewhere around there. Yeah, dretches fit well. Dretches are great. Well, it's really weird because a lot of the demons, dretches, Glabrezu, stuff like that, I just wasn't really familiar with Forgotten Realms, and those are like pretty Forgotten Realms heavy demons. And then playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and seeing all of these demons, I'm like, oh, I know this one. Oh, I know that one. It's pretty sick.
The orb of sunlight pulses with a warm, soothing glow.
Chicken can also be coated in spices located over a fire grill traditionally composed of green pimento wood positioned over burning coals. Resulting smoke is key to the flavor of the dish. That sounds good. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure they probably are pretty good. Yeah, I went and got wings with a buddy of mine.
You have uncovered one of the
and we got I saved one person. There you go. And they had
most intriguing puzzle.
I got the hot wings. And the hot wings, they were like pretty hot. But buddy mine got the SOS wings. They were a little hotter. The SOS wings were a little warm. I would not have been able to eat a whole plate of that. I ate my hot wings and it was delicious, but the SOS wings, woo!
What are a few days
Woo.
to one who has
That would have been
waited
tough.
centuries to be free? And now,
Like smoked meats? Oh, just like Zuckerberg, smoking these meats.
Introduce myself properly. I am the first and only Lord Sable. With a harsh laugh, the vampire springs into battle. The Lord Sable screams, "Come to me,
Yep.
my pets!" The vampire cries.
Where'd he go?
A swarm of rats answers his call. Light glints. Lord Sable.
Just never was in a game that had me for side quest for job questionnaires, but in space. I can believe it. So I haven't finished Dragon Age Inquisition, and it's because I got exhausted by the MMO quests that were in it. I don't like single player games with MMO style quests. I'm okay with MMOs having MMO quests, but I don't like single player games having MMO quests. Of like, hey, go collect 13 of these in this area. Ugh. Ugh. So I haven't finished it yet. I took a break from playing it. Oh, hold on. Do you want me to give you the best Dorak impression? I got it. I'm gonna turn my mic down a lot so I can do this. One sec. Cruiser! No, cruiser! Cruiser, no! Cruiser! No, cruiser! That's my impression. I turned the mic down a lot. I don't know how well it came through. Every time, if I jump into a Discord channel, that's almost exclusively what you hear most of the time. That or, why, Cruiser? Why? Cruiser, why did you do that? You didn't have to do that, Cruiser. Why did you do that? I don't know why they would need to do it or what was going on. Just always something around there. Anyway, I'm a Conjuration Transmutation, so that's Earth in all cases. It's always Earth, because Conj Trans. Sounds good. And then, Intensify, I guess. Borderline free.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stormreach, the mysterious Isle of Dread.
And now,
The gatekeeper in Stormreach Harbor.
I can take Spell Specialty Transmutation. So that gives me 7 Transmutation DCs. Not bad. I'll take it. So we're level 32. Level capped out. Top of the morning. Draconic Heritage. Okay, I need to figure out how exactly my character functions. What do I do? Reduce cost of Quicken is fine, because I quicken everything. Spell DCs. I didn't take Rune Intensified. Do I even need Tier 5 Draconic? Basically, I spent too many points in this tree. Something like that, maybe? There you go. So I leveled up, and my Flash Freeze gained 13 DCs. 13 Transmutation DCs from those levels. Amazing. Conj is 32. Transmutation 25. I don't have any Transmutation items on, so I could get that extra 5 points. Mm-hmm. So multi-vial 78, and yeah, that's before actually factoring in gear. So I could factor in gear and fix that up. Smooth it out. I'm wearing a lot of heroic gear, so there's that. Oh! Alright. Well, I don't plan on staying at the level cap at all. For any particular reason. I'm pretty much just boiling this character down, like, right away. So I could reincarnate, so that way tomorrow I can already start playing my new build. And just do the reincarnation step today. Well, now you have. My collectible bag is full? Oh, shit. Thank you, Alchemist, but it's into the stew for you? Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Oh, God, I have 5 spaces left. Woo! Woo! Okay, we're good. You might be like, wait, what's even in here? Dude, I don't know what's in here. A lot of it's the filigrees, if I'm being honest. It's a lot of duplicate filigrees. Where, like, look at all my angelic wings. There's 32 pages of filigrees. Now, granted, it's not all of it, because if I go sun, it's 17 pages of these. Which I recognize is a me problem. This is a me problem. But, like, is it? That's what I'm saying. Is it a problem? It's an issue, not an ish me. So anyways. Alright. I'm gonna do a sell. I can do HR. Would mind to ensure you get the job. Nice. That sounds like some high quality video game there, young man. Sunfest 2024 will be next year. Sunfest 2024 is next year. So, get ready. I don't have a new design for, like, the shirts and stuff. Sort that out. Don't we have an Equinox coming up for more Sun Flasks? I don't think they do it at the Equinox. But, no. Okay, so that's good. I guess I need alchemy. Where's an alchemist? Where do people do alchemy in this game? Is there an alchemist here? An apothecary in this town? Because I'm pretty sure there's a potion vendor somewhere around here. I'll go hang out with Randall. I'm gonna turn off the cat because it's annoying. Okay. Just like you can't go wrong with a steak and a baked potato for dinner, you can't go wrong with meat and potatoes Alchemist. It's pretty straightforward. Bombardier, you hit people with spells. There's really nothing wrong with that. So how do you do it? You put all your points into intelligence, because that's really all you need. You put your points into Constitution, because that's really all you need. And the rest of these stats are garbage. They don't do anything for you. So max out these 2 stats, ignore the rest of them. And you might say, but Strim Tom, if I don't have Wisdom, my will saves are going to suffer. And also, if I don't have Dexterity, my reflex saves are going to suffer. Don't even worry about that, because Alchemist, for some inexplicable reason, gets 2 feats. First, they get an ability called Insightful Courage at level 8, which lets you use your intelligence for your will saves. Why do they get that? I don't know, but they do. On top of that, they also get the defensive feat, Insightful Reflexes, for free at level 2, which lets you use your or your intelligence for your reflex saves. So you don't have to worry about any of that. So, intelligence, constitution, and nothing else. As far as skills go, you get a lot of intelligence, so you can take almost all the skills. So it's hard to really say what you should take, but basically, Haggle is good for money. Jump is good so you have lots of jump, because jump casting is good. Search is so you can find stuff. Spellcraft is your damage, and use Measure Device. Outside of that, you can just do whatever you want. You want to tumble around? Take Tumble. Do you want to see invisible targets as you don't have a perfect memory of where every single monster in the entire game is located? Take Spot. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I guess Balance, if you don't want to get knocked down, doesn't really matter. It's unimportant. As far as your feats go, pretty straightforward. I started by grabbing the Meta Magic feats, Quicken, Maximize, and Empower for my spell-like abilities. I actually started with Maximize and Empower first, and then I got Quicken at 6, so it was Maximize at 1, Empower, and then Quicken at level 6, so Maximize, Empower, then Quicken. The reason for that is because you get some spell-like abilities early game that can't be quickened, so it works better to do this, and your spells cast fairly quick in the early game anyway. After that, I went into the spellcasting feats and picked up the Spell Focus, Conjuration, and Greater Conjuration, because those are your bread and butter. That's the main stuff that you're going to be doing with this character is Conjuration spells. And then I also picked up Heighten later because it was pretty good. As far as your epic feats go, you have 2 routes. You have the Ruin route and the non-Ruin route. I did not go with Ruin. I wanted to try it out and see how it felt. I didn't try it out at endgame, which is on me, and I probably should do that to give a more thorough review. But for the leveling purposes, it doesn't really matter which one you take. Grab Wellspring of Power, because this is the best buff in the game. You just press a button, you do a crazy amount of damage. I grabbed Epic Spell Focus Conjuration, as well as Emboldened Spell. This increases my Conjuration DCs, and this increases all my DCs by 2, and then Intensify. And then for the Destiny feats, I'm a Lightning Alchemist. Whatever element you picked, just take the spell power for it. Crush Weakness to deal extra damage to the helpless. I grabbed Deific Warding because I don't have any other secondary damage types. If you already have lots of physical magical resistance rating, you could take another Epic Spell Power for some more spell crit, like Epic Spell Power Positive if you really wanted. And then finally, Spell Specialty Transmutation is what I went with, so that way my character would have more Transmutation DCs, which would be better for crowd control. And then for the legendary feat, I went Sign of the Plane of Earth because it is Conjuration and Transmutation. Yes, I'm not an Acid or Poison Alchemist, so I don't get the bonuses here, but that's okay. I'm going to try not to worry about it. As far as the spells go, you're basically going to need an elemental spell, so I went with Lightning, and then also stacking on top of that the Inflict admixtures, so Inflict Light, Inflict Moderate, Inflict Serious, Inflict Critical. You can kind of get that going. The best course of action is obviously to play Acid, because basically nothing in the entire game resists Acid, and will get you through everything. There's like 1 Clay Golem in Tear of Deccan that you have to avoid, but outside of that, you're going to be able to blow up everything. Oh, and the Arcane Oozes in The Prisoner, in level 8 quest. But outside of that, you can just blow up everything, and then by the time you get to level 12, you can avoid all immunities in the game. So you're pretty much just going to take offensive spells and then backfill with defensive spells after you've leveled up and you don't need those lower level offensive spells anymore. Until you get to level 12, at which point you get 2 things. 1, Multi-Vial of Sparks, one of the best damage spells in the game. This spell's so good that it's still really good, and it got nerfed twice. That's how you know it's good. It got nerfed twice, and it's still really good. Pre-nerf Alchemist. Oh, man. Anyway, we got the multi-vial. You just pick whichever element you're using and kind of go with it from there. At the same time, your character is also going to acquire this ability, Weakening Mixture. You just pick the element you want, and now you bypass immunity. And the reason why this is so powerful is because you have to hit a monster with a spell to strip its immunity off of it. So, what you do is you throw out the multi-vial. The first spell, or the first hit of it, is going to remove the immunity, and then the other 3 vials are going to deal full damage. So it's really crazy like that. So it's really nice. And then also for your 6th level spells, Elemental Combination is just good damage, and you get to heal yourself, and then Gold Skin. I took Gold Breath because it was cool. Anyways, let's look at enhancements. So you're going to notice that I spent a lot of points in Bombardier, and then also some points in Fade Arc Illusionist. If you don't own Fade Arc Illusionist, that's fine. Also, if you don't own Tabaxi, that's fine. I played Tabaxi because that was the past life I was going for. I'm getting a Tabaxi life. It's not relevant. Also, I didn't know what race to play, and somebody said Tabaxi, and then I picked Tabaxi, and then somebody said, yo, you can be a Thundercat, so I played Electric. That's the thought process I went into Electric Alchemist. You don't have to do that. As I said, Acid is the best one, and is going to serve you better than everything else. Anyways, now I did put points into Bombardier, picking up a lot of the good stuff along here. However, that's not where I initially spent my points. One of the first things you want to get in Apothecary is this right here, the Inflict Light Wounds Admixture. This is huge. The damage is massive on this. This is going to be what carries you through the early game. You want to get this as soon as possible. This is one of the best things. So you want to get the Inflict Wounds spell-like ability. Then you want to grab one of these spell vials here, and you want to grab, so whichever one you're using, so say you're using Acid, you want to grab this, and you want to max this out. So you want to max out this and this first. Once you have that, I put more points into Apothecary, and I got the admixture here, because this also gives you a Inflict admixture of the same kind, and you can use Inflict Serious and Inflict Light Wounds admixture to do most of the damage during the leveling process. I'm not going to lie to you, Alchemist is slow, and from level 1 to like level 12, it can be a little bit rough, and specifically level 1 to 6 is tough because you don't have a lot of very consistent good damage. But once you get to 6, it's not too bad with the Inflict Serious and the Inflict Light spell-like abilities really putting in a lot of work. Now, I also used Fade Arc Illusionist and grabbed Greater Color Spray, so by the time I was level 6, I had Greater Color Spray, and I had the Inflict here, and I had the Spell Vial. So I had 3 spell-like ability, or 3 damage spell-like abilities, and I could stun everything. I personally really like Greater Color Spray on basically every spellcaster, since when the monsters are color sprayed, they can't do anything, so they're not moving, and they take extra damage, so it saves you points on your spells, because this only costs 4. So if I hit like a whole pack of hobgoblins with this, then I kill them in 1 fireball, then I'm actually saving spell points instead of having to cast 2 fireballs. Plus also you're not getting hit as much, so you take less damage, so that's kind of the idea there. If you don't own Fade Arc Illusionist, don't worry about it, just start putting points in the Bombardier tree. And that's kind of what I did. And then when I hit level 12, I had 11 here and 11 here. I didn't have enough points to actually get to the top of the Bombardier tree, but that's when you get Multivial and your character goes crazy. So what I did is I took all the points out of Apothecary and kept 11 in Fade Arc Illusionist, and then I filled out the Bombardier tree, picking up the Weakening Mixture. I will say this, in terms of the stats in the Bombardier tree, I think that the Spell Crit is the least valuable during the leveling process because it's only 1%, so you get 4% Spell Crit for 8 action points, which is a lot to spend when you can get like 9 reduced cost of Maximize or Quicken, which makes your spell significantly cheaper and is more damage per spell point than the crit would be. So the crit here is definitely like the last thing you should take in the tree. You should take it, but it should be like later on into the experience. And as I said, if you don't happen to own Fade Arc Illusionist, that's fine. You can just fill out Apothecary, grab more intelligence here, grab some of the defensive stuff, the crit. Spill the Bad Stuff is a great utility attack because it can basically cause every status effect in the entire game. It's like one of the Malboros from Final Fantasy. You basically just hit them with Bad Breath and they get every status effect. So it's a pretty cool ability. I don't really recommend you put any points, for the most part, in the Vial Chemistry. The only reason you put points in the Vial Chemistry is if you're playing as a poison build. To bypass poison immunity, you can use Wave of Poison, which has a 6-second cooldown, and anything you hit with this will become vulnerable to poison, so you can poison them. The downside is this is a Ceruleite spell, so if you happen to use this, it will take you out of your reaction state, which you want to be orange all the time. Some people do get intimidated by the Alchemist reaction state. I think I can pull it back up here. Oh, I actually don't have one. Interesting. There it is. Some people do get a little frazzled by the reaction state stuff. You're a Bombardier, so you want to be an orange. How do you get into orange? You cast red spells and yellow spells. What are those? Damage and healing spells. So don't worry about it. You're going to be an orange. That's just the natural state of things. Oh, do I want to cast Vein Freeze because it does damage and freezes stuff? Cool. That's a yellow spell. Do I want to cast Multivial? That's a red spell. And now you're in orange, and that gives you spell power, spell damage, reduced spell cost, all the stuff you want for your spell casting. Let's talk Epic Destinies. Now, I leveled with Electric, so I used Macrotech, and I grabbed Tonkins at the beginning. I also got Primal Avatar and grabbed Mantle of the Sky, and then I grabbed Dragon Breath. So those are my first investments. 7 points here, 8 points here, 8 points here, as fast as I could to get all of this stuff. The Mantle just adds damage to your spells. Dragon Breath is awesome, and Tonkeens cost only 12 points, 12 mana, but it has no saving throw on it. And it's not a Epic Strike, which means you can use this and this at the same time. Then once you get to 23, you want to take Evergreen as soon as possible. This will give you nearly infinity mana during the leveling process and is quite useful and something I used. And then after that, I filled out Draconic Incarnation as you see here. And then once I filled out Draconic Incarnation till I was done with this, I then put points into Macrotech, and then I filled out Draconic Incarnation, and then anything I had left I filled out where you can see in Primal Avatar here. So you have like a pretty basic structure is you want to have this, this, and this right away. Then at 23, you take this. Then at 26, you want to be up here. And then after that, you just fill out the rest of it. And that's pretty much how I ran the character. As far as items that you can look at to equip, your character is a Conjuration user. So you want to find items that have Conjuration focus. You can either do this generally by getting an item like the Prince's Scepter or something from Feywild that gives Spell Focus Mastery, Insightful Spell Focus Mastery, or the, was it the Night Mother's Scepter, whatever it's called, the Macabre Scepter from Ravenloft, which also has the same effect. That can all be quite good. Or you can do what I did is Caneth craft something like a Conjuration, Insightful Conjuration Focus item here to help you with those Conjuration DCs. Also, you want to make sure you have Spell Power item. I have a Glaciation item. The only ice spell I cast is Vein Freeze. This is one of the spells I didn't touch on too much before, but Vein Freeze is a 4th level spell that is insanely good. Even though it is a cold damage spell and you don't think you need it, it freezes monsters with a Fortitude save, and monsters get frozen all of the time. So usually I use Flash Freeze for freezing monsters. It's very, very powerful, but it's melee range. On your way in, say you're playing on a higher Reaper mode, you can lob in a Vein Freeze. It's going to freeze about a quarter of the monsters you hit with it on average. So if you hit 8 monsters, you're going to freeze 2 or 3, which is still helpful. And then you can go in with the Flash Freeze in a little bit, just with that extra little bit of safety. So I had that for that, and then the Scepter of Magnetism because I want to have some lightning spell power. And then as I said, Intelligence, Constitution. I got a cloak with Intelligence, Insightful Intelligence that I crafted. I have a ring with Constitution, Insightful Constitution that I crafted. No problem. You want Sheltering, so physical and magical sheltering to reduce the amount of damage you take. If you happen to have Insightful Sheltering, that's good. Healing spell power is also nice for being able to heal yourself. And then your kind of basic defenses. Fortifications, that way monsters have difficulty critically hitting you. Items that give you like hit points and stuff. So I have like Profane Life Force here for some extra hit points. These items are level 5. Oh, geez, what's this? This item's level 5. This item doesn't even do anything for me. I can just take it off and my stats don't change. So anyway, you know, you have a lot of flexibility in terms of the gear that you want to use. So anything that gives you bonuses to spell DCs is pretty good. So like this gives me Profane Spell Focus, which stacks with my Conjuration and Insightful because it's Profane. So it gives me that extra bonus. Looking for stuff like Quality, like the Spinneret from the Slave Lords is also a good option. Or the Black Satin Waste from Shard. You have a lot of flexibility there. But that's generally how I built the character, and that's how I kind of ran it through. As I said, the hardest part is going to be the early levels. At the beginning, you're going to struggle quite a bit because level 1, 2, 3 is just the worst part on Alchemist. It's terrible. But there is a solution here. Well, 2 solutions. 1, Byron's Scout Sword. He's a barbarian hireling you can buy on Korthos Island, and he will do the entirety of Korthos for you, and a good chunk of the harbor. So check him out. And 2, what you do is you press the social key, you join somebody's group, okay? And you go, oh, hey guys, and you just walk around and follow people. If you want, you can even take like some of the heals, the low-level heals, like the Curative Admixture, and just heal people. They'll love that. And then all of a sudden, you get that XP, and you'll be supporting people. You hit level 12, and then all of a sudden, everything in the game is deleted instantaneously. This spell is so good, it's like oppressively good. You will, once you get Multivile, you'll go from being somebody who's supporting the team and kind of working with everyone else to making it so that everything dies so fast, no one has any fun. And isn't that why we play video games? To kill things so quickly, other people don't even get the chance to have fun? Yeah, me too. Anyways, that's all I have for you today. So thank you for watching. If you like what you saw, make sure to follow that channel and smash that like button because it helps out a lot. Let people know you know, about the stream and the channel if you're interested or something. I don't know. I ended my last stream or my last video with like a weird comment that made me uncomfortable, so I'm not going to do that this time. So I'm just going to stare into the camera until it fades to black. Did it fade to black? Oh, I have to do that in post? Oh, gee. That's it. There's your YouTube video. Ooh, I probably could have like put up a thing. Oh, it was my Puss in Boots build. And so at the end of the video, I was like, thanks for watching. Hit some like and subscribe. Don't forget to push that boot. And then I was like, I gotta go. You know what you could have done, Narasouth? Is you could have watched my YouTube video. Just saying. Out of pair facts? Oh, there's got to be more. All right. So I got an hour until I have something to do as an actual commitment. Because for those that don't know, in 1 hour, I get to preview the brand new class in the video game, The Lord of the Rings of the Online. Weird. Hold on, I got a weird email. Wait, what? Oh, okay, interesting. Sorry, I read a weird email. I just learned something strange. Hold on. If you're a bloop, that's me. No, we're good. Gotta thunder that cat. Yep. Yeah, Alchemist is super easy and straightforward. But the early levels are so brutal. Oh my god, it's so hard. Age Shadow Legend sponsor? No. I got a weirder than that. Is that a stock? Yeah, somebody already did it. I don't read the weather too often. Dude, just look at it. Look outside. Just look. What's outside? Dark? Boom. Dark.
Hey, Strim, it's me, your non-scammy mail.
What's up?
Has you really been far even as decided to use, even though want to look more like? Call 985-655-2500 inside the details for. Go further, and even more decided to use. You can really be far
Every time
as
I hear this, I
decided
feel like I'm
twice
having a
as
stroke.
much to using go wish for it. When you decide far even wants to use it and go want, then get really far even as decided to use, and look more like, and go after. It's just common sense. Apply today.
I will. Thank you, young man. I'd like to believe that you have a copy pasta repository, just kicking it. That's just full of like really good copy pastas. Also prediction. Also, we're going to be doing, so I will be doing the build review. To answer your question, yes, I will do that. I just got to get a couple things before I go do the build review. Specifically, I got to get some rogue energy. And I gotta organize my inventory here. Because I gotta reincarnate. Was it the crossbow? It was the crossbow. I gotta feed my crossbow.
Now I'm even more useful.
No, now I'm even more useful. Is this a Reaper bonus? I didn't check any of the items from when we did the legendary thing. Well, what had a Reaper bonus? Probably should have, huh? Embrace of the Queen. This is such a sick cosmetic. Oh, you're gambling on the, what I'm going to roll on my gold roll for the day. I always forget to do my gold roll and people get mad at me. So this way it gets to become inclusive because people can, like, gamble over it and then win or lose all of their flasks. And their sanity. And their sanctity of spirit. Next build is 20 strength, 20 charisma, Dragonborn, Warpriest. Sorry, Dark Apostate Warpriest. And if that doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what will. Okay, let's go here. Prince's Scepter, Queen's Scepter. I do think I'm going to do single weapon fighting, which I know is not what people want to see, but I think single weapon fighting is the play. I think single weapon fighting is the move. Because single weapon fighting is pretty good, and it lets me use longsword. Warpriest. My plan is 21 Dark Apostate, well, like 23, using the Dark Apostate Imbue, because they buffed the Imbue. So I get the Dark Apostate Imbue, so it's evil damage, and I get the stuff where it's like cursing on crit and all that other nonsense that I get from that. And Dark Apostate cores give Radiant and Universal Spell Power. Then I'm going to do lefty-righty on Divine Disciple, which then gives me Universal and Radiant Spell Power. And then I'm going to do the core, and then I'm going to do Capstone and Tier 5 of Warpriest, which gives me, again, the Spell Power and Fire Spell Power and Light Spell Power. And the reason why all that comes together is because it means that from my tree alone, I can get over 100 and something fire and light spell power combined. And the reason why that's important is because the character can then be full strength, but still use Dragon Breath, because Dragon Breath scales off of evocation and strength. So I can use Dragon Breath in epics as my epic strike. And so I can have AoE. And on top of that, I can also use Holy Fireball, which has no save on it, and scale fire and light spell power. So I can basically go in, Dragon Breath Fireball, and then start meleeing. And then Dragon Breath Fireball and melee. Dragon Breath Fireball and melee. XP doing a lot. There's a question you're doing in this level range. If you're level 6, I like to do... I don't like the Force, if I'm being honest. I'm not a big Force guy. I do the House D Depths quests in the Anvil Fire Inn or whatever there. So I do those. And then... yeah, I don't do a whole lot else. Irestone Inlet is in the harbor. Yeah. No, you're 6. So what 4s are you doing? I usually do whatever 4s I can stomach, and then I go to 3 Barrel Cove. Yeah, because at 6, you can do 3 Barrel Cove, and then all of Feywild, and you're still pretty good on XP. The Jurassico ones? Oh, go to House Deneath and do the Depths chain. When you go to House Deneath and you turn left, there's going to be a tavern, and there's going to be 4 guys sitting at a table, and all of them have, they tell you these stories, and it's a good set of quests. I like them. The stories are good too. So if you haven't done those quests, I would recommend those ones. There's a lot of loot too, and a lot of optionals. There's so many treasure chests in those quests. You get yourself a lot of loot. I do the steam tunnels every life. Every time. Get an auto clicker. I usually use an auto clicker for this. Fine. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I think my auto clicker, it's in my computer, but it's hidden somewhere in the software, so I can't find it. Yeah, you gotta be really careful about the will saves. You gotta go after the clerics first. Clerics are the most dangerous. Always go after the clerics first. Always. Yep. Yeah, it knows I want it. I like that my unarmed still has a weapon. I don't know what causes that bug. It's weird. Okay, I think I have enough heart seeds. I think I have enough heart seeds. Epic Heartwood. There we go. I think I have enough. Ugh. Kill speed is iffy? Yeah. See, this is another reason that was really nice. What's on my arm? Yeah, did I get tagged? Like by a conservation group or something? Yeah, I don't know. That is weird. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why when I did my my solo guided fighter playthrough as a Warforged, it's very convenient because you're immune to paralysis. So you're just completely immune to all hold effects. You just ignore it entirely. Alright. Yeah, there are complications with being a Warforged, but that's one of the main benefits, and it's very good. For the extra threat? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, you're playing with other people, right? Since flesh is weak. Oh, so threat is the probability that monsters attack you instead of someone else. Oh, they're waiting for 32. I gotcha. You're playing like a fighter, a tanky fighter. Okay, gotcha. Yep, no, I'm with you 100%. Yeah. I mean, Warforged also get extra threat because they get Warforged hate in their tree as well. I'm just saying. Not saying you should reroll. I'm just, I mean. To be fair, people don't like Warforged tanks because they're harder to heal. Alright. I'm going to go use the bathroom. And then I'm going to grab my rogue energy. And then I'm going to see if SSG made a mistake and I can log into the Bull Roarer server and see if I can test that out. And if I can't, then we'll do the build review. Eee, splat. Oh yeah, I forgot. Tabaxi take no falling damage. Alright, I shall return shortly. What's up, Warbro? How are you doing? It's a sick emote. Alright, I'm back. What are we talking about? I missed everything. Sorry, I took an extra second because I decided to get some goat meal. Because I figured before I drink something really heavily caffeinated, I should probably just have something in my stomach. I haven't really eaten this entire afternoon. So, because I had breakfast at like 10 and it's 5, so it's been like 7 hours since I last ate something. So, I should probably get some goat meal. And, so I'm just going to eat this real quick. So first, to see if I can disappoint a bunch of people, see if I can log into the server yet. I can't. Okay. Just double checking. Okay. You had a question? Oh, is Fadark Sorcerer good? Fadark Sorcerer is one of the builds that currently does like the best crowd control in the whole game. You know what else has amazing crowd control? That's right, it's time for the daily dice roll, everybody. That's right, we're gonna control the crowd, getting you guys to dump those rat jams in chat, because it's time for the daily dice roll. That's right. Time to see whether you're a winner, whether you're a loser, whether you're somewhere in between because you didn't actually put any money in, which means you're definitely still losing. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Goal roll. Ooh, that's a 36, everybody. 36. Oh my god, that's not ideal. It's not ideal for me. It's not good for me. It is what it is. Yeah. I like how it's, you know, it's just friendly. And then there's the all caps suck it Narasouth. Did you go all in? You don't want to do that. Oh god, what did you guys call this? This was Runearm Man? Okay. You guys will get your points back. You get your points back, don't worry about it. Force multi-box in the stream. Wouldn't you? Sorry, the file's just loading still. Give me a minute, I'm just gonna eat this. Alright. Okay, so this build is known as Runearm Man. The idea was to make like a force caster that used Runearms, right? Which is cringe. Because we can do way better than that. Because I like the ideas here, except most of them are cringe. You see, what you need on a character like this is DCs. You need damage, you need instant kills, you need force damage. And so we're going to make the Evoclutionist, which is an evocation illusionist, which should work very well. The main problem is healing yourself. Now, Robot does very well for healing yourself. The problem is its DCs are lower. I want to fix that. I want to have more DCs and not less DCs. I want character to be better and not worse. And I like Runearms. The thing is, 2 levels of Artificer plus Runearms versus no levels of Artificer plus Runearms is the same thing. So what we do here is we're going to swap it to Gnome, which is going to allow us to pick up 4 more intelligence over the previous build. And on top of that, we're going to pick up illusion DCs. Psych! One of the reasons why you play Warforged is because it gives you 25 determination bonus to spell power. Guess what? You know where else I can get that? Deep Gnome. 20 spellcraft for 3 points. But then we also get to pick up way better stats. It does pretty much everything you want. Then you don't have to worry about being a robot, which means you can focus more on the damage and pick up more damage. That's what we're going to do here. I'm going to start Warforged. Deep note. Being undead is cringe. Nope. It's not. It's really cool, okay? It's really cool. It's really cool. There we go. Postpone 24 hours? They postponed it 24 hours? I didn't see it already. Really? Oh, thanks for the report, dude. I did not get the email about that. Because I actually emailed. I did a follow-up. Oh, yeah, I just got the email 8 minutes ago. I hadn't checked. Because I checked like 10 minutes ago, and they had... Because I had asked a question. I was very specifically like, hey, when can we start patching? And then they were like, you can start patching maybe 3 to 4 hours later. And I was like, okay, thanks. And yeah, just now. The invitation-only Mariner preview will now begin at 3 p.m. Wednesday. Well, that sucks. Because I'm 100% busy. I absolutely cannot reschedule. Which means I can't do the preview. It's the last session of my D&D campaign. That's been going for 3 years. And we've already rescheduled twice. So that's funny. Good old Sandstone Games, huh? I can... You know, we can check it out on Thursday. Yeah, because they put the email out on Friday. Well... Maybe I could do it Wednesday night? I don't know. Correct. That sucks. Hey, my drivers are ready to install. Nice. So, here's the real question. Do they then clickbait? Do I clickbait it? Thursday is Novob? Yeah, but that's at 4. There's time before 4. Because I will be getting access at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, which means I could stream it after I'm done with my D&D session at like 10:30 p.m. Hit the night watch. Or alternatively, I can just do it Thursday morning because I'll have the time. Yep. I'll just leave it. I'll clickbait people. Damn, that sucks. Why would they do this to me? Sandstone Games. Also, thank you, Gingen. Fantastic. You're what a guy. Doing the Lord's work. Adding a DDO pirate. Everybody is losing completionist. Oh no. Well, that simplifies. Dude, I'm ready to reincarnate now. Oh my god. I was gonna fill up the rest of the evening with my new build. Or fill it up with that so then I can do the new build tomorrow. Is this build viable with few past lives? This build right here that I'm about to review for you. So we're doing the build review right now. This build is garbage and is for idiots. But we're doing the best we can with what we've got. Okay? Right? You got Gordon Ramsay coming into your restaurant or like into your kitchen. He's like, make me the best, I'm trying to think of like a dish. I don't know. The best fucking pasta dish you can think of or something. He's like, make me a souffle. And you're like, no problem. You got it. And you turn around and you got some nails. You got like half a cup of milk. You got a Pepsi Cola. You have like KFC leftovers that have been in the fridge for 4 days. And you're like, oh shit, we got to put something together. And that's what this is. David Thewlis? I don't know who that is. But I bet they're very cool if I remind you of them. Yo, give me that grilled cheese. Honestly, that's how you make friends.
You make friends with grilled cheese sandwich. Targeted at you? Oh, he was in Harry Potter? Nice. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of the Artificer. Now, this means that your character is no longer capable of disabling traps. That's okay, because disabling traps is cringe. You got Evocation, you got Illusion. Both of those things make me very happy. We got Heightened Spell. You got pretty much every single thing you need. You got Empower. You're going to need to add in 2 things, though. You need Extend, and we're going to need to add in Inside Reflexes and Mental Toughness. You don't really need Enlarge. Enlarge is nice, but you don't need Enlarge. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine. First Blood's good, Intensify's good, Inspire Power, Embolden, Epic Destiny Toughness. All of this is pretty much fine. I don't really have an issue with any of these things. You got the Feywild. I wish you could get more Evocation, but it is what it is, and we do what we do. Again, not really have to do any changes here. This is perfectly fine. In terms of the feats, because you're still taking everything that you need. However, now we have Deep Gnome. Now, why does Deep Gnome matter? Because not only does your intelligence start 2 higher, you also get 2 intelligence here, which is basically plus 4 to your DCs. On top of that, you can pick up armor class and physical resistance rating, among other things. But instead, you're just going to pick up plus 3 to all saves, because that shit's busted. I have no idea why this is here. This is crazy. And then we grab Hardy Nature. And now you grab plus 3 to illusion DCs and 20 Spellcraft. Hilarious. And Phantasmal Killer spell-like ability. So now you have an instant kill, which is quite good. One of the problems is that you would already have Phantasmal Killer, but you want 2 of them, because that way you've got a little bit of redundancy. Now you have 2 of them, because you have Phantasmal Killer here. That way you can still keep the Evocation on Archmage, so you still have Magic Missile and Chain Missile to spam for proccing Sharadi, which is important. Also, you need Spell Pen, and somehow you didn't take Spell Pen in this build. So we gotta fix that. So we're gonna make some adjustment here. Adjustmentarino. So we're gonna reset this tree. Now, almost all of your damage spells are... almost every single one of the damage spells that you have is a spell-like ability. So you don't have to worry too much about spell-like abilities in terms of, mana cost reduction. So we're gonna have Evocation here. Again, you might think you would want to go Illusion, but it actually makes more sense to go Evocation, because you're going to be picking up more Illusion DCs, and you kind of need them to be fairly even. You do need to max out Arcane Bolt. You do want the Intelligence. You do need to max this out. You do want Arcane School Mastery. You do want Illusion Mastery. You want Arcane Supremacy. You want this, and you want that, which means I still didn't take Spell Pen, which is hilarious. You need the Spell Pen. It's kind of essential. Now, Eldritch Knight. Cringe. Let's fix it. Greater Color Spray. Greater Color Spray is already in the build. Pale Master. Now, why do you go Pale Master? Not only do you get some stats or whatever, but you also get access to Lich Form, which gives plus 2 intelligence. So your character is 6 intelligence more, which is plus 3 universal DCs, which is pretty good. Do you need the extra points in mana? You could shave 1 if you wanted. You don't really need the mana, so that's fine. You could shave 1 there, but you need to max out your Efficient Quicken. Or sorry, you want the Efficient Quicken maximize, and you want the Spell Pen, because the Spell Pen is too good. These share a cooldown. Greater Color Spray and Greater Color Spray share a cooldown. So unfortunately, that doesn't work. Next, you actually do want to go Eldritch Knight, because even though I said Eldritch Knight cringe, which it is, you really want the 3rd core Imbue the Blade, because it gives spell power and also gets to use armor. So, you can use light armor now, which is nice, because you're probably going to do that. And then for Fey Dark Illusionist, you'd actually really like to move up this tree, but you're so slim on points, you have 6 points left, which is just unfortunate. You need the Spell Pen. I really want that crit. It's 3% crit. It's really good. You could dump a point in Spell Pen here. Grab all saves and grab the crit. So now your character has... You got basically over where you were before. You got an extra 5 Spell Pen. You have plus 3 to all of your DCs and an extra plus 3 illusion, so 6 more illusion DCs. You kept the spell power. You grabbed a spell-like ability. What did you lose? 80 hit points, probably. 80 hit points and 30 mana. You get some of that back from the Lich Form. Also, you now have undead immunities. Very cool. So I love that. So now your character's picking up some more damage. So another reason why you wanted the Capstone is this reduces the mana magic cost of all of your, or the cost of all your mana magics by 1, which is, better than that. And it also works with Heighten. You don't have the improved Heighten, but it's okay because you're only really heightening one spell for the most part, so it shouldn't cost too much extra. It would be nice to get the efficient Heighten here, but that's like expensive and it's hard to fit anywhere. And you definitely wouldn't want to get rid of the efficient Quicken. If you really wanted to, you could probably drop like 2 Spell Pen or like drop a Spell Pen, do something like this instead. But I'm pretty sure you're going to need the Spell Penetration. And then you have Master of Magic here, which gives also +4 intelligence. So you're now up 10 intelligence and 20 spell power over where you were before by giving up Artificer, which is great. All right. So now epics. You're still going to be using Sharadi Champion because you're going to get Prism because you need Stay Strong because that's the whole point of the build is to deal damage with this. Now Double Rainbow is nice to have for sure. You've also got Macrotech, which gives you Armored Augmentation, which gives you increased cast level on your Rune Arm. This is actually pretty good. I don't dislike this. You've also got Shadow Dancer, which gives you Weird, and you don't have any spell focus. Your points are really, really tight. I guess you don't really have a lot of extra Epic Destiny points, huh? I mean, you're probably going to have to drop Armored Augmentation because there's just no way around it. Like, you really, really want to get the greater Shadow Dancer spell focus. So you're going to want to be able to pick that up. You need the Rune Arm DCs. You have Evocation Focus. You have Illusion Focus, which is fine. So where are we scraping for DCs? You're probably dropping Double Rainbow, if I'm being honest, which then lets you get rid of Good Luck. So you're down to 9 points. I like the extra core in Sharadi for the spell power, but you could also drop that as well, which gives you 4 points back. So you can still do this. That also means you could keep the Armored Augmentation, which lets you keep a little bit of extra stats there, be a little bit more defensive, and you don't lose any spell points. Oh, also Cut to the Soul. Because your character will have a fair amount of DCs. You can also use Trap the Soul to kill people, also as a debuff, which is nice. Plus, you're picking up more sneak attack dice on that. Now, one thing I did want to see is you're using Paranoia and Improved Paranoia. Not actually that bad. The main issue is your lack of sneak attack dice. Your character is only going to have 12 D6s, which is actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad. But what I was thinking, instead of this, so like bear with me. How do I get rid of this? It's 2 points. Okay. Is instead you go Meld into Darkness, which gives you dodge, and then Meld into Darkness for even more dodge. The downside to this is you lose out on a lot of damage, so I actually think that is not the move. So I think you are in fact going to have to go back to Paranoia, and then take Improved Paranoia. I think Improved Paranoia is too good for this build, for what you're trying to do. You didn't take Spell Pen, which you do want. You don't need Cover of Darkness, because you're not going to aggro anything, so this is fine. Well of Darkness is just spell power, so I like that. You really need the Spell Pen, so you're going to have to grab that. Lithe for max dex bonus. What's the max dex right now? Defensive bonus, max dex, no limit, because you don't have armor on. Now, we go here. What set are you using currently? We're going to examine the gear in a bit. Oh, no. Is this Isle of Dread? Oh, baby. I bet you like dread crafting your armor, sucker. Dino Bone Mail. So your max dex is 28, which is going to be a little interesting to get the dodge up here. You don't have a lot of dodge. Also, what the hell is this filigree set? We got to change this. Is this where you're getting a lot of sneak attacks? That's 2 sneak attack dice there. We got the Snow Peaks gifts for dodge and max dodge. Techno Mage. All right. That seems good. Oh, also, I just realized you should take Boost Drive. So how do we get Boost Drive in here? It's a 2-pointer? Oh my god, you really want Boost Drive. It's actually better than this. So the reason why it's better is because Boost Drive scales damage based on your caster level, and the damage is insane. So you kind of want to take Sonic or Electric. Probably Electric, because it scales off of spell power or spellcraft. So you lost a little bit of spell power there, but that's pretty good. So that's probably what I would do instead We can shave off some pieces. Now, the real trick to playing this type of character is you don't go tier 5 of Shadow Dancer, you go tier 5 of another tree, but you do the reincarnation trick where you get weird all the time. But we're gonna assume that you're not doing that, so we'll kind of go back on that one a little bit. Yo, what's up, Porky? How you doing? So that's good. As far as the spells go, you already got all the spells. You're all set. And now what we need to do is just help you sort out the gear on this character. Now, I like some of the ideas here. We're using Green Blade for the Biting Sands. And then you put Perfect Silence in here, which cancels it out, which is a classic move. I remember you doing that, plus also the filigree set here. So I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to strike down the sneak attack thing, because you do past life rogue hunter. Oh yeah, you have too many filigrees in here anyway. It's not even applying your filigrees, which is hilarious. It's not even adding sneak attack in here, so that's fine. So we'll get rid of that. Oh, sneak attack dice. It is. It was applying that. I'm gonna get rid of these. That's easy. It's a very, very easy decision. Intelligence and rune arm DCs are fine. Constitution. I'm gonna get rid of these. What do we have? What's our artifact? So autumn leaves. I don't really like autumn leaves as an item. Attack casters, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of investment for that much damage. Yeah, and you also don't need perfect silence. Well, you're not gonna fit perfect silence in here anyway. And now we're at 6 sneak attack dice. And now my brain is like, maybe you don't need the sneak attack damage on here, because that seems unimportant. So you're just kind of going through with volume. Yeah. Because you only got 6 d6s of sneak attack dice. Now you can get a set bonus for it, but what are our set bonuses here? So we've got Forbidden Knowledge, 4-piece. Oh, because the rune arm isn't giving it, so it's actually a 5-piece. So you have the Forbidden Knowledge here, which gives Profane to all spell DCs, which is fine. Then you have the Winter 3 set, because you're using Ring of Winter's Chill, plus this. Yeah, we're going to cut that out right away. And then you have the Strap of Autumn Leaves, which gives you magical sheltering, and it's autumn and winter, and you don't use the autumn set. So we're going to cut that out too. So I don't like that item at all. You have Green Blade here with Ring of Spell Storing, which I think is kind of interesting because it gives you the Force Crit and the Force Spell Power. Unfortunately, you don't have all Spell Crit, but that's fine. Yeah. Walking Ancestors also doesn't feel good here because you're running into a lot of problems with, like, I guess you get +3 artifact bonus to all ability scores, and it gives you the Imbue dice, and Imbue dice, when you have 7 of them, gives you extra base damage. But even still, you don't even need it with this build because you're already up there because you have the Snow Peaks. And also, I wouldn't recommend using this either. So we're going to cut that too. So I think you're going to want to use one of the new sets from the new expansion because they're quite good and they're easy to get. So we'll go with the Reinforced Shirt set, for example. And you can grab Artifact Spell Bonus to crit damage Artifact Spell DCs. This one's a little bit better and a lot stronger. So we're going to want to do this instead. It's going to save you some points. Because remember that the problem with the Imbue is that...
Hey, Strim, what do you think about me putting one of those "How's my driving" stickers on my car and putting Cruiser's number on it?
That is a... Yeah, you should do it. Yep. So try to preview Mariner. Trade coach just come watch. My name won't be tarnished. Oh, no. It's all clickbait. It's, they push the preview. I should probably post that in a couple places. I can probably edit it. Anyway. So the thing about the build having 14 Imbue dice is that the Imbue dice doesn't add flat damage to your spells. You don't have an Imbue on that. And also, it adds an extra D77 per 7 imbue dice of a random damage type, scaling off of that type's spell power, not force spell power. This doesn't get extra scaling. So it doesn't work with this. It only works with this, not the force damage. And you're a force build. So the imbue dice isn't really relevant. So we're going to keep cutting. I'm going to keep cutting. Trim the fat, baby. Anyway, so now you want more defensive stats? Well, guess what? We got the University Researcher's Cloak, which is disgusting. Oh, yeah. And we'll give them the Traveler's, not the Traveler's Guidance, Vol's Influence, which is all spell crit and spell damage. Oh, yeah. Walking Ancestor's Helmet? You mean the Walking Garbage Helmet? Because it's full of garbage? Potency Spell Sight? Or all saves, Insightful Fortification, Shield Bonus, and Natural Armor. Ooh. Or Quality Dodge, Fear Immunity, Spell Resistance, Lesser Displacement. Oh, look at these options. These are all so good. They're all so good. Anyway, so now you have 3 set Vol's Influence, which is way better. We don't need to worry about using the Perfect Silence. And then you can still keep your Forbidden Knowledge. I still think you should use one of the different artifacts. Also, you're an intelligence build. So you have the Study Spectacles, which gives quality potency and insightful spell sight, which is perfect because you have insightful potency and you have regular spell sight. So that actually fits in perfectly. You have intelligence 14 here. Insightful spell focus mastery on this is great. Like that's not great, but yeah, it's good enough. You have profane spell focus, which is nice. What? Oh, this is perfect silence in it. Okay. We gotta stop this. Stop this, guys. We're gonna walk through. It's tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Also, I'm not gonna be streaming it tomorrow because I'm busy. So, rip. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? This gives quality spell focus mastery. So we have quality, we have profane. We don't have sacred. And we don't have quality intelligence. So you're missing quality intelligence and you're missing sacred. What other gloves are there? Because you can go ahead and use the Absorption Gauntlet instead, which might seem weird. But then we can use the Satin Waist, which gives quality spell focus mastery instead, as well as spell pen, which you need. And they got quality intelligence on this bad boy. Which is pretty good. And now you have spell resistance and insightful spell resistance as well. Fire absorption, quality, spell sight, insightful magical sheltering. Still have the competence bonus. Oh, true, you don't need profane. True. Fast 20. The new expansion's pretty good. No, you don't want to be sitting in waste. The wristbound register is fine. I wish that you'd have 2 magical efficiency items, but that is neither here nor there. Which means you can actually replace the Winter Court necklace because you don't need this profane focus. Although this does give negative healing amp, which your character would need, and profane life force, so it's actually still just kind of good for the build anyway. And then I would just Dino Bone Ring it. Because your character does not have a Constitution item. So, do you have a Constitution item? So then you can go Constitution. Then you can get Force Spell Crit, and Sacred DCs, so you can get more spell critical damage. So you're all in the clear there, which is pretty good. This gives, so you have Kinetic Lore, you have Insightful Impulse, which is good. So you have Universal Crit and Force Crit, which stack together. You You have Artifact MRR cap, which is not that bad. Plus you have Magic Resistance rating, Insightful Magical Resistance rating. You've got the Rune Arm usage. You got Con, Insightful Con, Quality Con. You got Int, Insightful Int, Quality Int. You have Insightful Potency, Quality Potency, Spell Sight, Insightful Spell Sight, Quality Spell Sight. So you've got tons of spellcraft. There's a new neck with Profane Life Force. Oh, is there a better one from the expansion? What's the new necklace? It's not in here. If it is, I don't know the items that will. Without the raid gear, is it possible to cover most caster-related stats? Yeah. You don't need raid gear. This gear set has no raid gear on it, and we're covering all the stats. It's the Blade Mark Amulet? Well, it's not in the build. Oh, it's counted as a trinket. Ah, yes. The Blade Mark Amulet. Ooh, that would be better. That would definitely be better, because then you'd have Insightful Physical Sheltering. But then you'd also have 6 pieces of the Forbidden Knowledge set. Which would that allow you to pick a different rune arm? But this rune arm's really good. So I wouldn't actually change the rune arm. Yep, you could, if you wanted. You could use the Blade Mark Amulet here instead. I don't know what you get rid of, though. You need the library card because you need Insightful Spell Focus Mastery because you're not going to get it anywhere else. Yeah, you can't use the Hallowed Castigators here because you've got the intelligence. Unless there's another bracer that gives Insightful Intelligence 6. No. I mean, that does technically, but that doesn't count. Yep. Yeah. No, it's fine. You could replace the gloves, I guess. If you wanted to do that. And then take something else. But, like, you don't really... Like, most of the other gloves are not going to do a whole lot for you. Because you already have a lot of the individual stats that are on them. So you don't really need to do that. I would say that swapping to that other necklace and then augmenting it. So the Blade Mark necklace plus a negative amp augment is the play. But I don't really know how you take out one of your pieces of gear, because this is amazing, this is amazing, this is amazing, you need this. This is amazing, and this is amazing. So, like, you have 5 pieces, you have 6 pieces of gear that you want. It's a tough call. And then we got to fill in all of the augments that your character needs, because you're going to be missing a bunch of augments. So we'll just clear in some of these right now, because a lot of the ones that are really easy to get. One of the easiest ones that they just added in is Sapphire of Dodge 14. You can get this incredibly easily. You get it basically everywhere, because it comes from the new Vecna expansion. It's basically free. So that one's pretty good. You want to have one of those. Other augments that are kind of nice. I believe you already have spell points. Yeah, you have Wizardry, and I think you have Insightful Wizardry, so you've got tons of mana on here. We also need to shore up your artifact, so get rid of that. You know what's going to be good? Oh, this is what I would do for Raid Filigrees, would be Eye of the Beholder, Inevitable Grave, because it's insane. Raid Filigree, Eye of the Beholder, Inevitable Grave, because it's way too much. Plus also, that gives spell power. It gives spell penetration for the Eye of the Beholder set. So you can go Eye of the Beholder, Intelligence, and then you can go Eye of the Beholder, spell power. So you're already rocking the extra, like, it's just too good to pass up, because you get the 2-piece for the extra spell power, you get all this other stuff. Like, that's all insane and really, really good. I actually don't hate the Technomage stuff, because it gives you the Rune Arm charge DCs. It gives our Rune Arm charge rate, you get Rune Arm DCs, you double down on Rune Arm DCs, which you actually need to increase your Rune Arm DC, which is pretty good. And then you have an easy 4-piece left, and what do you do when you need an easy 4-piece? You either go in for crit and damage or DCs, and since you're somebody who splits your DCs, guess what? You're going in for DCs because it's really, really good. And the sneak attack stuff is not as helpful as it would otherwise be. You technically could go and do that instead, but meh. Something like so. So something like that would probably be what I would do. And then, yeah, the last one you could fill out with the other intelligence raid filigree if you wanted. The Zerrigans and Voltaic experiment at the end. Zerrigans is force spell power. But the DCs is too good. Yep. Yeah. Spark drive, something like that. I don't think there's anywhere you can move that around. Anyway, and then we just fill out with some of the extra augments that you need on this build. I'm just going to look into what they are, because I actually don't know. So you can get a globe. Because I'm assuming you probably have a globe kicking around. You had it in the build, so I'm assuming you have it kicking around. So globe is pretty good. Let's go into here. So we've got some colorless slots. So, oh, do you have... This has perfect silence in it? Wait, this one also has perfect silence in it? Guys, you gotta pump the brakes on these perfect silences. Yeah, you can grab Festive Intelligence instead. A little bit nicer. Oh, you already have Festive Intelligence somewhere else. Okay, so you have 6-piece Forbidden Knowledge? Oh yeah, you already had that. I knew that already. Okay, where is the Festive Intelligence? Because I thought I replaced basically everything. Ah, there it is. Okay, so you don't need that. Go with Constitution instead. No problem. Solve that problem. So now you're at 94 intelligence, so you're like way higher on the intelligence right there. And then a couple things you want to get. One of my favorite new blue augments that they added to the game is how to cast faster. This one's fantastic. It gives you -3 on the cost of all your quickens and all your spells, which is really, really nice. For the yellow augment, you're going to want to go get yourself a Topaz of Spell Focus Illusion 2. You get these from the Giant Hold vendor for Comms of Heroism. They're not terribly difficult to come by. Just go ahead and run Caught in the Web or that other, what's the other raid? Fall of Truth. It turns out Caught in the Web, not as hard as I thought, but it is tedious and annoying, and you'll never be able to do it on this build, so don't even try. So those ones are pretty good. There's also the Vitality Augment, which is pretty good, which I can't remember the name of. Oh yeah, Book of Legendary Recipes. It's blue for some reason, so keep that in mind. It is a blue augment. So you can get extra hit points, but it is a blue augment for some bizarre reason. And now your character doesn't have any bonuses to saves generally, so we're just going to throw in the general save bonus. So get you a Sapphire of Resistance, 11. That's pretty good. Oh, in terms of colorless augments, I think you have pretty much everything you would want from a colorless augment. You don't really need any of these. Oh, is it colorless? Oh, interesting. Yo, what's up, Titus? How are you doing? We're currently in the process. I'm helping put together a build for someone who wants to play a Force Caster using the new Archmage. So it's not. It's going in an interesting way. Drop of tea. Yeah, drop of tea is good. That's the yellow one. Eh? Do I have a yellow augment somewhere? Yeah, it's here. It is. Drop of tea is yellow, isn't it? Yeah, crystallized drop of tea. Reduce the cost of empower. You're probably not going to be using that much, but it's just nice to have. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything that's like really, really good. You grab the good luck because that's pretty good. You don't need armored agility because your character is already there. You have dodge. So now, as a result, your character ends up having a spellcraft of 158. What a number. Also, False Life is a good one. Is your build project new for him? Very good idea. Yeah, I tried to anyway. I had to do it in pieces because I didn't realize that some of the what do you call it? The links were broken, and so I had to make some adjustments on that one. I'm gonna do a 48 because you could probably get a 54, but we'll do that instead. Armor class. Where's your armor class? Okay. So you don't have any of the special armor class bonuses, so you could pick up some armor class if you wanted. Not too bad. Yeah, so like my build repository, I have the new one. So it's like kind of going here. So I have the new Puss in Boots build, the Sonic Boomer, and all that other stuff. So all the new ones. And then I have the old build repository, which is this Google Doc, which has 2 people on it. Woo! Which you can also scroll through to find it. And this is the old one. I had the old build repository on the old forums, but a bunch of the links broke even though I tried to fix them. So it is what it is. So this is all the old ones, and then it's still there. You can use the new one, which has a link to the old one, and then has the new ones, which I'm just building out. Also, I'm reserving these posts for builds. Essence of Litany. You don't need Essence of Litany. It's got Profane all. Yeah. The old one just doxed me. It's fine. People know my name. I'm literally pissing, shitting, crying myself for you to look at it, please. And then it says stinky in here. Yeah. My information is out there, so it's not hard to find. Anyway, we're now in the Lich form, which gives even more intelligence and constitution than what you had before. Also, you're always going to be at max mental honing because it's really easy to maintain. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So you have 159 spellcraft, which is disgusting. What a number. 96 intelligence, 68 constitution. Character sitting at 162 hit points. This physical magical resistance rating isn't great, but you know what? That's not my problem. That's your problem. Anyway, because literally you're the person playing the character. You got the negative amp. As I said, you could swap out the necklace or leave it in, honestly, because leaving it in gives you the artifact bonus to physical resistance rating, which is probably better. So I'd probably keep this here.
69?
Yeah, not 69. No, unfortunately. Anyway, the most important thing is we'll go down the magical breakdowns. Almost 5,000 spell points because you have a lot of stuff. Spell DC, school DCs. You're at 58 illusion and 56 evocation, which is pretty good. Crit chance for force is 52% because life. Oh, I forgot the crit augment. Oh, I forgot Pomora's. I forgot to get Essence of Pomora's Memento. I can never see it. There it is. There we go. 57 crit. Not too shabby. It has Wizardry and Insightful Wizardry. It already has its Exceptional Constitution. And then you've got Spell Pen. You have Spell Pen. You don't have Insightful. So this is the closest you're going to get, unfortunately, which is going to be a little bit rough. And then the Spell Powers, you're at, with all your Meta Magics turned on, 1612. That's such a number, dude. That's 1,300 in book. Oh my god. That's such a number. Yeah, they added a lot of spell power to Wizard. They add a lot of spell power to Wizard. And also, spell critical multiplier, you're at 155 on force. Now, the downside is what do you do for force damage to deal damage to targets? Well, you have 3 spells. You have Arcane Tempest, which scales off of force spell power and is an evocation spell, so you can use Arcane Tempest on pretty much every single pack. Magic Missile and Chain Missile. And that's it. Oh yeah, also the Archmage spell-like abilities, yep, as well. You've got Arcane Blast. You've got Arcane Bolt. Arcane Blast will actually do a fair amount of damage here. So that should be pretty good. And then on top of that, your character will also... Oh, Why didn't we take the Fate Arc Illusionist Shadow Blade spell? Just so you have an extra thing to use. Okay, good. Much better. Oh, also your saving throws are pretty good. Also, which is nice. Feed room for Master Shadow. Yeah, but you need something to cast, right? Because your main problem right now is when you're on damage rotation, it's Cyclonic Blast, it's Arcane Tempest first, Cyclonic Blast SLA, Magic Missile SLA, Chain Missile SLA, Arcane Blast, Arcane Bolt, and I guess you can cycle through some of these, but you might want to have the Shadow Blade. Maybe not. I don't know. Interesting. Maybe you don't. In Heroics, you're going to want Shadow Blade, but in Epics, you'll probably go back to Reality Bulwark. Yeah. Anyways, this is how I would improve your character. Yeah, you can cast Meteor Swarm. Non-Reaper quest, mess up other people's XP. Non-Reaper? No, you can leave a non-Reaper quest if you want. Oh, true. Yeah, Cyclonic Blast will wipe out Arcane Tempest, so use at your own risk. You ought to open with Cyclonic Blast. I forgot about that. Yeah, I will do that. Yeah. Anyway, are Runearm DCs in here? Global DC bonus. No, there's no Runearm DCs, so you can't see them. I believe you also have... You have 3 Runearm DCs, so that's 3 here. You get 6 here is 9. So let's just do the calculation on what your DCs are. So you have 96 intelligence, so 96 minus 10 divided by 2. So that's 43. Plus your evocation. Where's your evocation bonus? So plus 56. So you have 99 for evocation. Actually, I can do this like in client, can't I? Evocation bonus 99. So then we'll just extrapolate up. So then Runearm DC is the same number plus 11. So 110. And then Illusion is 101. So then we extrapolate this out for plus 19 for all of your spells because you're going to be heightening everything. So this means that your Arcane Tempest is plus 19, so that's 118. Runearm. I don't know what the Runearm calculation is. Oh, it's actually 46? Oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna put this down to 89 and 100. And 91 to make sure I keep my brain solid. I forgot that it includes the 10 in the base, which is really dumb. But yeah. What's the DC on Runearms? I forget. DDO Runearm. Also, remember the Runearm is a force or is a will save. How does the DC work? 10 plus current charge plus int. So it would be 11. So your Runearm DC is actually this. So your Runearm DC would be 111 on a will save, which means evasion doesn't matter against it. It's not terrible. This is not including Reaper mode as well. Yeah, so that's 111. Your Arcane Tempest, yeah, would be 108, I guess, instead. And that would mean your PK is 110, and your weird 110, and what else is a save? Oh, Arcane Blast Bolt is 110. It's always going to be charged tier 1. You never want to charge past 1. Evasion versus will effects? That would be a good change. What's your other spell? Oh, the Epic Strike. The Shadow Blade thing. What's that called? Nightmare Lance? Yeah, Nightmare Lance. Right there. Is 1 higher, so it's 111. Nice. So there's your DCs on your character, and how you land stuff. True! Then they would give monsters Slippery Mind. True. True. Anyway, that's how we would do it. But yeah, it doesn't always work for spells. A lot of spells don't work. So like Meteor Swarm, it's got 108, which I believe is what we calculated. Yeah, that is what we calculated, but like Weird doesn't work. Arcane Tempest doesn't work. So like it depends on the spell. Some spells do, some don't. Oh, also, you want Trap the Soul. Oh yeah, this is not including Arcane Supremacy. So Arcane Supremacy is not in play right now. Because when Arcane Supremacy goes active, you get 25% extra crit chance and 100% increased damage. So your crit chance goes to 75%, and your crit damage goes up to 255. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. There's your build. Well, I said I was going to do it, and I did it. Are you happy? Also, I can't comment about the quality of play. Also, your build doesn't work until tomorrow.
The pillars in what goes up improved evasion.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, they do. Also, if you'd like to play this build yourself, I'm going to post it in the Discord. So you can feel free and do it. So it'll be under the build review. This is a racial completionist build. You could probably do it without racial completionist, but you could also not do it at all, which is my recommendation. Here we go. And there you go. Build reviewed. So I hope you have fun with it. It's going to be pretty cool. Again, when the DCs are all over 100, it feels pretty good. Because that means you're actually going to land everything for the most part. Yeah. Also, some of you might be wondering, you might be like, hey, Strimtom, that didn't use a dinosaur bone weapon. So since you're not using a dinosaur bone weapon, doesn't that mean that your character is not going to be able to apply dinosaur bone debuffs? Who cares? Your character can't affect them. You do force damage. All you need is vulnerability, and everybody applies vulnerability for you. Anyway, I'm going to edit my title so I had to stop clickbaiting people. Lotro preview got pushed to tomorrow. Sag. Here we go. Wait, do the Giga Rapid Strikes from Rosani is gone tomorrow? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if SSG even knows about that. They might not even know. And this is not me trying to do a bully. I think they actually just don't know. I didn't bug report it. I spaced out and forgot. Did you? I don't want to max out skill mastery. Skill mastery, good. I also want arcane alacrity. Okay, El Doggo. No, it doesn't work until tomorrow. The build doesn't work until tomorrow, so be careful. I just don't want you to like get confused. Because you need the Archmage stuff. So I hope you do well, but yeah. Alright. Sharing and prepping, no play. Alright, you're good. Alchemical. I'm so glad my next character is starting with an 8 intelligence. I hate applying a million skill points. Alright. If you're wondering what I'm doing, if you've never seen this process before, when you reincarnate, because I was level 32, I can do an epic reincarnation down to 20, and then I can do a regular reincarnation down from 20 down to 1. So I basically get 2 pass lives for 1 leveling process. And that's very convenient because leveling for me, it took me like 10 hours to go from 20 to 30, which is way faster than it is to go from 1 to 20. So it's almost like a free TR. There's the stuff we saw before. They're making it so that all the Archmage spell-like abilities scale off of your highest spell DC instead of, picking one. Which means that if you're an illusionist or a conjurer or whatever, you can still use all the spells or like the attacks in Archmage, which means your character can actually defend itself regardless, which makes that so crowd control Archmages are actually way better for leveling and feel better at endgame because they just have a button they can do to like take somebody out. Unless you have no spell DCs and your character's going to suck and there's nothing we can do about that. Can't believe your character has 1600 spell power. Also, the gear in there isn't that crazy. It's mostly the filigrees. Because you're going to have to do quite a few raids to get a lot of the filigrees. But a lot of them are like the best filigrees in the game. So it's not like it's that bad. It's like, oh no, I have to go get the... intelligence plus 2 filigrees. Shit. 1600 with metamagic, 1300 character sheet. That's crazy. What a crazy number. Reminds me when we had belts. Pre-stat squish with belt. That was a good time. Because new Archmage gives so much spell power. A lot of people probably haven't tooled around with it. Yeah, it's crazy. The lowest spell power is 900. In the character sheet. That's the lowest one, 900. So I was like, oh man, this build doesn't have like, crit for negative for like the self heals on the Pale Master stuff. I'm like, it's got 900 spell power. It's good enough. Probably going to heal you fine. That's without metas. Extra 300 with metas. The game's another addition to update. Yep, they're adding a new one tomorrow. New patch tomorrow. New patch, new Archmage. They're making Archmage even betterer. They're giving it 10 more mana and also making it so that the spell-like abilities use your highest of whatever your spell DCs are. So if you're an illusionist, you can still use the attack. Also, to backseat 3, baby! That's a racial action point. My first one on this character. Let's go. I didn't check. Tome check. Good, my tomes are still here. Sometimes your tomes will bug out. It's very, very, very rare. I don't know how... I haven't heard about it in years, but it used to happen every once in a while to some people. And it's happened to me on more than one occasion. Cruiser, did you post Stream Tom bully the Frenchman in Discord and the clip of me yelling Cruiser? I'm not bullying him. If anything, I was more bullying you. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Master Pass life. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, dude. Can I get this armor? This looks so good. Because it's like the chain. Oh, this chain's awesome. It's like really minimal. I love the face on the like on the edges. Again, really, really minimal. The belt. Is this in game? Oh, dude. That's cool. I don't think this is randomly generated. Knowing what we know about how they decorate characters, Nobob, when he was showing off how they decorate NPCs 2 weeks ago, they basically, like the belts here, are accessories they can add onto the character. So this is probably just one of the base armor models, and then they can add the accessories on top of it to make their own custom armor for the NPC, and it's not an armor we can get in-game. I don't think this is in-game. I think this is just one of the custom armors that they put together. Dude, this looks so good. Alright. Dragonborn. Dark Apostate. Strength. Charisma. I need intelligence. Because I need skill points. I need balance. And I need wisdom, because I'm a cleric, right? I need wisdom, because I'm a cleric, right? Oh, shit. Okay, I forgot that you need a lot of stats on cleric. Hold on. I wanted to go longsword and single weapon fight longsword. Is this melee Dark Apostate? This is melee Warpriest Apostate. Classic Acon Cleric. I need... dude, I have to start 2020. Because this is for Divine Might. Gives me more damage. This gives me melee damage, and this gives me melee damage. So that's why I need it. Also, I can turn undead. Just be strength-based? It is strength-based. I'm using strength and Divine Might. No, you gotta be strength-based because tier 5 of the tree... Let me show you guys. Let me show you what you don't even know, okay? Let me show you guys. Let's time travel to one of the worst decisions I've ever seen. Cleric. Boom. Warpriest. Now, the problem with Cleric Warpriest is no crit or threat range in the tree, which means you have to be War Domain. Not ideal, but it is what it is. And you might be like, oh, but War Domain gets to use any weapon they want, right? Wrong. Now everything is based off of your favorite weapon, so you actually have to have your favorite weapon in your hand. And War Domain doesn't give you every weapon as favored. So realistically, you're still only using your weapon. So that effect doesn't matter. It's very unfortunate. But the big deal is, boom, Divine Power. God imbued with power and blah, 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 blah. Plus 6 sacred bonus to strength. 6 sacred. Six sacred. Crazy. So that's stacking. So we're going to go strength build. And then, on top of that, you also get Wrathful Weapons. Now, the trick here is you look at this and it says, when you score a Vorpal Hit with the original's favorite weapon, you get +3 bonus imbue dice, and your Fires of Fury imbue toggle changes damage from fire to light. The thing is, instead of taking Fires of Fury, which does a d6 scaling off of fire spell power, instead, we're just going to use the Dark Apostate, which is a d8, and scales off of light spell power the entire time, which is even better. So yeah. So the idea is I can use tier 5 of this tree, And I can take the capstone, which gives fire and light spell power and all that. Get the strength and constitution. Because remember, there is no charisma option here for the capstone. So I can have the full buff, full team buff and all that. I can use a Divine Vessel, which is now an attack that scales off of fire and light spell power. And then on Divine Disciple, we can do the lefty-righty, where I can go 3 and 3 to get a ton of spell power really easily and really cheap. And then we can go Dark Apostate and pick up not only a bunch of the cores for the spell power and stuff, but also the imbue dice. Spells not having a saving throw. I don't know if I'm ever going to use the curse, but I can use that. But getting the Dark Apostate curse here. And then using the Apostate curse imbue, which will be quite good, as well as the increased imbue dice and the extra bonuses from the imbue dice, getting it in both places, and enhanced curse 3, so you get the on-hit imbue here, which is the idea. And the rest in wisdom? Nah, wisdom's useless. I don't need to hurt people with spells, because the 2 spells that I want to use, and this is the other thing that's really cool, there are 2 abilities I want to use in this character. There are only 2 spells I'll be casting, right? Because I have lots of fire and light spell power. So, as I said, the Warpriest tier 5 uses Divine Vessel, which is fire and light spell power, which is going to slam people all the time. So I'm going to be using this constantly, right? So this has no save on it. So what else has either no save or little save that I can actually leverage? And there is something I can leverage in epics. There's 2 things. First, Draconic Incarnation. In here, there's Dragon Breath. It scales off of your highest stat. So I can use Strength for my Dragon Breath. Strength Dragon Breath. So I can breathe fire with strength. And I'm not done. Exalted Angel, Capstone, or tier 5, gives Holy Fireball, which mistakenly has no save on it, which means I can do fire and light fire and light scaling, and I can basically go into a room, Holy Fireball into Dragon Breath, and then melee down until those are off cooldown. And that's basically the build. All fire, all light, a big explodey, radiant divine servant of sorts. Loving the ranger build so far, almost level 4 already. Nice, I'm glad to hear that. Anyways, does that make sense? So that's why I don't need wisdom, because I don't have anything that scales off wisdom. I need a little bit of intelligence, and I could have constitution, but honestly, that's what past lives are for. So we're going to do this. Do not try this build at home. So I need balance to be maxed out, and for damage, I need spellcraft. I will take heal, but I need spellcraft for my damage. Can't use fire sword? Yeah. No, don't, no. Put it down. Put it down. Put the build down. I am going to be a red dragon because that seems cool. And I believe it is Sovereign Host for the longsword. You only get 1. So I'm going to use longsword the entire time, all the way through the game. And then I'm going to make my character red. And he looks good. Lawful good. Do I want to be lawful good? Yeah, okay. There we go. Leave this to the professionals. Mm-hmm. That's right.
You find yourself
So yeah, as I said, you might be like, oh, so this build is good? Don't you dare twist my words. Feel shame. Ooh, yo, I can get Intimidate and Spellcraft and Haggle. Also, 10 free hit points from Racial Lives. Just, it's pretty good, huh? Now, so the idea is, as I said, 11 points here, 41 points here, and like 22 points here. Now, adding all that together only leaves me like 7 points remaining. You know what costs 7 points?
Can you talk? Speak to me.
Stepping out of
yeah, but I got 2 universal trees. Okay, pay to win.
The Sahuagin have threatened this place for generations.
Pay to win. You guys forget.
Looks now. The Sahuagin are winning.
I got cash for days. I got cash for gold. Okay.
Hold out for help to arrive.
Anyway, it's going to take me like 2 hours to actually fully TR, so hold your horses. UI, layout, load, main. There we go. The Dark Cores, if you get a capstone still. I thought they fixed that. Didn't they fix that? That's 15 spell power. It's pretty big. It's so much faster. It's so much faster. That's awesome. There we go. Fire robe cosmetic on if you're a fire boy. Am I supposed to use the fire robe? I could use the phoenix robe. My cosmetic's not going to be visible anyway. I'm going to be a dark apostate, so I'm going to have the imbue. Is it pay to win if you got it for free? Hey, is it pay to win if I got it for free? How many con points do I have? 11. I started with an 8. I needed points in other places, okay? It just wasn't important at the time. Okay, I'm going to take out all my XP. This should get me to level 2. Yeah, SSG gave it to me. I didn't pay for it. No pay to win here. Good, level 2. Level 2. I'm 150 XP away from level 2. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Alright. Let's do it. Doesn't it get that to work again? I'm sure they can fix it. It's get paid to win? True. Ah, strength build! See, you guys would be like, Streamtime, why didn't you go wisdom? Because I don't want to wait till level 60 to be able to hit monsters and deal damage to them with my weapon attacks. You know? They're for rescuing refugees for 500 XP? Is that worth 500? Inflict wounds. Damn. Okay, I definitely could have done that. Well, you know what? I can do it. I can do it when I get back. I haven't done this quest in a long time, you know? This is cathartic for me. Look at this experience, this adventure. Ooh. Anyway. We're going to be using Warpriest. It's going to be a good time. Speed hopping, that's me. You'll be good. If I turn this on. There we go. Now, look how cool my weapon is, dude. Oh, hell yeah. That's so sick looking. Oh, man. Oh, the mouse tab. Is that an unlock? This? These are pets. Cosmetic pets. Once you collect them all. Once you get a lot, you get a lot. No tumble, yeah. Yeah. You get them from, like, expansions, events. So, like, for example, I have one of my favorite pets. I've got the invisible... Oh, no, that's the air elemental. Where's my invisible stalker? It's somewhere. Oh, the pet rock? So this one's only from special events? There's the pet rock. Now, you might be like, what does it do? Look, it does tricks. I can make it sit. Look. It's sitting.
This cleric's HP is sponsored by Epic Primal Past Lives.
Mm-hmm.
Epic Primal Past Lives, because your health could be lower.
Okay, hold on. Pet rock, stay. Look at the tricks that it can do. Pet rock, play dead. Isn't that amazing? Pet rock, flip. Isn't that cool? And then dance. The shadow betrays that it's actually just the frog. Yep. It's just a frog. They put a rock skin on it. It's the pet rock. Oh, also this thing is so loud. Dude, it's so loud. When you walk around in town, all you hear is as it grinds against the ground. Just listen to this. Listen. So loud. As it just scrapes along the ground. My favorite, if I'm being honest, the owl, the mechanical owl is kind of cool, but it's the baby giant alligator. Now, the baby giant alligator is one of the better ones, for two reasons. One, it has the bag, which is cute. It squeaks. Okay, that's very cute. It can do a backflip. Can yours do a backflip? No. It can hover. And it can dance. So good. One of the best cosmetic pets in the game. There is the snowman as well, which is also quite good. He's got the spin, so he can spin around, which is great. He's got he's just attack where he can swing. The play dead's pretty good. My favorite is that when he's done, he puts himself back together. He doesn't default to the animation. He can hide. You'd never know he's alive. And then the dance. But that's not it. There's one more. One more. I'm sorry, Mr. Snowman. He melts. Anyway, there's a lot of good pets. What am I doing? Cleric trainer? And now I can take heal. Nice. Now I gotta do war domain, because it's the only domain that's good for melees, which sucks. Is Armor with Frost any good? Not really. Its main problem is that it's really cool because it's got wisdom to hit and damage built in. But that doesn't work for a lot of builds. So what are you going to do? Anyway, now we go here, grab the extra hit points. There we go. I grab Undead Hunter from Vistani. Look at that. Do extra damage to the undead. My character's feeling strong, man. Strong. Anyway, now I'm going to spend the 30 minutes actually sorting out my gear. Actually, you know what? I want to go get that XP from that guy. Okay, feats. Past lives. Ancient Power, because it's hilarious. Double Strike, because it's hilarious. Enchant Weapon, because it's hilarious. And I guess Brace? Oh, Ancient Blessing, actually, because +3 to amp is good. Because I can use the negative amp, which will be nice. So those are all good. Heroics, and then Iconic Past Life. I wish I had more Azamar Scourge. I only have 2, but I'll take 2. It gives me Double Strike. Hey, guess what? Intimidate. Listen, you weasel, let these people through or I'll shove that mace down your throat. I failed? Bluff? Diplomacy? Oh, I don't have ship buffs. That'll solve my problem. Why the 20 on Charisma? Because Charisma allows me to scale Divine Might, which gives me increased damage and tactics DCs. So my Charisma turns into extra damage. Oh, I know it's a hard value. That's why my Intimidate is like 8. So with ship buffs, it'll go high enough. I'll be able to do it. Haggle is 5? Yeah, but I want to intimidate that guy. I told him I was going to shove a mace down his throat, and I meant it. Toggle Skill Mastery? Big brain play. Toggling Skill Mastery. Never even thought about that. But yes, that's the idea. So the Charisma feeds into my damage through my Strength. So the more Charisma I have, the more damage I have, along with my Strength. So starting 2020 means I have as much as possible. And then we go Skill Mastery 3 times. There we go. So now I got 13 Intimidate. Intimidate, check 10. Yeah, you weasel. I got 500 XP. Give me Heroic Deeds. What weapon am I using? Longsword. And that's the idea. So we stack up as much spellcraft as possible because I want spell power. Because the idea is we're going to be using the imbue, and then I get spell power from here, I get spell power from the lefty-righty, and I get the spell power here. Where do we go? Where do we go? Oh yeah, okay. I'm just cleaning up my inventory a little bit. There's a bunch of garbage in here. It's annoying. Oh, actually, I don't need the shield at all, so get out of my inventory shield. Okay, TR cache. So let's sort. Go by minimum level. The fact that you can sort, this is so convenient. So I can just be like, ooh, ingredient bag, power of evidence, delete. Hireling folder. I don't need thieves tools. Augment bag, collectible bag, gem bag, 1,000,000 hearts of wood, bells of opening, haste potions. Ranged power potion, 30 spirit cakes. I mean, come on. Purple eyes or white eyes? I don't know if I need Reaper eyes here, but I could go with purple eyes. Harper pin, XP potion, lesser restores, treasure hunter elixir, healing potion, Jack Jibber's blade. All this stuff. I have just so much garbage in here, you know what I mean? It's like I don't even know what's in this inventory slot. I could use Muckbane. That would be mildly convenient. Yeah. The level thing on the reincarnation cache is fantastic. I have a longsword for level 3 that I can use as an upgrade. Oh, and I have a blue shine quarterstaff. Okay, the quarterstaff is way better because it will get the job done. You know what? I don't even need this Muckbane. It's unbound, though. This is an old Muckbane. Old Muckbane. It's an unbound one with no augment slot. That breaks still, because it's not bound. I mean, ketchup, ranch dressing, Worcestershire sauce, and gochujang. Mmm, delicious. All of that sounds really good. That sounds like it would be very, very tasty. Ring of Summer's Heat's probably going to be pretty good. I'm just looking for items I can use. Oh, Book of Spirits. I can use at 3, starting at 3. So I can Book of Spirits here. I can use this starting at 3. That's Charisma, so I'm going to get this. ERs. Let's do good. And I need to sort out my cosmetics, because you're right. I do need a good cosmetic set for this character. What exactly I'm going to use, I'm not 100% certain, but I do need to get some good cosmetics. Because I could use the Phoenix robe, because I do have it, the Regalia of the Phoenix. It would fit. I just need to go get it. Oh, Deep Promise Onyx is good. Okay, I believe I transferred all of my cosmetics to a new character, so I believe I deleted cosmetics. Oh, it's Mr. Wardrobe now. With the gold cloak. I forgot. Mr. Wardrobe. Need to wear something edgy? Oh, no, I'm going to be turning... I will have something edgy, don't you worry. I need my robe. It won't be edgy, but it'll look good. And so I don't really care. Okay. I can't use the robe because it's on one of my other characters. I do need to get something edgy. Oh, no. Let's see. Blessed Bulwark. Crimson Noble Heavy Armor. Royal Heavy Armor. Dark Heavy Armor. Whirl with the Sash. Temple Robe. Executioner's Plate Mail. I have 2 heavy armors. Bound and bound. I don't need 2 of these. Plate of the Celestial Avenger. I really like the Plate of Celestial Avenger. I could wear Dragon Scale. White or silver. Dark Leaf with Banded Mail. What do I want to go with here? The Zorian Cultist robes. They do look pretty good. I have the garb of the Zorian Cultist. I could try that, see how it works. And then for weapons, I could go with a big weapon if I wanted. I could go with something shiny. Try out, see how they feel. I also have a treason as well, so I go with this or something smaller. I'll try a couple weapons and see how that goes. This one, we'll try this one. Whichever one looks coolest, we'll see. Do you have the 13? No, I don't have a 13. I don't like that weapon. Here we go. So we just want to have it ready. Oh, no, you didn't pester me. It's fine. Okay. No more Mr. Wardrobe. We're good. Just gonna double check 1 to 5, see if I have any items that are useful here, and then other than that, I'm just gonna throw it all in together and go. Should use the new raid weapons. Oh yeah, yeah. Nope. 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 This character sucks. Also, the new raid weapons all look amazing. I still want to make a character that is able to bypass lightning immunity. So like an Eldritch Knight sorcerer that bypasses lightning immunity and does pure lightning damage. Because the greatsword with lightning immunity bypass is so cool. But we'll have to test it to make sure it actually works because it was broken, and SSG said they tested it and that they got it fixed. But sometimes SSG test stuff and they say they got it fixed and then it's not fixed. So I would want to confirm. You know what I mean? Just want to follow up on that one. Wait, where did I put the cosmetics? Oh, I put the cosmetics in the consumable tab. Very funny. Okay, so fashion show time. We've got the Zorian Cultist robe, which I think does do a good job of fitting the Dark Apostate aesthetic. It's weird, it's creepy, it looks good, I like it. Now let's go with swords. We've got Bastard Sword. Okay, it does not overwrite the cosmetic. So that's interesting. So we have Colored Bastard Sword. We have Eviscerating Expenses. And I have Shadowy, also Bastard Sword. Or I just use whatever Bastard Sword I got. Or sword I got. It's interesting that the Dark Apostate cosmetic can't go over top of a cosmetic weapon. Because I think it looks really good. I love the way the Dark Apostate weapon effect looks. It's so cool. But if you use a cosmetic, you can't do it. Which is unfortunate. Because I'd love to see those two auras combined on like a weapon like this. This is the Ravenloft weapon cosmetic, by the way. Yeah. And then I also really like this one. Because it's just so bright. Let me not click it. There we go. Easily one of the best looking weapons in DDO. All of the Kopesh's from Another Man's Treasure, or Kopesh's, all the weapons from Another Man's Treasure look really good. I think for now I'm gonna go weaponless. I like the glow. It's all spooky looking. Unarmored weapon will show the Dark Apostate in view. Maybe. That's also possible. It's also a possibility. It's probable, actually. Okay, let's do this. Now I gotta actually set up my action bars. This is what happens when I like get distracted, and then I think I got everything here. I think it's good. Oh, I don't think I need this. I got that. I got that. Drink a potion, because you can. I have the Cursed Blade of Jack Jibbers. America Flask. Bells of Opening in case I need them. Teleport item. Didn't I have another teleport item in here? Yeah, teleport item. I don't need that. Curse Potion. There we go. Goggles of True Seeing, Blindness Immunity, and the Master's Gift. A longsword for level 3 that should be pretty powerful. A scroll. Don't I have any other scrolls? I don't think I took any of the scrolls out. That's interesting. Okay, so that's good. Death Ward Potion. I'll be able to cast Death Ward and I'll be undead, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright. Scroll. There we go. Resurrection, Raise Dead, and I'm not going to grab the teleport ones because I don't have UMD. I mean, I could probably use UMD. I just don't currently have them. Drow Longsword of the Weapon Master. Oh, no thank you. I'm just going to use... I'm lawful, so I can just use the Cormyrean Longsword, which is way better. Drow Longsword of the Weapon Master is one of the few of the Weapon Masters that isn't very good, because it's completely outclassed by the Longsword from Cormyr. The Oathblade, thank you. Cool. And I think that's pretty much all I need. Oh, I gotta get spells. So I gotta get spells. And, spell components. I should probably get those, huh? That way I don't have to worry about it. Okay. So you go and go back here. Let me clear this out. I like to grab all of the spell components just so I never have to worry about it through the entire TR. I just do it right away. Go find a component vendor and then take care of it there. I'm also going to go to the potion vendor and buy potions of Bull's Strength for some extra damage. And then I should be good to go. I mean, I can also grab heroism potions, but it seems unnecessary. Alright, so we talk to the Divine Reagent vendor. Hello. I don't know how everybody does this, but I don't know, I've just always done it. Just be like, 1,000. Buy. 1,000. Buy. And then I don't have to worry about it. I've got it the entire TR. So TR stands for True Reincarnation. When you get to level 20, you can reset your character back to level 1, which is what I just did. I was playing an Alchemist before, and now I'm playing as a Dark Apostate. And by doing so, you gain a bonus based on your past life that is a permanent addition to your character. So I chose to get a Tabaxi past life, and so as a result, because I got 3 of them, racials, the first Tabaxi past life gives +1 bonus to the tumble skill, so my character always gets +1 tumble. Then the second time I did it, I got +1 dexterity as a permanent upgrade. And now, the third time, which I just received, I got +1 racial action points, which means when you spend your action points in your trees, I get a free one for my racial tree forever. Which mantle? Primal Thorn or Heart? Oh, Exalted Angel. I'm going to use the Exalted Angel Mantle. Yep. And so that's Reincarnation. It's basically one of the many endgames in DDO. That's one of the reasons why I also enjoy playing this game so much. I can keep resetting my character and trying new builds all the time, so I don't have to sit and play one thing. When I'm done playing it, I don't have to make a new character. I can just set myself back to 1 and play something new. All right. I now have Smite Foe. Nice. The Apostate Curse. Nice. Bless. Night Shield. Cure. Nice. Night Shield. Less. Okay. I'm just going to go briefly run Korthos Island. I always like to run Korthos Island when I first reincarnate. Just get a good feel for it, you know? Feel for the character and how it's going. Now, this character will get dramatically better tomorrow with the patch, because this is going to change into a D8, and this, instead of being one of the worst abilities yet created, will actually just be like kind of mid, which is very exciting. Exactly. And because I'm in melee, I'm going to be constantly healing the melee, other melees and the tank. It's just genius. It's going to be 12-second cooldown.
Dust and mold fill this ill-maintained storehouse.
Which makes sense. It's a +5W frontal cleave that has added damage on effects. It makes sense that it would be a 12-second cooldown. That's fair. And no save on the fire or light damage. See? And so now I've got 14 wisdom, so we're good. And I think my past lives, my tome should carry me all the way over. So I should be able to cast all the spells. I also like the fact that because of past lives, I have 322 spell points, even though I started with a 10 wisdom on a cleric. About the cooldown? Isn't there? Am I just imagining that there's a 12-second cooldown? I may be just hallucinating it. No, I'm not hallucinating it. It's because that's what I believe it should be. Because, after the balance patch, Linabelle jumped in chat and was like, yo, what do you think about the balance patch? And they're like, what else do you want? And I was like, this is the worst ability in the game. Just get rid of the thing and give it a 12-second cooldown. So it might have a 12-second cooldown. Because I remember yelling about that. That's why it's stuck in my mind that that's what it is. Can you smell burnt toast? Always. Oh, I got an evil longsword. It's really funny.
Ahead is the cellar where the Caneth crystal is hidden.
You know what's cool about this? I can actually use Trip in here if I want. Because I have Strength. And I can use Intimidate. I'm ready. No one's going to stop me today. Maybe like, yeah, but your damage sucks, doesn't it? Yeah, I know, but don't worry. No one's going to stop me today. Good at the moment? Yeah. Great Cleave is bad. It's okay. Oh, I love that they disappear from the evil damage. That's so cool. I'm prepared. It's this guy. He's coming. There he is. Oh, he lagged past me. Oh, he's still lagging. Okay, he's dead. Okay, we're good. Woo! I thought that first guy was going to lag right past me and get the crystal, but we're good. What build is this? This is my Dark Apostate Warpriest build, and the idea is to be strength-based as a cleric and use the Divine Power to the Warpriest tree to get +6 Sacred bonus to Strength, which is stacking, and then I can get Strength bonuses from other sources as well and have a very, very high Strength. And I'm a Dragonborn, so I can stack Strength and Charisma at the same time, and use the Charisma to add additional damage from the Divine Might effect out of the Warpriest tree. And so it's going to be Strength, Spell Power, a whole bunch of stuff. It's kind of cool. Yeah, you could call it the 2020 build, because this is 20 Strength, 20 Charisma. Warning, you cannot play this as a new player, because if you don't have past lives and tomes, you won't be able to cast spells. Or live. You'd have to tone it down. I'll probably release 2 versions of this build, the 2020 version, mine, and then also a version you could replicate, which would be 1818, which gives you 12 points back into your build, which means you can do a lot more. But yeah. Oh, I can turn undead like crazy. That's not actually true.
Thus protecting the Caneth crystal and saving Korthos.
Yeah. Imagine if turn undead's this button spat out what your turning stats were. If it just told you what they were. Oh, what's this? Cleric. Don't worry, Horse, you wouldn't like it. You don't like cleric that much.
You hear the
This is a cleric build. It's a Warpriest.
Sarcophagi line the you found some kind
COVID
of
build?
secret
Yeah.
door in the
No, yeah. Well, yeah, it's a melee cleric build. But like I said, you don't really like cleric or melee cleric, so you wouldn't enjoy it. Yeah.
A treasure chest glimmers in the dark passage here.
Is that based off your imbue dice?
In here, performing some kind of ritual.
It is based off your imbue dice.
Dead son of Korthos. A magical crest
I might be able to take that actually. You're not dead.
Take it with you.
Oh, I can kill him.
May be useful later. You continue to hear cultists
10 temp HP per bonus imbue dice. That still sucks. That effect was not good.
Did
Anyway.
you go charisma or wisdom, me mommy?
As you slay these
Strength.
cultists, take care to another treasure
You like my
chest.
stats?
Perhaps the cultists brought it here, but it's your. There's another
20 strength,
Sahuagin.
20 charisma.
It croaks.
It's the only way to play cleric.
In life, you served the light.
Oh yeah, turn undead.
These devourer altars. Another crest drops out as you smash the altar.
Yeah, strength.
There might
Straw.
be other altars elsewhere in this crypt.
It's T-posing, of course. That's what it is. Oh, I also get 1 melee power, I guess. It's what, half your cleric level and melee power when you turn? I don't even remember. War domain. Half your character level. Yeah. Yeah, 1 melee power when I turn undead. Fuck yeah, let's go. You straw to your life? I mean, sounds right.
In the middle of this chamber is
Overall, I'm very excited for this character, because tomorrow it's going to be really, really good, because the imbue is going to change to a D8, and I'm able to pick up a lot of imbue dice. Because I'm going to grab the imbue dice here for the Apostate Curse. Oh, it grants your favorite weapon's Ghost Touch. Oh, so I don't even need to have the stupid book. I just get Ghost Touch with my favorite weapon. Cool. Also gives me the Bane SLA, so I can Bane people. So I can burn people.
And behind it, another Sahuagin.
I don't know why I do that every time. My brain just wants to do that. Deep Promise Onyx. Deep Promise Onyx for the imbue, or for the extra negative stats. Turn it dead!
These fools who would keep Korth. Your bold actions saved
That's so sick.
Korthos and brought the Sahuagin's fell scheme to naught. The treasure chest in the antechamber is now
and I can go Dark Apostate pretty soon. And I can get plus Wisdom and Constitution. Both stats I don't really need, but I will look cool. Which is important. Okay, I don't really need Bane, because I'm not going to be taking this ability, so I won't be taking Pray for Mercy or any of that. That seems unimportant. Because my plan is to grab Apostate Curse and also take the Enhanced Turning, as well as the Prayer SLA. So I can go grab this and this, grab this stuff, grab the turns, so I can like turn and instantly kill undead, which makes it really, really easy to do that. I can Traditionalist Caster, that's 10 Universal Spell Power. That's actually super good for 3 points. So I can do that as well. Oh, got him. Anyway, that's the plan. I should probably take the points at a Warpriest. I think I'm going to go Core 3 here, and then go back into Warpriest. Or Core 3, but go there. Do the thing. Get the buttons. Press buttons. Keyboard and mouse. But I definitely want to get this in view, because on crit you apply the effect of the curse spell, which is really good. Because it's minus to saves on enemies every time I crit them. And as a melee, I'm going to be critting constantly. And then out of the Warpriest tree, I don't need to take the Fires of Fury, which means I can take Righteous Weapons, Holy Striker, and Ameliorating Strike instead. I guess I'm going to be... I'm not taking the... Oh. I have to take this for the hit points. So that's hit points. I got to take Divine Vessel. I got to take Divine Power. I guess I don't take Divine Intervention. Oh no, wait. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Okay, that's actually 9, 10. Okay, we're good. It's fine. So that 5, 7, 9. Okay, so I go take all this. Arcane Encumbrance is pretty good. Quarterstaff and two-handed fighting. Do it up. It's a good idea. Honestly, the cleric is just a fun class with a lot of flexibility to it. So, you know, you got a lot of options.
You have weathered the Sahuagin storm.
This character is going to hit a lot harder than my bard was hitting on average. True Seeing. Let's go. Speed run. Because the thing about the bard, as cool as it was limited by just like the raw damage output I could get from it. Scaling off of dexterity and then not having that many imbue dice, and also having most of its damage come in the way of buffing its teammates. Whereas this character is going to be a little bit more selfish with the damage and way higher spell power. Oddly enough, because a lot of my spell power that I'm going to be getting is universal, I will actually be able to heal myself fairly well and other people. And I don't need the damage spells either, which means it'll work well. Although I can take stuff like Searing Light for some borderline free damage.
There. That Weasley Drexel hand has nowhere left to run. Finish the job.
No, it's not going to have 1600 force spell power. That's a build goal I can't, unfortunately, accomplish. That'd be sick, though. Could you imagine amassing such a high volume of spell power? 1600? Whoa. I'll try. I'd like to get this character. If I could, I should probably, work out the build, and I think I could get over 1,000. All right. Okay, so that's Quarthos done.
Have made the village much safer, but only temporarily.
Only be done on a favored soul. Interesting. Okay.
Out in the
I'm curious about this build. Oh! Reaper group. Alright. I hope this is the beginning. So hopefully I can make it in before the quest is over. That's so many. And we're in the quest. Oh, right there. XP. Rumble Roar. Yeah, unfortunately, SSG, like half an hour before it was supposed to go live, was like, we're gonna do it tomorrow. Psych! So yeah. So 2. I have this many. 27 heroic, 24 epic, 10 racial, and 11 iconic. So a lot. I have a lot of past lives. Also, try not to compare your stats to me. I play this game professionally. So, don't be like, oh man, your stats are so much higher. Definitely, yes, they are. But I am I'm a professional. Getting ready for tomorrow? Yep. 8 con? I do have 8 con, yeah.
You flinch as an unseen web clings to your face.
I passed
The
this.
low, chittering voices rise.
I knew it. I knew it. I passed some barrels because I forgot what I was doing, and I just went for combat. And I knew something was going to happen. 8 con? Yeah, I started with an 8 con. I have past lives. Once you have past lives, you don't need to care about having a high constitution. This character is still going to end up with like 2,500 hit points anyway. Because Cleric gets an extra 10% from Blur. So I'm fine on hit points. I don't have to worry about it. Ooh. HP's a noob trap? No. Famous last words? Oh yeah, solve hit points later. It's a later problem. I'll come out in the wash. I'm not worried. And if I was worried, do you think I would show you guys? Pfft, no way, dude. Hide those insecurities, baby. Do this build, it'll just be charisma based. The thing about that is if you go charisma based, now you need to get charisma hit and damage somewhere. And where are you going to get charisma hit and damage? And now you got to take points out so your spell power goes down. And if your spell power goes down, now the fact that you have all these spell scaling effects and epics get worse. If you are a purple Dragon Knight and you have 3 racial points, you can do charisma base pretty easily. But then you can't do the 20/20. But yeah, purple Dragon Knight would make this character a lot better. Probably. You just have to start like 18/18. Oh shit. Oh crap. I intimidate and then I run. Nice, you got it. Nice. Good job, sorcerer. Woo! I was worried about that. Nice. I'm out. That was terrifying. Splash 20 cleric over your 1 fighter? Yeah. Strength based and use a maul? Oh yeah, you'd use strength based and maul 100%. Oh right, because you couldn't use maul and charisma. True. Yeah, you would just use the maul build. Yeah, that would be the play. Okay, wait. Hit points, and then I can't take this yet. Oh, we're doing Beaudry Cardamon? Dude, I haven't done Beaudry Cardamon in years. The nice thing about Cardamon is you can literally AFK. You don't have to do anything. You can just hang out. That's fine. This is a good 5-minute break. This is a very good 5-minute break. Now I can just relax. Oh. Did you start this side of Harbor or other side? Like, is this last quest? I just want to know. Is there a build for this? Is there a build? No, this is all up here, baby. I thought about this the other day because this character is going to get a lot better soon. Because number one, this imbue is going to become a D8 instead of a D6, which is like a 28% damage increase, which is gigantic. You don't see 28% damage increase very often in Passionates, so that's huge. And then also, this ability, Divine Vessel, is going to be just a cleave, as opposed to having all the stacking mechanic. So it's going to be just a regular cooldown. And so the idea behind this build is strength-based, using Divine Power for the 6 Sacred Strength, also stacking Charisma for Divine Might, because they're both pretty good. And then Warpriest gives fire and light spell power for each core that you take. So you get 5 fire and light spell power. Also, Dark Apostate gives light and light spell power, light spell power and negative amp. And Divine Disciple gives universal spell power and light spell power and universal and negative. So I'm going to have lots of negative spell power, lots of light spell power, lots of fire spell power, and then lots of universal spell power all combined into one. We're going to use 6 points here, or like 3 and 3. Capstone, plus probably up to here, which will give me over 100 spell power just from my tree alone. Not including spellcraft and heal. Both of those will be over 60 to 100, somewhere in there. So again, not even thinking about items, we're almost over 200 spell power right away. Just walking around, not epic destinies, anything like that. We got the imbue here. This scales off of fire and light spell power. This scales off of light spell power for damage. So we're going to have lots of fire and light spell power just like coming out of the woodwork on this build. But then it gets even better because then my character can use the fire dragon breath from Draconic Incarnation. And you might say, yeah, but how are you going to use that? That doesn't make any sense. Except it does. Draconic Incarnation can use strength. So I can use my strength to scale Draconic Incarnation damage. So that's fun. So yeah, I can just jam strength and use the Draconic Incarnation Dragon Breath. And then I can also use Holy Fireball. And Holy Fireball is fantastic because it adds a tremendous amount of damage in an AoE. My character is lacking AoE. And it uses fire and light spell power. Conveniently, I have lots of fire and light spell power because that's how I scale this and how I scale this and how I scale the Dragon Breath. And you might say, yeah, but okay, Dragon Breath makes sense because there's lots of breath DCs you can get really easily. It scales off of strength. But how are you going to get Holy Fireball to land? Holy Fireball doesn't have a save. Why? I don't know. So that's the idea behind the build. It's fire and light spell power as a melee scaling agent. So the way the build works is you run to a room, you go Holy Fireball into Dragon Breath, and then you just melee fill until they're off cooldown. But your melee is good because you're a melee character. You've got the melee power, you got the crit, you got the everything else. You be playing Baldur's Gate? Yeah, I will. I'll be playing Bald Man's Gate. Did you guys see that picture? I don't know where the picture is. Let me find the picture. This is not a spoiler for Baldur's Gate. This shit's so funny. Oh, whoops. Move me over. It's just bald. They're all bald. Oh, that's great. Anyway. What level does Keycaster get good? I assume it's super gear dependent, or it's still a meme? It's just a meme. Well, okay, so the only person that can keycast is, as far as I know, is Sacred Fist, and once you get the tier 4 in Sacred Fist, that makes it so your spells do fire, force, and light damage. That shit gets really crazy for leveling.
More kobolds should be able to find their way into the warehouse.
Dude. Yeah, we'll be doing Bald Man's Gate. Later. I was not going to do that. I was going to stream the new class in the Lord of the Rings Online. But shit happened, you know? Does Monk apply the damage to Keycast? I don't know how that works, because it says it implies your imbue, but I don't know how that works. Dragon Baldur's Gate Z. That's funny. Oh, I could have gotten the improvement on my imbue. Whoopsie.
The scurrying feet of kobolds
I'll do that after this.
nearby. It's likely you will encounter several of them in the next room. You should proceed with.
It's likely you encounter several of them. That's okay. Don't worry, narrator. I got this. Go, my armor class of 30. Save my life. The saving grace of melee pass lives or the martial pass lives is armor class in the early game is so good. And so having an armor class of 30 with nothing equipped is really, really, really nice. Oh, she went the wrong way. Oh, I gotcha. I got you. Don't worry. I'm a cleric. Cleric. Not around spell crit, which neither really get. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's this? I'm a cleric, I swear. Boom. I'll get spell power soon. 90 AC at level 5 with robes. Yeah, when you get all the martial pass lives, it's a little crazy. Fire damage. Oh, D6 per imbue dice as fire damage to key spells. The problem is it's also fire. Like, the reason why it's so good on the other one is it's just per level, it's extra light damage. It's not reliant on any of the spell power. Or not spell power. Like, it's not reliant on, like, another stat. And light damage is way better than fire damage. Because it basically bypasses all immunities. But yeah, you need spell crit and spell damage. There are a few ways to get spell crit. So, for example, that's the benefit of the set. Not the shaman set, whatever it is. The intelligence helmet set from Dreadfens. Is that the benefit of that set is that it grants you spell crit and spell crit damage, but not spell power. Nice. No, the attacks scale off of melee power, right? But they crit based on spell crit, and the spell crit damage is based off of like spell crit multiplier. There's no melee spell crit, unfortunately. Taking 3. Cleric. Cleric? Marius Dryden. A Dryden? That's sus. Okay. So took single weapon fighting. I want Quicken spell for sure. So I think I'm going to take Quicken here. Because I do want Quicken, but I don't necessarily know if I need it right here. I can take Shadow Shrouding. There we go. Now I'm feeling better. I'm going to go buy new healing potions real quick. Yeah, sorry. Whoop. And which one next? Just getting potions. I need to go get potions real quick. Potions good. Also, now I get completionist, so now my stats get even crazier, even though I have nothing equipped. Hello, potion man. I would like potion of inflict serious. Oh shit. Where's the purchase feat? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, I remember. I'm wondering which world has more people. The top server is Orion right now. Orion is #1. No shield. I'm a single weapon fighter, which means I have to have nothing in my offhand. I can have an orb in my offhand, but yeah. I can't really use items in the offhand, unfortunately. So now, I have a +2 sword. In my offhand, I have Ghost Touch, so I can hit monsters. I got armor that allows me to resist critical hits, and I got a little bit of charisma, which is nice. But yeah, Orion is the top server, followed by Arganesson. If you ever want to check player populations, oddly enough, there's a website called DDOaudit.com that lets you do that. I don't know why DDO has a population tracking website. I have no idea, but it is DDOaudit.com. it's very cool. It gives you all the trends. You can see what classes people are playing and like what the population demographics of each server is like, how many people are at different level ranges. So if you're like more of a new player and a leveler versus like an end game raider, you can see which servers you want to play on. Like, for example, Galanda is the new player server right now, so you're going to find more new players on Galanda than any other server. But if you want a bigger server, then you got Orion, when there's also a lot of raiders there. There's also a lot of raiders on Arganesum.
You've wrecked enough tables to satisfy Brother Augustus. A small mirror is mounted above the cabinet. A large, ugly fellow approaches.
Or Ramsey Morcourt. He's just trying to live his life, and he gets the label of large, ugly fellow.
His business will offend the church no longer.
Damn, man. Imagine that's how people remember you. It's on his grave. His epitaph. Large, ugly fellow. Cool. Now I feel invincible. I do need to add spells to my list, though. Large, ugly fellow. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Fair enough, yeah, you know. Fair enough. Hilarious. I just realized I was like, oh, maybe I could take Sound Burst? No, I can't. Mr. Wisdom. Wisdom 19. You know, if I was on hardcore, being stealthy, I don't care. So if you hate it, we can skip it. Yeah, 100%. Do I still have that stick for oozes? No, I don't. Alright, should be good. Need a blue shine? Need is a strong word. I just didn't make one for myself. I've been lazy. I got a blue shine at level 5.
At the end of the tunnel, you see a makeshift.
You have just a spare blue shine longsword you're not using? I decided to craft on a flame touched iron, which is not the right move, but it was what I did at the time. Because I was like, flame touched iron's pretty cool. Oh, destroyed. I'm very excited to get the actual spell power scaling going on this character. But yeah, the like I said, the new melee with the Dark Apostate I think could be quite fun, and so we'll see how it goes with the actual adjustments. Right now, obviously, it's a lot of past lives that's doing the work here, but I can start jacking up the difficulty a little bit once I get to or when the patch drops. Yeah, but then I lose damage on my attacks. Oh yeah, boom, turn undead. Boom. Wait. Boom. Oh, I can't one-shot these guys? Okay, so I can turn them to stun, but I can't one-shot them yet. Rats. I think before I start spending points in Warpriest, I'm going to do 1 and 1, so I can get Mighty Turning. For the convenience factor of dealing with quested undead. But yeah. That's the plan. Blue Shine... Also, Blue Shine weapons look really cool, usually. I have a Blue Shine quarterstaff, and it looks awesome. It's like... This, like... I don't know, brass, like, stick with all these, like, gemstones inlaid in it, and these, like, large gemstone bulbs. I don't know who made that piece of art, but goddamn, were they excited about quarterstaffs.
Metal grinds on metal, and ripples spread across the water.
There's a non-geo chance that the person who just joined my party types in or says D's nuts in chat. And on a grazing hit? No, it has to be a full hit. But you get twice on a double strike.
2 signal crystals are placed above a metal gate.
It's like when I was doing that 24-hour live stream and someone pops into chat very, very, very late at night. Actually, it was the morning. It was like 7 in the morning. And someone goes, yo, hey, Strim, what do you think about the Gargalon set in DDO? And there's Tired Me, streaming Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, actually. Being like, what? What's the Gargalon set? And then I get completely destroyed. I got destroyed back in time. I had no idea what was coming. I wasn't ready. Weapon on any staff from Trailblazer need for Blue Shine? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I try to, when I get the opportunity, I try to avoid exploiting the game. If an ability is just bugged straight up, and it should have been fixed a long time ago, I don't mind using it. But if it's like, if you have to go really out of your way to like use something, I try to avoid doing that. Deep Promise Onyx for the negative amp. Lizard Tooth Necklace. Somebody said Lizard Tooth Necklace, and I just like kind of spaced and didn't hear what they were saying. Tiefling Scoundrel and Argo named Gargalon. Amazing. I bet you do. Also, there's a bear dancing with wings. Is there undead in this quest? I don't believe so. Damage. I remember somebody saying Radiant Flourish is a frontal cleave. Is that true? I admit I have never trained Radiant Flourish because it is a bad ability. Unless it's a frontal cleave, then it's like pretty good, right? But I actually don't know the answer. One way to find out. True. I will probably end up training it. But I'm honestly not sure. You know, just drink inflict potions is sweet. Oh, also, this will confuse a lot of people. A lot of people think that negative amp doesn't affect, or negative healing isn't affected, by like Reaper mode because the number doesn't change, like the color doesn't change of it, so it still looks like bright green even though you're in combat. But it's still applying it. It's just only displaying as bright green. Just be aware.
Countless kobolds scratch and scurry somewhere very close by.
Destroyed. You know what would be a good idea? I should take my Dragon Breath. I can actually use it. I have evocation DCs. This would work. Yeah, it would actually function. Interesting. I mean, this person actually has like a last name, so maybe. Oh, destroyed! This is why I like having Intimidate and some Charisma. Because just being able to hold targets on me instead of other people makes it so much safer for them. So that way it's like... It's fun for me because I get to be like this knight protector of sorts. And it's also fun for other people because their hit points don't go down. You don't always have to intimidate things, but I don't know. I like it. Makes me feel like I'm doing something, like I'm helping, you know? Like I'm making a difference. Me being in this party would be the same if I wasn't here. Also, I have like 30 armor class, and also invulnerability is crazy. One of the best crafts you can make in heroic leveling. Just makes you take 5 less damage from everything. By the way, when you get Resilience of Battle from Warpriest, this effect is also crazy. Because it makes you take 5 less damage, and it basically means you don't take any damage during the leveling process. You can do that on hardcore as well. No! I was curing! I didn't turn on Quicken! I forgot to enable Quicken. Also, in-game voice doesn't come through stream. Oh, hey, what's up, Reaper? No. I didn't enable Quicken again. Run, boy, run. There we go, we're good. Woo! All right. Spells. Okay, now I'm gonna get Quicken. Hold on. Quicken spell. Turn on. There we go. And here, you can even have extra healing because I have the heal skill trained. I also have Inflict for myself, which heals less than the potion. That makes sense. I don't really have any spell power. I have 70 positive, 33 negative, and I have 24 negative spell power. Ugh. There were so many in that room. I thought I was just going to the shrine. As it turns out, it was their shrine. That's what happened. It was the Reaper shrine. They owned it. We're like, hey, can we use the shrine? They were like, no.
No easy feat.
Pay for the carry from your boy Tabib. Oh, dude, you're doing the carrying. I'm literally just walking around. I walk up and I intimidate stuff. I'm straight up just walking around. It's fantastic. Healing orb. Let's go. Like, I would love to take credit for doing more, but when I open the door and then the dragon breath comes through and it kills literally every single monster in the room, you know, I'm not gonna toot my own horn that much. I know my place. I've got Cure. It's a good spell. That's the thing I like about Dark Apostate is even if I'm playing like a melee Dark Apostate and my character blows, for like most of the time that I'm playing it, it doesn't matter because my character still feels like, I'm trying to best describe it. I still have things I can do. It's one of the reasons why like leveling on Alchemist doesn't feel that bad the entire time. Because you're still able to like, oh, it's like, I'm playing Alchemist? Cool, I can heal people while my character sucks. And then when my character gets better, I can start actually doing more things. I can wait for prayer SLA. That'll be nice. I don't know how much armor class I get though.
Has left the room.
I don't see myself wearing heavy armor.
Librarian's voice shrieks, I know you're true.
This gives
my traps will be the end of you.
NPR, MRR, and AC. It's not bad. Turn! Got him. Oh, this guy has evasion. He's faster than me. Ouch. Or is he just evading his way through? Nice. I'm not going to evade my way through. Balance changes that are more frequent? Yo, me too. The small balance changes that are more frequent are awesome. This patch, it has me so excited. It's crazy. Like, is it bad to say that I'm more excited for, like, the patch that adds new things to play with than I am for the patch that added the expansion? It's bad, but, like, that's what I care about as a player. I want new toys for the toy box. So, like, you know, the idea that it's like, oh, yeah, you know, there's, Oh. Let's go.
You have found what you came for.
I'm dead.
It is time
to
leave this vile place.
Oh! Oh, cleric! Oh, that feels so good. Just give him the old cleric, baby. See? And you guys said, ooh, Stream Tom with the 20 charisma. It's going to be bad. Why are you doing 2020, dude? Now you know. Hey, listen. I might be stupid, but I'm also dumb. Don't you ever forget it. Also, that was like the last undead quest for a while. Also, problem with undead is that it can actually reach through the ground, And since it can reach through the ground, there are several quests where, because you can reach through the ground, you can turn undead and then kill monsters before they've spawned, so they don't actually spawn, and you brick quests. Yeah, I reincarnated the Alchemist. Dude, I'm just too fast. Well, to be fair, I reincarnated like 3 hours ago. Yeah. I was supposed to be streaming the new class in Lord of the Rings Online, the Mariner, tonight, because I really want to see what it's all about, and talk about it and make videos and stuff about it. But I can't because they delayed the preview until tomorrow, the exclusive preview for all the content creators. And then one of the Lord of the Rings content creators, Gingin, who's a great guy. He does all sorts of different character builds. He's got a fantastic Discord. If you want to get into Endgame and Lord of the Rings Online, it's definitely a good guy to check out. He's really good for that stuff. Popped into chat, was like, hey, just so you know, SSG ain't doing no preview no more. They're delaying until tomorrow, which was very handy. He did not have to do that, so it was very kind of him to jump in. He's a good dude. I'm going to have to send him a DM later and be like, yo, thanks for the save, boss.
The rear section of the sewer has been opened.
Yeah. Good. I watch all of his videos. He makes good content. Really straightforward, to the point. Better editing than I do. He actually puts like art together and takes time. I just talk to the camera. Sabotage. No, this is not Call of Duty. Okay, so now we put points into Warpriest. I go Warpriest, Divine Might, Resilience of Battle for the Imbue Die. Imbue Die. This doesn't give Imbue Dice? What the hell? Maybe it does, and that's a typo. Does this give an Imbue Dice? I don't know. Talking is a form of art? Yeah. It is a form of art.
A skittering sound beneath the floor sets your nerves on edge.
Here, how about 1 melee power from my Turn Undead effect? Ha, you thought you'd be safe from me, but now it's time for me to use my ultimate battle move. I'll use Turn Undead, and since I'm a war domain, I get to add half of my cleric level as melee and ranged power to me and all of my allies. And since my cleric level is 3, that means I get to add 1 melee power, since you have to round down under 3, and half of 3 is 1.5, which turns into 1 rounded down. That's right, I bet you can't beat me and all my friends with 1 extra melee and ranged power. Ha 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 ha. That's right. I am an anime meme. I don't appreciate that bullying done in my absence. Okay, so first of all, thank you for the hyper chat for €6. I don't know how much that is in real money, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the money. I'm sure the people at the bank they'll get that sorted out. So thank you. So thank you for that. Also, the hype chat, 2.5 minutes. €6 for 2.5 minutes. You know what I can buy for €6? Okay, I can buy a really good sandwich and Mr. Sub. Oh, Mr. Sub is so good. You guys, if you come to Canada, you got to get yourself some Mr. Sub. It's so good, so good. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. I apologize for the bullying that wasn't in your absence. Somebody asked me to do an impression of you, which I did, which I thought was pretty good, because it is usually, you know, I'll like pop into voice chat and be like, hey guys, and see what's going on. But then I hear Cruiser doing something so dumb, it's incomprehensible to the human mind, and then you trying to reprimand him for doing something so dumb. That's usually how it happens. Do we have any people from Europe, actually? Is it pronounced gyro? Because I don't know. When I go to like a Greek place, I just ask for a sandwich and they totally understand what I'm talking about. And I don't have to try to say the word.
Yes, it is gyropian.
No, that's not That's not what I was saying. It's like a Greek rat. I just don't know if it's gyro or if it's silent. It's like a silent G. I don't know. Dude, language is complicated. I just don't want to embarrass myself on the internet. Are you guys summoning or shaking hands? Is that how you shake hands? Is that the secret handshake? Just meet up and then, you know, flick the fingers and be like, Cruiser Zero.
You hear the grind and clatter of machinery from. You hear the grind and clatter of machinery from
gyros
to the west.
Yeah, because well, gyro's a word in England. So in England, it's gyro's a word, like a gyroscope or a gyro, like a rotating gear of some kind. It is so bad. Hey man, that's a lot of money. Like I told you, I could buy literally a whole Mr. Sub sandwich.
Return to the Fairlane representative.
Euros?
Yeah, those are pretty good in terms of cost. Euros? Yeah. It's a pretty good piece of currency. Some people do have them, you know, in their bank account. You know what? It just occurred to me. I probably do have euros in my bank account. Because I have been paid in euros before. Euro, Iro, Wero. We're going to make nationals with this team. You guys ever did rowing or competitive rowing? I remember not even realizing that was a thing that people did until I watched The Social Network. And there's the Winklevoss twins that are the competitive rowers. And they row for Harvard. And they're rowing real fast. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing people do. It's not just like an exercise at the gym. People actually like, they like compete at rowing fast, I guess. So it was interesting to learn. I didn't even know there was a thing people did. Like, obviously, like, using boats, but I mean, like, you know, competitively being competitive about it and competing.
You are assailed by rank smells. The slick floor is equally.
Turned off your melee. I forgot to turn it back on after I used the skill mastery past life, and then I forgot to turn the double strike back on. In real American bucks? Yeah. Look, my country's money is not worth a whole lot. It is what it is. That's the reason why whenever the Canadian dollar is strong, the trick is to just, like, immediately zip across the border. Like, you head over to the States, you know, so pop down to, like, Syracuse or something close, and just buy a bunch of shit and then come back. Yeah. I'm gonna have to zip down to America at some point so I can get, or find somebody who is zipping down to America. For your
Some of the missing adventurers litter the floor near the left.
Destroyed. To get some vanilla Coke. I need some more vanilla Coke. They don't sell it in Canada, so I have to go to America to buy vanilla Coke. You might be like, wait, can't you just like buy that shit on Amazon and get it like shipped? That's so expensive. It's less expensive to just go to America and buy it. As crazy as that sounds.
You cleave the creature in twain. Return to the woman and tell her what you have learned.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand how that works either. All right. No offense. Yeah, I got Divine Might. Let's go.
Cascades of putrid
Those are
water
fun.
rush through
Oh,
the
yeah, dude.
tunnels.
I can't wait till I get one more level and my hit points go up by over 100. So there used to be a time where the hit points you got from Reaper points wasn't capped based on your character level, but you would just get all of them right away. And when that was the case, it was the greatest because you would just spend all of your Reaper points and fill the whole tree. and then have characters who are level 4 with 400, 500 hit points running around. Turn on dead, baby! Yes. That's so sick. Make an Amazon wishlist, it's just vanilla. So dumb.
Before you lies a dark and stagnant pool of water. It appears to be the safest place to leap.
Mm-hmm. I wait. I'm just double checking. Also, why is my ear itchy? It's like the edge of my ear is really itchy. I don't know why. Ah, so itchy. Vanilla Coke. It's good stuff, man. Look, you guys who are Americans might look at me and be like, I don't understand why you'd want vanilla Coke so bad. You know, it's like whatever. You know, I buy cherry Coke, or I buy like cherry vanilla Coke, which is way better. I don't have any of that stuff, dude. I live in a country where we just don't have all the flavors. It's terrible. It's so annoying. It's like, what do we have? There was that, like, when Coke did all the different flavors, like the idea flavors, they had, like, Coke Dream or whatever. And all of them were just bad. It was just a bunch of bad flavors. Ugh. Hold on. What can I get at Walmart? I'm gonna check Walmart to see what I can get for Coca-Cola flavors. Because they would have them all. Okay, hold on. Checking Walmart. Okay. Alright. Coke. What do we got? So for Coke, we got Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, Diet Coke, Mexican Coke. That's the real sugar Coca-Cola, not something else. That's the real sugar Coca-Cola, not something else.
The magic barrier's strength seems
that looks like it. It looks like all the Coke at Walmart. Oh, there's still monsters here. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to figure this out. Hold on. What? Hold on. I'm on the Walmart website. I was looking at a local website. Hold on. Coke. Okay, yeah. So they got that. They got Coke Mini as well. They also have Coca-Cola Origins British Columbia Raspberry and Coca-Cola Origins Quebec Maple. Cool. You could buy Maple Coke right now? Sick. Okay, that's kind of cool. They also have something called Coca-Cola Ultimate. I don't know what Coca-Cola Ultimate is. I've never heard of this. There's also Coca-Cola Ultimate Zero Sugar. Cherry Coke and Diet Cherry Coke. Oh, and Diet Caffeine-Free Coke. And that is all of the Coke that is on here. Yeah, that's all the Coke that's on here. This is at Walmart in my city. I assume Walmart would have all the Coca-Cola because it's like American brand Coca-Cola, you know, Walmart, you know what I'm saying? Get those into a taste test on stream. The Quebec Maple. Yeah, I probably could. They're probably selling it at the one of the grocery stores near me. All right, Quebec Maple. That sounds kind of good. Giga Coke? Coca-Cola. I'm not saying you guys should drink Coca-Cola or anything like that. In fact, I pretty much never drink soda. The only drinks I actually drink that aren't like water is like coffee and Rogue Energy. I drink coffee and Rogue Energy, and that's basically it. And where you go like, damn, Strinton, that's not...
I am
Are
excited
you gonna
for
die?
a hot cup of
Yeah.
Quebec maple.
You know what? You laugh. Maybe I will have a hot cup of Quebec maple. I bet it's probably at least mid. I bet it's at least mid. We're in the hills, nice. Oh, you don't even have that? In Montreal, you don't have Quebec maple? Honestly? Probably. I bet that would just piss people off.
A dusty caravan blocks the road to the west.
The people of Quebec can be very defensive of their, you know, their culture. So, which makes sense. It's a good idea. You should be defensive of your culture.
Farm, but the hills echo with distant shouts and the
Like, it's like Quebec City doesn't really have a lot of like fast food or like big chains or anything like that. It's mostly like small individual restaurants and not huge business. There still is huge business there, don't get me wrong. But it's much smaller than, say, like something like Montreal. French has to be first on the menu. Yeah, and also a lot of places only have French and nothing else. Which was fun. Learning was just great. So I live in Ottawa. Ottawa is on the border of Quebec because there's Gatineau. So Ottawa and Gatineau are, you know, they are two cities that neighbor each other. It's a river that splits the two. And in Ottawa, everything is English and French. So it's English first, then French second. So it's English, then French. You go to Gatineau, which is, again, there's just a street that connects the two cities. You go to Gatineau, and that shit's in French. Sorry, did you want English? Nuh-uh. You'll like go through a drive-thru at a McDonald's or Tim Hortons or something and be like, hey, can I just get a coffee double-double? And you'll get a real human being who lives like 6 kilometers from the capital of the country who doesn't speak any English. You'd be like, what? And you'd be like, un café, double. Like, ah oui, un café. Yes. Un café, s'il vous plaît. Give me my coffee. I need it. And it's an accent? Yeah. Oh, I definitely could never do like an actual like French accent or anything like that. If I do try to speak French, I have the Quebec accent. Oh, I have like an English person trying to speak with a Quebec accent. No, that's quitter talk. You think I'm a quitter? Although my strength is much lower than I would like to be. Maybe I am. I hit me for 10 points of strength damage? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not out here being like, hey, you have to put English everywhere, even though like it is mildly confusing that the English like I said, it's so distinct. You go from one side like of the bridge to the other side of the bridge where there's no English anywhere. It is so distinct that happens. It's like a huge flip. But again, people can do whatever they want, and if you know, the city of Gatineau and the government of Quebec want to keep everything in French and put nothing in English, that's fine. Because again, as I said, they got to protect their culture. No one else is going to. But the second part of that is where we go. So like they got to protect their culture because no one else is going to. But also on the other hand, I'm not going to visit because I can't speak the goddamn language. I can get by on French. Like I can listen to people speak French and I can read a little bit, but speaking it is a no-go. When I was, you know, in 10th grade and I was still taking French every day, I could do it, but it's been a while.
A groan from the nearby
Did you fit in? Dude, you don't need to speak any language in Montreal. It's the greatest.
Not in any condition to receive guests.
Last time I went to Montreal, I was with my cousin, and we went to this bakery that was owned by these Polish folks. And so we go into the bakery, and there's this like old Polish lady who speaks no English or French, who's just sitting there, and she just like waves at us. And we walk in, and we just point at what we want, and we hold up our fingers, and then the money comes up on the screen, and we give her the money, and we walk away. It was the best. In the US? Maybe. They don't have self-service soda machines here. Some of them probably do. A lot of fast food restaurants do. Oh yeah, no they do. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, no they do. Yeah, they do. What am I thinking of? Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, every McDonald's, actually pretty much every fast food joint has self-service soda machines. Which ones don't? I think A&W doesn't. But is A&W really fast food? Because that shit takes a while. Gonna remove them? Yeah, that makes sense. What's nice is you go to Wendy's, and they got the really cool soda machines. So they got the ones where you can like choose your flavors and stuff. So it's not just like, oh, you get the soda, but also you can. So let's say you get like Pepsi, but then you can be like, oh, I want cherry Pepsi, and you can like get the flavors. You can like flavor your drink as you go. It's kind of cool.
Fortunately for you, these particular
Still in combat apparently. I don't know how. There we go. Yeah, the digital soda machine's kind of cool. But wait, do you guys not have that in Europe? You don't just have like fountain soda machine? Where it's just like got the thing and you just put your cup under and it gives you what sodas you want? Dude, that was the best when I was a kid growing up, because you didn't know what drink you wanted. Because like when you're a kid, you don't get to have soda very often. Like at least we didn't have soda very often because my parents didn't want us all to like die, right? So it's like, oh, we're at McDonald's or something. Okay, you can get whatever soda you want, and you have your little soda cup, and then you don't know what you can get. So you're like, oh, I could get like root beer, or I could get, like any type of cola. But then you start mad scientisting that shit. And you're like, what if we take a little bit of root beer and a little bit of Orange Crush and a little bit of Coke and you mix them all together? Because what are they going to do? Stop you? Is there some like McDonald's police person who's going to jump out of the bushes and be like, hey, you get back here. Stop you mixing those drinks, fool. Nope. They can't stop you. They're my drinks. Hell yeah, dude. It was so good. I used to mix like Coke and Fruitopia all the time. Oh yeah. The furnaces, ice cream machines.
That the final resting place of the Orc Elders has a watchful and hungry guardian.
Yeah. So, okay, so a buddy of mine, we were hanging out. And then there's a large mall that used to have a Target. So in 2014, 2015, somewhere around there, Target tried to make a real push into Canada. And they built Targets everywhere. So there were like 3 Targets in the city, and they were going to build another one. However, they ran into a huge problem, which is that no one in Canada gives a shit about Target. We already got Walmart, right? And when you don't got Walmart, you got Zellers. You already got other stores to go to that just sell a bunch of garbage. Like the thing about Target is that it just sells a bunch of crap, right? It's not like it's bad stuff, but it just sells like low quality goods. You can buy anything at Target. Oh, I need some bed sheets? Cool, I can buy some really low quality bed sheets at Target. You can just get a little bit of everything. It's not a really nice store. So they come in and they bought all of this space. Huge stores, and they started buying up like store after store after store. Dude, they got destroyed because no one cared. No one's just going to randomly go to Target when they're already going to the stores that they already like going to. Why would they just randomly start going to another store? The only time they would do that is if they didn't have anywhere to go. But again, the problem is a lot of these places when they end up setting up were close to other large retailers, whether it's Walmart or other places. So pretty much all of the Targets ended up closing down. I think there might still be like a Target in Toronto, but all the ones in Ottawa shut down. So like within like 2 years, like they opened and then they closed. It was fast. So the Target that was at Billings Bridge, which is one of the shopping malls, was closing, and so my buddy and I went to check out what they had on sale because they were literally clearance sailing everything, and so they were clearance sailing all of the stuff at the Target. They like not just the actual items, but like the shelving units, dude. The shelving units. You had like the manager was like walking around, and all the shelves had prices on them, and you could buy all the shelving units. So if you had your own store, you could buy like the stuff that's like, you know, all the shelves that are like bolted into the ground or whatever, and all these really heavy pieces of metal.
The barrier fades.
Anyway, they had a at the back they had a soda machine because they had like a little counter, like a little restaurant that was actually at the back of the restaurant or back at the building because it used to be a Zeller's, which is the building that they bought, and Zeller's each one had a little like burger joint inside of them, which is just smart. It's basically like, you know how Walmart has McDonald's oftentimes inside of it. It was just like that, except instead of it being like McDonald's, it was just like an actual sit-down like burger restaurant. Anyways, so that they bought the place and it had all the cookware. So Target had this like little mini like stand basically where they could, you know, sell stuff. Anyway, they ended up shutting down. So then there we are standing there watching as, you know, we're looking at all this stuff like, oh, you could buy that. It's like $200 for this shelf, $200 for this shelf. But you get to the back, soda machine, $500. Soda machine for the fountain drinks, $500. And a buddy of mine was like, oh, dude, we could like buy it and then like have a soda machine in the house. He's like, I could have a soda machine in my apartment. And like friends come over and you could just like refill your drink at the soda machine. And he's like, and you could also like, you could mix it. So, because, you know, we were young. So it's like, you could just like put different liquors in the soda machine and you could have it as a dispenser for your different liquors and stuff. And so, you know, all these thoughts are like running through your head. Anyway, he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't need it. No. I'm not going to do that. No. Anyway, so we leave, right? And we're at his place. I think we were like playing Halo or doing something. And like after 3 hours, he's like, man, I really should have bought that soda machine. I really want it. And I was like, well, then let's go. So we get up and we go back to Target. Dude, they sold it. In the 3 hours, they sold it.
You see signs that some monsters have taken up residence in this musty.
So sad.
As you approach,
it just wasn't meant to be. You know, it just wasn't meant to be. Anyway, so that was what that whole story was about. We went to buy a soda machine and we couldn't buy it because somebody had bought it in the 3 hours that we left.
And find yourself on the back porch.
I knew it. I was like, we should go, dude. We should get the soda machine. But no, we didn't. To be fair, it's probably for the best. But yeah. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Well, it's because at my buddy's place, he used to host an event called Wine Cooler. And Wine Cooler was an event where you get a water cooler, so like one of the 18-liter jugs, and you drink all the water out of it, and then you fill it with red wine. So you fill the 18-liter jug for the water cooler with red wine. And then you put a little like plastic over top of that, and then you throw it onto the water cooler. So now the water cooler is filled with red wine instead. So it's 18 liters of red wine. And the way that Wine Cooler works is no one's allowed to leave the building until the wine cooler is empty.
Lily says.
You'll all see.
So it's like a 2-day drinking event. It's an experience and a half.
When the vision fades, an incorporeal
I did a lot of stuff when I was younger. God damn. Sometimes I like start telling stories. I'm like, oh yeah, I have lived a pretty good life so far.
You want my songs? Come and get
Fun. Getting this stuff is so annoying. I'm sure you could just find like a wholesale retailer and talk to them. Like there's one of the wholesale retailers in the city I actually have a pretty good relationship with prior relationship because of some of the places that I've worked. So I'm sure I could probably just go to one of the distributors, and be like, "Yo, can I buy this?" Like, you know, on the DL. I used to do that all the time, actually. That's where I would buy little like creams and stuff when I would
finally return to the gatekeepers.
when I like used to run a store. I would buy all my coffee and creamer from the guys because they knew me. So I would just be like, "Hey, can I just come and buy all this stuff and get it on the discount?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, no problem." It's a wonder I'm not fatter. Hey, you know what? Sometimes miracles do happen. Also, I don't honestly, if I'm just being real, I don't really like fountain drinks that much. They're okay, but I'd rather have like a can of soda pop. I much prefer the canned stuff to the fountain.
Sacred bounty. It's time for you to figure out just what that was. This otherwise tranquil chamber.
Generally, anyway.
By the telltale scent of blood.
Oh, cliff cats. Wish I had AoE, huh?
The air grows more humid as you approach.
Just gnome color spray these things. Nice. Spread. USA spread at McDonald's is quite good. Yeah, I just never get like the sodas. If I go to like any fast food place, I always get coffee for the most part. Because I like having coffee.
A big clanking can be.
So I usually get coffee, and if I don't get coffee, I mean sometimes I get soda. I don't really go to, so I don't really eat a lot of fast food, and so I don't really get a lot of fountain drinks. And even still, like if I go to Wendy's or something, I don't even get a fountain drink or a coffee because their coffee is bad. But if I do get a coffee, I usually either get the Frosty Chino because I want to die, like, really young, or I go with the, I just get just be like, "Yo, can I get a Frosty instead of a drink?" And they're like, "Yeah," and they got the little substitution code. I have this, like, aversion to drinking my calories. Like, if I'm gonna pay for something, like pay for a meal, I don't want to drink the calories. You know what I mean? Because it's so fleeting. You like sit down at a restaurant and then you have your $30 Coca-Cola and it's like, I don't really need this. I'd rather get like the $30, you know, T-bone steak. You know what I mean? Also, that took 70 damage? Oh my god.
The air grows warm here, where the light streams in from above the stone circle.
So I love how the quest is over, dude. I'm not even there.
Rests on the ground beside you. It seems to glow with a faint inner light.
Gotcha.
You found the sacred bounty Foxpaw was looking for. Now to return to the
Oh, you can do anything when you hyper zerg and don't fight the monsters. Right. Anyway, there's your fun story. Yeah, like I said, I don't really drink a lot of soda pop. The closest I get is like Rogue Energy. I haven't checked any comments on my YouTube video that I posted yesterday. What do we got? You could use those slave rags from Undercity's Gatekeeper for the bear chest look? Yeah. What server do you play on, Strim Tom? Argoness and Fly.
The road continues east into territory.
What else do we got on here?
By hostile Gruul tribe orcs.
Tabaxi, ironically, the only race that does not have boot graphics on their model? Correct. Yeah, I didn't have a great idea for what to do for the thumbnail. I actually made like 3 or 4 thumbnails, and none of them made me happy. So then I was just like, I'll just use pictures of Puss in Boots. I don't know why. Something about like having a picture of him and then having a more zoomed in picture of him was like funny to me. Take the good spells, LOL. Yeah. AFC in Quebec that was called PFK because of the French laws in there. Well, it's called PFK because it's poulet fried Kentucky or whatever. It's just the French thing. I don't think it has anything to do with French law. Or I guess maybe it is French law. Like, the businesses have to be labeled in French if they can be. KFC? Yeah, but Quebec is... They're like that. That's Quebec in a nutshell. They don't need to use an existing word. They will invent their own word for something.
A crumpled figure lies inside.
And in the world that translate it? Yep.
It must be one of the captives.
It's the same thing. Like finding out that, what's like, you know, email in French is email, but in Quebec it's courriel, which is very similar. Not quite the same.
Lady Asdul and her bodyguards from the Orcs.
Quebec. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, it's just an interesting little factoid, I guess. Yeah, you're special. Hey man, it just means you get new language. Everyone else gets old language, whereas in Quebec, a new word will come out in another language, and then instead of just taking that new word and adding it to your language, you'd be like, no, we're gonna take that new word, make a new word, and then add that new word to our language. Take it that extra step. One step further. I'm gonna get level 4, then I'm gonna get Divine Might maxed, which is very exciting.
The road continues east into territory controlled by
and then
tribe Orcs.
I don't know. I feel like this attack, the ameliorating strike thing, that gives 4 to 7 vulnerability stacks, is not good. I'm gonna take probably 1 strength and then this stuff. Ameliorating strike is quite good. I don't know if smite weakness is good. Strength. Yeah, strength, baby. Who's this? Flash wave. Okay, so now we come back here. Housekeeping. And now I gotta spend my Reaper points. And... oh, dude, I get Charisma out of Dire Thaumaturge? Whack. Oh, and I can take the spell power because it scales my damage. Cool. I actually like reflex saves. That's pretty good. I don't need tactics DCs. So I can just do this. Sick. Is smite for main hand attack only? I can imagine. It's main hand only. Oh, that's done. Reaper Strike. There we go.
Notices your presence.
Can Stormslinger Thunderbolt be triggered by an Eldritch Blast?
I don't remember.
No, because it only works on Sonic and Cold spells, and Eldritch Blast is not a Sonic or a Cold spell. You can add Sonic or Cold damage to it with the Pact button, but it doesn't change the fact that Eldritch Blast is not a Cold spell, and it's not a Lightning spell. It just isn't either of those things. It's a spell. You Eldritch Blast while raging? I don't know.
Says Beatrice.
I decide if I want to play DDO or PoE, so I played neither today. Yeah, I've been there, dude. I've said this before, but I've actually taken a break from Path of Exile because it really hurts my hands now. Like, I haven't been playing a lot of Path of Exile, and the problem is I keep, like, I play for, like, 20 minutes, and then I have to, like, take a break from the computer because my hands just start to hurt real bad. And so I haven't been doing as much. Dude, it sucks to play on controller. Path of Exile sucks on controller. It's complete garbage.
Oh, look, more
There's so many things you have to do. Just putting a map, okay, into the map device is so hard on controller.
Screwed up. Bad. Adds capstone.
I was thinking RF could work, but yeah. Yeah, if I could, like, town with the controller, I'd be okay with it.
I'm in a graveyard, right? And all these undead start to crawl out of the ground. What would you do in my place?
Would you like some tea? Lily asks nonchalantly. Fel continues.
So I start fighting, but the undead kept coming and coming. It's the ancestors after their revenge. Look, I know now that taking that skull was a bad idea, but
I love that I can just spam turn undead.
How was I supposed to know that the threat was me? I know. It's hard to think straight when you're fighting.
Hard to think straight when you're fighting.
But it feels so good to get mad.
Turn undead!
I get it. I have a temper.
Nice, got it.
I get frustrated
I'm lawful
sometimes.
good. Oh, that's probably fine.
Is that what the hags
Is a
talk
Reaper
about?
on me?
Am I
Okay,
just
well,
a
turn undead.
dog tied to their leash? Oh, that makes me so angry.
Hey, gotcha.
I'm done being
Righteous
a
Fire.
dog, says that.
RF is Righteous Fire.
And thanks for listening. So, how can we defeat these hags?
I'm not against playing Righteous Fire. It's more of a, like I said, I just really don't like how you handle the UI with the controller. Playing the game is fine. Also, if you die, it's a nightmare on controller, because then you have to get all your auras, and the buttons change around all the time. Oh, I don't know how anyone can play that game on console. Genuinely shocking to me. I remember when they launched it on PlayStation, I was like, oh, sick. So I, like, installed it on my PlayStation so I could sit on the couch and play some PoE. Oh. Yeah, maybe that'll be easier on my hands.
Cadence bemoans her own demise as she flops.
Because I find that's the problem, is that both the Brand build and the Frostblades build are both, like, really intense, like high APM. Because the Frostblades, I attack like 7 times a second. So you're just zipping everywhere, doing everything. And then the,
Cadence reappears on a tree
what do you call it? The Brand build. It's just a lot of buttons. That's all.
Beatrice announces with a distinct laugh.
Interested in playing Armored Core 6? It looks cool. And FromSoft only makes good games. I just don't really know anything about Armored Core, so I'm not super interested, if that makes sense. Like, probably in the future when it goes on sale, I'll probably play it. But right now, I don't have any interest in playing Armored Core. Oop. Oops, wrong thing. Whoop. Yeah, like, I think that Armored Core is definitely a cool game. For sure. No complaints here. It's just I don't know anything about it, and I've never played it, so I still don't, like, I haven't watched any of the videos. I've seen a couple of, like, I've seen some, like, screenshots and a couple of videos of the gameplay. The game looks really cool. It's more of an issue of, like, I still have to play Sekiro. Like, I still have to play Sekiro, so I'm still behind on the playing the FromSoft games. And you're like, well, then why don't you go buy Sekiro, dude? I did. I own it. I just haven't gotten around to it. I forgot I have this. Or the August thing you said? I will. Well, yeah, but I don't need to play a game because it's easy. I enjoy games that are challenging. So, yeah. And also, the new Path of Exile League came out and kind of distracted me. If Path of Exile didn't come out, I would have been playing Guild Wars 2 instead. I think I might skip on the next Path of Exile League. I forgot I have this. Coalesce coinage. Also, Winter Court Necklace gives negative amp. Yo, anytime, dude. That was really fun. Thank you for having me and including me in your runs. I don't have a Cloak of Summer. Sekiro in difficulty? Yeah, that's what people say. That Sekiro is a hard game. Well, I do have a Cloak of Summer. That Sekiro is both a hard game and also is a very different mindset because there's a lot of, like, the parrying and other stuff in it. So it's not just like It's not just like dodge around and wait for the time to attack. You got to do stuff. All of that looks like kind of cool. Like, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why Bloodborne is my favorite of all of them. I love Bloodborne. Like, Bloodborne is better than Elden Ring. I'm so sorry if you think Elden Ring is really good. Elden Ring is good, but Bloodborne just blows everything else out of the water. It's so good. It's beautiful. The way in which you play the game matches up with the story of the game. Like, it's awesome. So, it's definitely the best one. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom because I drank a bunch of water and a Rogue Energy. And then I'll be right back. I don't even know if you're gonna start at Act 2 around level 17 to 20. Yeah. I don't have a PS4. That's the only thing that makes Bloodborne worse, is that it's locked to the PS4 architecture. So you have to buy a PS4 if you want to play it, which sucks. Please, hold on. I'm going to check the Twitter account. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Go away. Bloodborne. Is Bloodborne on PC? So there's a Twitter account here that I recommend you follow. For Is Bloodborne on PC. So it's Is Bloodborne on PC, the Twitter account. So is BB on PC. And Bloodborne has not been announced for PC as of 12 September 2023. So this is how you know. Because if you Google Bloodborne on PC, you'll see a bunch of articles being like, Bloodborne on PC is coming. It's going to come out soon. And then the articles just say, yeah, there's nothing. So yeah, this is the best account because they just tweet every day that Bloodborne is not on PC yet. So then there's this. See, you see stuff like this. Bloodborne Remasters target 2025 claims a new rumor. I saw this rumor a few days ago and decided not to post it because of how nonsense it is, but I see it doing the rounds. The person who spreads this leak was impersonating another leaker and is fake. Yeah. It's the, it's perfect. It's a perfect website. So yeah, Bloodborne has not been announced on PC. Also, apparently you can support them on Coffee. What a great idea. Buy them a coffee for doing that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I would buy so many coffees for the people that work at FromSoft if they just put it on PC, please. Back to work. Yo, later gamer. Crazy old game by FromSoft on Steam called Metal Wolf Chaos XD. Amazing. Is that a real game? I'm looking it up. If you lied to me, you're going to jail. Store. Where's the search function? Metal Wolf Chaos XD. Look at this shit on Steam. It's From Software is in the title. What is this?
By the end of the first quarter of the 21st century. Freedom.
Oh, dude! I know this video game. This is the video game that Donkey made a video about this game. Oh yeah, dude! I've totally seen this video. It's the president of the United States getting in a mech suit and saving America. Yeah. Yeah, this is the president of the United States video game. Oh shit, I didn't realize what the name of that was. Metal Wolf Chaos XD. Fantastic. Release date August 2019. Is a modernized re-release of From Software's 2004 mech shooter with upgraded visual fidelity, refined controls and gameplay, a new save system, and 4K plus 16:9 support for modern displays. The country is in peril as President Michael Wilson defends the nation against full-scale rebellion led by Vice President Richard Hawke as the Mechanized Legion he commands. As the the 47th President of the United States, it is your sworn duty to take your country back by any means necessary and end this unjust coup d'etat. Battle in your advanced mech, armed to the teeth, across the iconic American landscapes, including Brooklyn Bridge, the Grand Canyon, and the front steps of of the White House. What an American video game. You play as the President of the United States, getting in a giant mech suit. Great idea. Do you like America? Do you like blowing up America to save America from the evil hands of America? Do you like robots and guns? Do you like cheese and freedom? Get this game. Yeah. You gotta blow up America to save America. Everybody understands this. Oh, dude. I have to imagine that most American gamers love the idea of a video game. That the basis of it is you have to blow up America to save America. What a great idea. Anyway. I'm done with Dungeons & Dragons Online. I wasn't planning on streaming for 8 hours of Dungeons & Dragons Online anyway. So I'm going to go play some Baldur's Gate. So if you want to stick around, please do. But we're going to join John Pipega as he goes through the Baldur's Gate for a little bit. Is DC we can destroy? Yeah, dude. You get to go DC, Brooklyn, a whole bunch of places. Sorry about the preview. I wanted to show off the new class, but SSG canceled it. I will not be showing off the new class tomorrow because I'm busy. It's the last day of my D&D campaign, and so I am doing it. So I will not be able to preview the new class, unfortunately. But I'll see if there's maybe some workaround I could do later in the night or something like that. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, we're going to move over to a new game now.